The Conjure Woman by Charles W. Chesnutt. A victim of heredity or why the darky loves chicken. I went to North Carolina a few years after the war with some hopeful views in regard to the colored people. It was my idea that with the larger opportunities of freedom, they would improve gradually and learn in due time to appreciate the responsibilities of citizenship. This opinion, based on simple faith in human nature, which is much the same the world over, I never saw any good reason to change. There were a few of my dusky neighbors, however, who did not shake off readily the habits formed under the old system, and I suffered more or less from petty thievery. So long as it was confined to grapes on the vine, or roasting ears, hanging fruit, or an occasional watermelon, I did not complain so much. But one summer, after several raids upon my henhouse, I determined to protect my property. I therefore kept watch one night and caught a chicken thief in the very act. I locked him up in a strongly built smokehouse, where I thought he would be safe until morning. I made up my mind, before I went to sleep, that an example must be made of this miscreant. Knowing that the law in North Carolina, as elsewhere, was somewhat elastic, and the degree of punishment for crime largely dependent upon the vigor of the prosecution, I decided that 5 years in the penitentiary would be about right for this midnight marauder. It would give him time to break off the habit of stealing, and would strike terror to the hearts of other evildoers. In the morning I went down to the smokehouse to inspect my captive. He was an insignificant-looking fellow, and seemed very much frightened. I sent him down something to eat, and told him I was going to have him taken to jail. During breakfast, I turned the matter over in my mind, and concluded that 5 years' imprisonment would be a punishment rather disproportioned to the offense, and that perhaps 2 years in the penitentiary would be an equally effective warning. One of my servants was going to town toward noon, with a load of grapes for shipment to the nearest market, and I wrote a note to the sheriff, Mr. Weems, requesting him to send a constable out to take charge of the thief. The ink was scarcely dry before it occurred to me that over-severity in the punishment of crime was often productive of harm, and had seldom resulted in any good, and that in all probability, taking everything into consideration, a year in jail in the neighborhood would be ample punishment, and a more impressive object lesson than a longer term in the more distant penitentiary. During the afternoon I learned, upon inquiry, that my captive had a large family and a sick wife, that because of a trifling disposition, he was without steady employment, and therefore dependent upon odd jobs for a livelihood. But while these personal matters might be proper subjects of consideration for the humanitarian, I realized that any false sentiment on my part would be dangerous to social order, and that property must be protected, or soon there would be no incentive to industry and thrift. I determined that the thief should have at least 6 months in jail, if I had to support his family during his incarceration. I was sitting on the front piazza, indulging in a quiet smoke during the hot pot of the afternoon, just after having arrived at the final conclusion, when old Julius came around the house, and touching his hat, asked at what time my wife wished the rockaway brought round for our afternoon drive. "I hardly think we shall go today," I replied, "until the constable has come and taken that thief to jail. By the way, Julius," I added with some severity, "why is it that your people can't let chickens alone?" The old man shook his head sadly. "It's a mystery, sah," he answered with a sigh, "dat everybody don't understand. Ef dey did, some on 'em mought make mo' 'lowance." My wife came out of the house and took a seat in an armchair near me, behind the honeysuckle vine. "I am asking Julius to explain," I said, "why his people are so partial to chickens." "I think it unkind, John," returned my wife, "to charge upon a whole race the sins of one worthless individual. There are thieves wherever there is potable property, and I don't imagine colored people like chicken better than other people." Old Julius shook his head dissentingly. "I is bleeds ter differ from you dere, ma'am," he said, with as much positiveness as he was capable of in conversation with white people. "Colored folks is mo fonder chicken and white folks. Dey can't heap but be." "Why so?" I asked. "Is it in the blood?" "Uses hit it sa de fuss stat off." "Yas sa dat is de fact to be show and no mistake erbout it." "Why, Uncle Julius?" exclaimed my wife with some show of indignation. "You ought to be ashamed to slander your race in that way." "I begs yo' pardon, ma'am, ef it huts yo' feelin's, but I ain't findin' no fault wid dem. Dey ain't 'sponsible fur dey toss fur chicken meat. A white man's ter blame fur dat." "Well," I said, "that statement is interesting. Sit down and tell us all about it." Julius took a seat on the top step and, laying his ragged straw hat beside him, began, "Long yes befo de war day was a monstus rich white gentleman name Mos Donal McDonald, W at Uzeta lived down on de the side de Wimbledon Road. He hadn't a luz ben rich. Fur wn he fuss come tur dis country he was po, and he wucked fur a year, so as obisi fur earned a white man. Tell he had saved money nuff tur buy one two niggas, and den he rented a place on Shias, and by maybe he had bought a plantation, and bought some mo niggas and raised some. Tell he ments tur be so well off dat folks must forget he had ebba ben a nigga driver. He kep on gittin' richer and richer. Tell Finley he was one de richest men in de county. But he wa'n't satisfied. He had a nephy named Tom, and Mos Donal had been left jotting fur dis ya nephy hisn, and he had managed so dat wn young Mos Tom growed up day wa'n't nuffin at all left de fine perputty wet, young Mos Tom's daddy had wn he died. Folks said Mos Donal had robbed his nephy, but dey wa'n't no way tur prove it. And modern dat, Mos Donal didn't pay tur lak Mos Tom a tall at he growed up, and turned him out in de world tur shift fur hissif without no money ner nuffin. Mos Tom had been cotton furlough. Many yes his second cousin, young Miss Leeser Mguia, who used to live on de the side de riba, and young Mos Tom wanted tur marry Miss Lisa monstus bad. But Mos Tom come age, and Mos Donal say all his proputty done use up on his education. Miss Lisa's daddy say he wouldn't low her tur, marry Mos Tom tell he make some money, show her daddy how he was gwine tur support Miss Lisa, he married her. De young folks went load tur see one earnada vey often, but Mos Tom had a bateau down on de river and he use it a paddle oba, sometimes tur meet Miss Lisa whether no. One ebnin Mos Tom went down tur de river and ontied his bateau and was startin' tur cross wn, he heard somebody holla. He looked round and he see hit was a ol nigga o man had fell in de river. She had sunk once, and was gwine down agin. Wn Mos Tom cotch and pulled out, and gin a drink something he had in a flaws, and den tied his boat and heaped up de bank tur de top, while she could get long by herself. Now, dis yo man at Mos Tom pulled out in de river des happened tur be ol on Peggy. De free nigga Conjure, o man at lived down by de Wimbledon Road. She had been diggin' roots for her cunjin, and had got too close tur de riba, and had fell in de water was deep and strong, and had come monstus close tur bane drownded. On Peggy knowed all about Mos Tom and his uncle ol Mos Donal and his Junacy Miss Liza, and she made up her mind dat she was gwine tur do somethin' for young Mos Tom de fust chance she got. She was wonderin' what kind of goofa she could wuck for Mos Tom, who should come tur see her one day, but ol Mos Donal hissif. Now, Mos Donal come turgo tur see ol on Peggy was dis way. Mos Donal had been gittin' richer and richer, and closeter, tell he'd got so he'd must skin a flea fur his hide and talla. But he wa'n't satisfied, and he kep on projickin' wid one thing and figurin' on earnada, fur tur see how he could get mo and mo. He was already wuckin' his niggas as hard as day could stan, but he got his count book out one day and ments tur calculate it cost him tur feed his niggas, and it paid tur be a monstus sum. And he load tur hissif dat, he could feed his niggas fur bout half it had been costin' him, he'd save a heap money every year. Cos everybody knowed, and Mos Donal knowed, dat a feel han had tur have so much bacon and so much meal, and so much merlasses a week tur, make him fitten tur do his wuck. But Mos Donal load day mought be some way tur fool de niggas, somethin', so he tuck a $1 and went down tur see ol on Peggy. On Peggy laid de $1 on de mantelpiece, and he had he had to say, and den she load she'd wuck her roots, and he'd have to come back next day and fetch her at a $1, and she'd tell him he sh do. Mos Donal statted out, and bane as on Peggy's back was tunt, he load he'd take dat $1 long wid him, bane as she hadn't tol him nuffin, and he'd gin it tur her next day. But he pick up de $1, it was so hot it bunt his hand. He laid it down rail quick and went off rubbin' his hand and cussin' kinda soft tur hissif. De next day he went back, and on Peggy gun, im a goofa mixtry in a bottle. You take dis ya mixtry, says she, and put it on yo niggas rations de next time you jibs 'em out, and den stida low in yo hands a pound bacon and a peck meal, and a quat merlasses, you gin 'em half a pound bacon and half a peck meal, and a pint merlasses, and day one know de difference. Fac, dis goofa mixtry'll make de half look des lak de whole, and atta de niggas has once eat some dat, conjured meat and meal, and merlasses its gwine ter take day uptights way so day'll be des as well satisfied as f day, had a side o' bacon and a bale flour. WN Maz Donal statted way on Peggy says she. You done forget dat you the dollar, ain't you, Maz Donal? Oh, yes, Peggy, says he, but he it is. And Maz Donal reached down in his pocket and pulled out a handful gol and silver, and picked out a lead dollar and handed it ter on Peggy. On Peggy seed de dollar was bad, but she tuck it and didn't let on. But as Maz Donal was turnin' ter go way, on Peggy sprinkles somethin' on dat lead dollar, and says she, "Oh, Maz Donal kin, I get you ter change a $20 gold piece for me?" "Yas, I reckon," says he. On Peggy handed him de lead dollar, and he looked at it and bit it and sounded it on de table, and it paired ter be a brand new gold piece. So he tuck and pulled out his puss and gun on Peggy the $5 gold pieces and 5 good silver dollars, and den he tuck his goofa mixtry and went long home wid it. WN, Maz Donal had gone. On Peggy sont a mockingbird fur ter tell young Maz Tom ter came and see her. Maz Tom was gwine long de road one ebnin WN, he heard a mockingbird singin' right close ter him, and de mockingbird seemed ter be sayin', "Go see ol' on Peggy, she wants ter see you bad, she'll show you how ter get back de lan yo daddy had." Maz Tom was studyin' 'bout sompness, and he didn't pay no 'tention ter at de mockingbird say. So pretty soon he hears de mockingbird agin, "Go and see on Peggy, she wants ter see you bad, she's gwine ter heap you get back the gol yo daddy had." But Maz Tom had sompness on his min, and he was gwine on down de road right past war on Peggy lib WN de mockingbird come up and mus petched on his shoulders, and says, des as plain as ef he was talkin', "Go see ol' on Peggy, es you'll wish you had. She'll show you how ter marry de gal you want so bad." Dat happened ter be des at Maz Tom was studyin' erbout, and he ments ter low day, mought be somethin' at dis ya mockingbird say, so he up and goes ter see on Peggy. On Peggy say how glad she was ter see him, and tol him how she'd been wantin' ter do somethin' fur him. And den she splained 'bout Maz Donal, and tol Maz Tom somethin' at he must go and do. "But I ain't got no money, on Peggy," says he. "Nemine," says on Peggy, "you borry all de money you kin rake and scrape, and get all de credit you kin, and I ain't been cungin' all de say yes fur nuffin, and I'll lend you some money. But you do des as I tell you, and don't get skeet, and everything'll turn out des exactly as I say." Ol' Maz Donal sprinkled de goofa mixtry on his niggas' rations, next Sunday mornin', and den soved out half rations, des as on Peggy say, and show nuff, de niggas didn't pay ter notice no difference, des as on Peggy say. And all de week none de hands didn't say nuffin 'bout not habin' nuff ter eat, and dey paid ter be des as well satisfied as ef dey'd got dey reglar rations. Maz Donal figured up his books at der a week so and found he had saved so much money dat he ments ter wonder ef he couldn't save some mo. And bane as de niggas was all gettin' long so nice, and de cotton had been laid by, and de field hands wouldn't have ter wuck so tarrable hard fur a month so, Maz Donal lowed he'd use on Peggy's goofa some mo, and so he tuck and sprinkle some mo de mixtry on de next week's rations and den cut de rations in 2 once mo. Stid a givin' de hands a half a peck meal, and a pint merlasses and half a pound bacon, he gun 'em a quarter a peck meal, and half a pint merlasses and 4 ounces meat for a week's rations. De goofa wucked des de same as it had befo, and de niggas didn't pay ter notice no difference. Maz Donal was tickle mos ter deaf, and kept dis up right along fur the 4 weeks. But Maz Donal had been so busy figurin' up his profits and countin' his money, dat he hadn't been payin' as close 'tention ter his niggas as usual, and fust thing he knowed, WN de hard wuck begun agin, he skivad dat mos his niggas was so weak and feeble dat day, couldn't hardly get round a plantation. Pad ease f day had des use up all de strength day had, and den des all gun out at once. Cos Maz Donal got skiet, and ments ter jibim day reglar rations. But somehow nother day didn't pay ter have no uptight, and day wouldn't come fur day rations WN day week was up, but load day had nuff terless fur a mont. And meanwhiles day kep on gittin' poor and paw, and weaker, tell Maz Donal got so skiet he hastened back ter see ol' on Peggy and ax her ter take dat goofer off his niggas. On Peggy knowed Maz Donal had done 'bout cuttin' down de rations, but she wa'n't ready to finish up wid Maz Donal yit, so she didn't let on, but des gun im ernada mixtry, and tol him fur to sprinkle dat on de niggas' next rations. Mars Donal sprinkle it on, but it didn't do no good, and next week he come back agin. Dis ya mixtry ain't got no power, Peggy, says he. It ain't sturb to you the goofer atall. I don't understand dis, says on Peggy. How did you use dat fuss mixtry I gun you? Well, den Mars Donal load how he had sprinkle it on de fuss time, and how it wucked so good dat he had sprinkle it on de next time and cut de rations in two agin. Spun on Peggy, look W at you gone and done. You weren't satisfied with W at I told you, and now you gone and got everything all mess up. I knows how ter take dat fuss goofer off, but now you gone and double de strength, and I don't know whether I kin fin out how to take it off or no. Anyhow, I got ter wuck my roots for a week so befo I kin tell. NW Isles I is wuckin', you mought jib yo niggas somethin' a little betta ter eat, and dey mought pick up a little. Esposin you tries Roa's pock? So Mars Donal kilt all his hogs and fed his niggas on Roa's pock for a week, but it didn't do no good, and at der de week he went back ter on Peggy agin. I's monstus sorry, she says, but it ain't my fault. I's wuckin' my roots as hard as I kin, but I ain't found out how ter take de goofer off yet. Esposin you feed yo hands on Roa's beef for a week so. So Mars Donal kilt all his cows and fed de niggas on Roa's beef for a week, but dey didn't pick up. And all dis time day when wuckin', and Mars Donal's craps was gittin' way behin, and he was gwine mos tracted fur fear he was bleeds ter lose dem 500 niggas W at, he sought so much stow by. So he goes back ter ol on Peggy agin. Peggy, says he, you has got ter do somethin' for me, I'll be in de po house fuss thing I know. Well, says on Peggy, I's been doin' all I knows how, but dey's a root I's bleeds ter hab, and it don't grow no ha but down in Robeson County. And I got ter go down dere and gather it on a Friday night in de full de moon, and I won't be back ya for a week or 10 days. Mars Donal was mos out in his min wid waitin' and lossin' money, but esposin dem niggas dies on my hands Isles you gone, says he, W at, is I gwine ter do. On Peggy studied, and den she up and says she? Well, if dey dies I reckon you'll ha to bury 'em. Dey is one thing you mought try, and I expects it's bout der only thing W at'll keep yo niggas alive till I gets back. You mought see if dey won't eat chicken. Well, Mars Donal wanted ter save his niggas. Dey was all so po and so skinny and so feeble dat he couldn't sell 'em ter nobody, and dey wouldn't eat nuffin' so he des had ter feed 'em on chicken. He had used up all de chickens on his place. He went round ter his neighbors ter buy chickens and dey say dey was sorry, but dey'd saw all day chickens ter a man in town. Mars Donal went ter dis ya man, and he say dem chickens don't belong ter him, but ter earned a man W at was gethin' chickens fur ter ship ter Wimbledon, de nof, summers. Mars Donal say he des bleeds ter hab chickens, and fur dat man to see do you the gentleman, and ax im W at he'd take fur dem chickens. De next day de man say Mars Donal could have de chickens fur so much, which was bout twisit as much as chickens had been fetchin' in de market befo. It mos broke Mars Donal's heat, but he load dem chickens would last tell on Peggy come back and tuck de goofer offen de niggas. But der de week was wretch. Ol on Peggy hadn't come back, and Mars Donal had ter hab mo chickens. Fur chicken meat des bailey pad ter keep de niggas alive. And so he went out in de country fur ter hunt fur chickens. And everywhere he'd go, dis you the man had been befo him and had bought up all de chickens, contracted fur 'em all, and Mars Donal had ter go back ter dis man in town and pay 2 prices ter git chickens ter feed his niggas. De next week it was de same way, and Mars Donal ments ter git de sprit. He sont way off in 2 The counties, fur ter hunt chickens, but high low, no matter wha, dis you the man had been befo, tell it pad lack he had bought up all de chickens in North Carolina. But W at was driven Mars Donal mos crazy was de money he had ter spend fur de said chickens. It had mos broke his heat fur ter kill all his hogs, and he had felt wis he had to kill all his cows. But dis ya chicken business begun, it come mighty nigh ruinin' him. Fuss, he spent all de money he had saved feedin' de niggas. Den he spent all de money he had in de bank, stowed away. Den he borried all de money he could on his notes, and he des bout retched de pint wah, he'd had a mortgage his plantation fur ter raise mo money ter buy chickens fur his niggas. One day, on Peggy come back from Robeson County, and tol Mars Donal she had found de root she was lookin' fur, and gun him a mixtry fur ter take de goofer offen de niggas. Dis ya mixtry, says she, I'll fetch yo niggas up tights back and make 'em eat day rations and get day's strength back again. But you as used dat you the mixtry so strong, and put dat goofer on so hard, dat I imagine it's got in day blood. And I's feared day ain't nobody ner nuffin kin ebba take it all off nem. So I specs you'll hatta jib yo niggas chicknetlees onset a week as long as day libs, ef you wanna get de wuck out nem dat you oughta. Day was so many niggas on ol' Ma's Donald's plantation, continued Julius, and dey got scattered round so befo de war and sense. Dat day ain't hadly no colored folks in North Carolina, but WX has got some de blood dem goofed niggas in day vames. And so ebba since den, all de niggas in North Carolina has hab chicknetlees onset week fur keep day health and strength. And dats wi culu folks lacks chicken modern w8 folks. What became of Tom and his sweetheart? Asked my wife. Yasm, said Julius. I was a common dat. De next week at a de goofa was tuck offen de niggas. Ma's Tom come down on Peggy, and paid her back de money he borrowed. And he told on Peggy he had made mo money buyin' chickens and sellin' 'em his Uncle Donald dan his daddy had left him and he died. And he say he was gwine marry Miss Leeser and buy a big plantation and a lot niggas and haul up his head mongs de big W8 folks des lack he oughta. And he told on Peggy he was much bleeds her. And if she got tid cunjin and want a res and lib easy, she could have a cabin on his plantation and a stool by his kitchen fire, and all de chicken and wheat bread she want to eat, and all de turbacca she want to smoke as long as she mought stay in dis whirl sin and sorrow. I had occasion to visit the other end of the vineyard shortly after Julius had gone shambling down the yard toward the barn. I left word that the constable should be asked to wait until my return. I was detained longer than I expected, and when I came back I asked if the officer had arrived. Yes, my wife replied, he came. Where is he? I asked. Why, he's gone. Did he take the chicken thief? I'll tell you, John, said my wife with a fine, thoughtful look. I've been thinking more or less about the influence of heredity and environment and the degree of our responsibility for the things we do, and while I have not been able to get everything reasoned out, I think I can trust my intuitions. The constable came a while after you left, but I told him that you had changed your mind and that he might send in his bill for time lost and you would pay for it. And what am I going to do with Sam Jones? I asked. Oh, she replied. I told Julius he might unlock the smokehouse and let him go. Po Sandy on the northeast corner of my vineyard in central North Carolina, and fronting on the Lumberton Plank Road, there stood a small frame house of the simplest construction. It was built of pine lumber and contained but one room, to which one window gave light and one door admission. Its weather-beaten sides revealed a virgin innocence of paint. Against one end of the house, and occupying half its width, there stood a huge brick chimney. The crumbling mortar had left large cracks between the bricks. The bricks themselves had begun to scale off in large flakes, leaving the chimney sprinkled with unsightly blotches. These evidences of decay were but partially concealed by a creeping vine, which extended its slender branches hither and thither in an ambitious but futile attempt to cover the whole chimney. The wooden shutter, which had once protected the unglazed window, had fallen from its hinges, and lay rotting in the rank grass and jimson weeds beneath. This building, I learned when I bought the place, had been used as a schoolhouse for several years prior to the breaking out of the war, since which time it had remained unoccupied, save when some stray cow or vagrant hog had sought shelter within its walls from the chill rains and nipping winds of winter. One day my wife requested me to build her a new kitchen. The house erected by us, when we first came to live upon the vineyard, contained a very conveniently arranged kitchen, but for some occult reason, my wife wanted a kitchen in the backyard, apart from the dwelling house, after the usual southern fashion. Of course I had to build it. To save expense, I decided to tear down the old schoolhouse and use the lumber, which was in a good state of preservation, in the construction of the new kitchen. Before demolishing the old house, however, I made an estimate of the amount of material contained in it, and found that I would have to buy several 100 feet of lumber additional in order to build the new kitchen according to my wife's plan. One morning old Julius McAdoo, our colored coachman, harnessed the gray mare to the rockaway and drove my wife and me over to the sawmill from which I meant to order the new lumber. We drove down the long lane which led from our house to the plank road. Following the plank road for about a mile, we turned into a road running through the forest and across the swamp to the sawmill beyond. Our carriage jolted over the half-rutted corduroy road which traversed the swamp, and then climbed the long hill leading to the sawmill. When we reached the mill, the foreman had gone over to a neighboring farmhouse, probably to smoke or gossip, and we were compelled to await his return before we could transact our business. We remained seated in the carriage, a few rods from the mill, and watched the leisurely movements of the mill hands. We had not waited long before a huge pine log was placed in position, the machinery of the mill was set in motion, and the circular saw began to eat its way through the log, with a loud whir which resounded throughout the vicinity of the mill. The sound rose and fell in a sort of rhythmic cadence, which, heard from where we sat, was not unpleasing, and not loud enough to prevent conversation. When the saw started on its second journey through the log, Julius observed, in a lugubrious tone and with a perceptible shudder, "Ugh, but dat des do cuddle my blood." "What's the matter, Uncle Julius?" inquired my wife, who is of a very sympathetic turn of mind. "Does the noise affect your nerves?" "No, Miss Annie," replied the old man with emotion. "I ain't novice, but dat saw, a cuttin' and grindin' through dat stick timber, and moanin', and groanin', and squeakin', cause my membance back ter old times, and mins me po Sandy." The pathetic intonation with which he lengthened out the po Sandy touched a responsive chord in our own hearts. "And who was poor Sandy?" asked my wife, who takes a deep interest in the stories of plantation life which she hears from the lips of the older colored people. Some of these stories are quaintly humorous, others wildly extravagant, revealing the oriental cast of the Negro's imagination, while others, pawed freely into the sympathetic ear of a northern-bred woman, disclose many a tragic incident of the darker side of slavery. "Sandy," said Julius, in reply to my wife's question, "was a nigger W at Uzetta belonged ter ol' Mars Marabo McSwain. Mars Marabo's place was on de other side in de swamp, right next ter yo place. Sandy was a monstrous good nigger, and could do so many things erbout a plantation, and alluz tend ter his wuck so well. Dat WN, Mars Marabo's chillens growed up and married off. Dey all wanted dey daddy fur ter gin Sandy fur a weddin' present. But Mars Marabo knowed de res wouldn't be satisfied ef he gin Sandy ter one So WN day was all done married. He fix it by lowin' one his chillens ter take Sandy fur a month so, and den Ernada for a month so. And so on dat, we tell day had all had de same length time. And den day would all take him round agin, sep'n onset in a WN Mars Marabo would len him ter some his youth kinfolks round a country. WN day was shot hands. Tell by mebbe it got so Sandy didn't hardly knowed while he was gwine ter stay from 1 week's een ter de youtha. One time WN Sandy was lent out as usual. A speculator come erlong wid a lot niggers, and Mars Marabo swap Sandy's wife off fur a new man. WN Sandy come back. Mars Marabo gin him a dollar, and load he was monstrous sorry fur ter break up de fambly, but de speculator had gin him big boot, and times was hard and money scase, and so he was bleeds ter make de trade. Sandy tuck on some bout lossin' his wife, but he soon seed dey want no use cryin' oba spilt merlasses, and bane as he lacked de looks de nuo man, he tuck up wid her at as she'd been on de plantation a month so. Sandy his new wife got on mighty well turgda, and de niggers all ments ter talk about how lovin' day was. WN Tenny was tuck sick onset, Sandy Uzetta set up all night wid and den go ter wuck in de monin des lack he had his reglaw sleep. And Tenny would 'a done anythin' in de world for her Sandy. Sandy and Tenny hadn't been libin' turged a fur moderen 2 months befo Mars Marabo's old uncle. W lived down in Robeson County. Sent up ter fin out Mars Marabo, couldn't len him hire him a good hen fur a month so. Sandy's master was one to say your easy gwine folks want to please everybody, and he says yas, he could len him Sandy. And Mars Marabo tol Sandy fur ter get ready ter go down ter Robeson next day, fur ter stay a month so. It was monstrous hard on Sandy fur ter take him way from Tenny. It was so fur down ter Robeson that he didn't have no chance comin' back ter see her till de time was up. He wouldn't a mind comin' 10 or 15 mile at night ter see Tenny, but Mars Marabo's uncle's plantation was moderen 40 mile off. Sandy was mighty sad and cast down at at Mars Marabo tol him, and he says ter Tenny, says he, I'm gittin' monstrous titter dishagwine round so much. Here I is lent ter Mars James dis mont, and I got ter do so and so, and ter Mars Archie de next mont, and I got ter do so and so. Den I got ter go ter Miss Jinny's, and hit Sandy dis and Sandy dat, and Sandy your and Sandy dera, tell it pairs ter me I ain't got no home, ner no master, ner no mistress, ner no nuffin. I can't eben keep a wife. My youther ol' o' man was sol away widout my gittin' a chance fur ter tell her goodbye. And now I got ter go off and leave you, Tenny, and I dunno where I'm ebba gwine ter see you agin no. I wished I was a tree, a stump, a rock, somethin' at could stay on de plantation fur a while. Atta Sandy got through talkin'. Tenny didn't say nae word, but des sot Dara by de fear, studyin' and studyin'. By mebbe she up and says, Sandy, is I ebba tell you I was a Conjure o' man? 'Cause Sandy hadn't nebba dremp nuffin like dat, and he made a great moration he hear at Tenny say. By mebbe Tenny went on, I ain't goofed nobody, ner done no Conjure wuck, fur 15 year or mo, and I got religion I made up my mind I wouldn't wuck no mo goofa. But dey is some things I don't believe it's no sin fur ter do. And if you don't want to be sent round from pilla ter pos, and if you don't want to go down ter Robeson, I kin fix things so you won't have ter. If you'll des say de word, I kin turn you ter W8 be you want to be, and you kin stay right while you wanta, as long as you minda. Sandy say he don't care, he's willin' fur ter do anythin' fur ter stay close ter Tenny. Den Tenny ax him if he don't want to be turned into a rabbit. Sandy say, no, de dogs mought get at me. Shall I turn you ter a wolf? Says Tenny. No, everybody's scared a wolf, and I don't want nobody ter be scared me. Shall I turn you ter a mockingbird? No, a hawk mought catch me. I want to be turned in ter somethin' at'll stay in one place. I kin turn you ter a tree, says Tenny. You won't have no moof ner years, but I kin turn you back on sit in a while, so you kin get somethin' ter eat, and here at's gwine on. Well, Sandy say dat'll do. And so Tenny tuck him down by der age de swamp, not fur fum de quatas, and turned him inter a big pine tree, and sot him out mong some the trees. And de next mornin', as some de feel hands was gwine long dera, dey seed a tree at dey didn't member habin seed befo. It was monstrous quare, and dey was bleeds ter low dat dey hadn't membered right, s1 de saplins had been growin' monstrous fas. Mas marabo skiva dat Sandy was gone, he load Sandy had runned away. He got de dogs out, but de last place dey could track Sandy ter was de foot dat pine tree. And dera de dogs stood and balked, and bayed, and pawed at de tree, and tried ter climb up on it. And day was tuck round through de swamp ter look fur descent. Day broke loose and made fur dat tree agin. It was de Beatney's thing de white folks ebba hien of. And Mas Marabo load dat Sandy musta climb up on de tree and jump off on a mule somethin', and rid fur fur ter spile descent. Mas Marabo wanted ter cuse some do you the niggas heppin' Sandy off, but dey all night at ter de las. And everybody knowed Tenny sought too much stow by Sandy fur ter heap him run away, while she couldn't nebba see him no mo. Sandy had been gone long fur folks ter think he done got clean away. Tenny use it to go down ter de woods at night and turn him back. And den dey'd slip up ter de cabin and set by de fire and talk. But dey ha ter be monstrous careful, as somebody would a seed em, and dat would a spiled de whole thing. So Tenny aluz turnt Sandy back in de mornin' early, before anybody was a stirrin'. But Sandy didn't get erlong widout his trials and tribulations. One day, a woodpecker come erlong and mence ter peck at de tree, and de next time Sandy was turnt back, he had a little round hole in his arm, des like a sharp stick been stuck in it. At a dat Tenny sawed a sparrowhawk fur ter watch de tree, and de woodpecker come erlong next mornin' fur ter finish his nest. He got gobble up musfo he stuck his bill in de bark. Not a time, Mas Marabo sent a nigger out in de woods fur ter chop tuppentime boxes. De man chop a box in dish a tree, and hack de bark up 2 the feet, fur ter let de tuppentime run. De next time Sandy was turnt back he had a big skyar on his left leg, des like it been skunt, and it tuck Tenny nigh bout all night fur ter fix a mixtry ter kyo it up. At a dat, Tenny sawed a honnet fur ter watch de tree. NWN de nigga come back agin fur ter cut a box on de the side in de tree. De honnet stung him so hard dat der axe slip and cut his foot nigh bout off. Tenny see so many things happen in ter de tree. She cluded she'd ha ter turn Sandy ter sumpness, and at a studyin' de matter oba, and talkin' wid Sandy one ebbenin, she made up her mind fur ter fix up a goofa mixtry would turn herself and Sandy ter foxes, sumpin', so dey could run away and go summers, while dey could be free and lib like folks. But dey ain't no tellin at's gwine ter happen in dis world. Tenny had got de night sought fur her and Sandy tur run away. And dat vey day one, Mas Marabo's sons rid up tur de big house in his buggy, and say his wife was monstrous sick, and he want his mammy tur len him a man fur tur nuss his wife. Tenny's mistus say send Tenny. She was a good nuss. Young Mas was in a terrible hurry fur tur get back home. Tenny was washin' at de big house dat day, and her mistus say she should go right long wid her young masta. Tenny tried tur make some 'scuse fur tur get away and hide tell night. She would have everything fix up fur her and Sandy. She say she want to go tur her cabin fur tur get her bonnet. Her mistus say it don't mat about de bonnet, her head hanksha was good enough. Den Tenny say she want to get her best frock. Her mistus say no, she don't need no mo frock. And dat one got dirty, she could get a clean one while she was gwine. So Tenny had tur get in de buggy and go long wid young Mas Duncan tur his plantation, which was mo deren, 20 mile away. And dey want no chance her seein' Sandy no motel she come back home. De po gal felt monstrous bad bout de way things was gwine on, and she knowed Sandy must be a wonderin' why she didn't come and turn him back no mo. Whiles Tenny was away nussin' young Mas Duncan's wife, Mas Marabo, tuck a notion fur tur bill im a new kitchen. And bane as he had lots timber on his place, he begun tur look round fur a tree tur hab de lumba sawed outen. And I dunno how it come to be so, but he happened fur tur hit on de vey tree at Sandy was turnt in tur. Tenny was gone, and dey want nobody ner nuffin fur tur watch de tree. De two men at cut de tree down say dey nebba had such a time wid a tree befo. Dey axes would glanch off, and didn't pa tur make no progress through de wood. And of all de creakin', and shackin', and wobblin' you ebba see, dat tree done at and it commenced tur fall. It was de beatinese thing? Dey got de tree all trim up, dey chain it up tur a timber wagon, and stot fur de sawmill. But dey had a hard time gettin' de log dera. Fust dey got stuck in de mud dey was gwine cross de swamp, and it was 2 hours before dey could get out. Dey stot on agon, de chain kep a comin' loose, and dey had tur keep a stoppin' fur tur hitch de log up agon. Dey commenced tur climb de hill tur de sawmill, de log broke loose, and roll down de hill and in mongs de trees, and hit tuck nigh bout half a day mo tur get it haul up tur de sawmill. De next mornin' atta de day de tree was haul tur de sawmill, Tenny come home. She got back to her cabin. De fust thing she done was tur run down tur de woods and see how Sandy was gettin' on. She seed de stump standin' dera, wid de sap runnin' out'n it, and de limbs layin' scattered round. She nigh bout went out in her min. She run tur her cabin, and got her goofa mixtry, and den followed de track de timba wagon tur de sawmill. She knowed Sandy couldn't lib mo deren a minute so ef she turned him back, fur he was all chop up so he'd a been bleeds tur die. But she wanted tur turn him back long enough fur tur splain tur im dat, she hadn't went off a purpose, and left him tur be chopped down and sawed up. She didn't want Sandy tur die wid no hard feelin's tids her. De hands at de sawmill had des got de big log on de carriage, and was startin' up de saw. Dey see de man runnin' up de hill, all out breath, cryin' and gwine on des lack she was plumb stracted. It was Tenny, she come right in tur de mill, and tho'd hersef on de log, right in front de saw, a hollerin' and cryin' tur her Sandy tur furgib her, and not tur think hard her, fur it wa'n't no fault hern. Den Tenny membed de tree didn't have no years, and she was gettin' ready fur tur wuk her goofa mixtry so as tur turn Sandy back. De mill hands cotch holt her and tied her arms wid a rope, and fasten her to one de posts in de sawmill. And den dey started de saw up agon, and cut de log up in tur bodes and scantlins right befo her eyes. But it was mighty hard wuck, fur of all de squeakin', and moanin', and groanin', dat log done at Whiles de saw was a cuttin' through it. De saw was one de say your old-timey, up-and-down saws, and hit tuck longa dem days tur saw a log in it do now. Dey greased de saw, but dat didn't stop de fuss. Hit kep right on, tell Finley dey got de log all sawed up. Der obc at run de sawmill come from breakfast. De hands up and tell him bout de crazy man. As dey esposed she was, at had come runnin' in de sawmill, a hollerin' and gwine on, and tried tur tho hersef befo de saw. And der obc sent 2 de hands fur tur take Tenny back tur her masta's plantation. Tenny pad tur be out in her min for a long time, and her masta ha tur lock her up into smoke ooze till she got over her spells. Maz Marabo was monstrous mad, and hit would a made yo flesh crawl fur ter hear him cuss. Kays he say to speculate a w at, he got Tenny fum had fooled him by wuckin' a crazy o man off on him. Whiles Tenny was lock up in de smoke ooze, Maz Marabo tuck en haul de lumber fum de sawmill, and put up his new kitchen. WN Tenny got quiet down, so she could be load ter go round a plantation. She up and told her master all erbout Sandy and de pine tree. NWN Maz Marabo hien it. He load she was de wuss stracted nigga he ebba hien of. He didn't know w at ter do wid Tenny. Fuss he thought he'd put her in de paw house. But Finley, seein' as she didn't do no harm ter nobody ner nuffin, but des went round moanin', and groanin', and shackin' her head. He cluded ter let her stay on de plantation and nuss de little nigga chillins WN day mammas, was ter wuck in de cotton field. De new kitchen, Maz Marabo bill wasn't much use. Fur it hadn't been put up long befo de niggas, ments ter notice, queer things erbout it. Dey could hear somethin' moanin' and groanin' bout de kitchen in de night time, and WN de wind would blow day, could hear somethin' a hollerin' and squeakin' lack it was in great pain and sufferin', and it got so at her a while dat, it was all Maz Marabo's wife, could do ter get a man ter stay in de kitchen in de daytime long enough, ter do de cookin'. En dey wa'n't na nigger on de plantation, at wouldn't rudda take 40 dan ter go bout dat kitchen at a dock, dat is, 7 Tenny. She didn't pay ter min de hants. She use at a slip round at night, and sat on de kitchen steps, and lean up again to do jam, and run on ter, hersef wid some kind, foolishness at nobody couldn't make out. Fur Maz Marabo had eaten ter send her often to plantation, ef she say anything ter any do, you the niggas bout de pine tree. But somehow, nutta de niggas found out all bout it, and dey all knowed de kitchen was hanted by Sandy's spirit. And by mebbe hit got so Maz Marabo's wife hersef was skeered ter go out in de yard at a dock. WN it come ter dat. Maz Marabo tuck en to de kitchen down, and used de lumba fur ter build dat old schoolhouse at you talkin' bout pullin' down. De schoolhouse wasn't used seppin' in de daytime, and on dock nights folks gwine long de road would hear queer sounds and see queer things. Po old Tenny use etta go down dere at night, and wander round de schoolhouse, and de niggas all load she went fur ter talk wid Sandy's spirit. And one winter mornin', WN one de boys went ter school early fur ter stot de fire. At should he fin but po old Tenny, layin' on de floe, stiff, and call, and dead. Dara didn't pay ter be nuffin' perticla de matta wid her. She had des grieve hersef ter deaf for her Sandy. Maz Marabo didn't shed no tears. He thought Tenny was crazy, and dey wa'n't no tellin' at she mought do nex. And dey ain't much room in dis world fur crazy white folks, let lone a crazy nigga. Hit wa'n't long at a dat befo Maz Marabo saw a piece his track land ter Maz Jugal McAdoo, my ol' masta, and dat's how der ol' schoolhouse happened to be on yo place. WN de wa broke out, de school stop, and der ol' schoolhouse been standin' empty ever since, dat is, seppin' fur de hants. En folks says dat der ol' schoolhouse, any you the house at got any dat lumber in it at, was sawed out in de tree at Sandy was turned in ter, is gwine ter be hanted tell de las piece plank is rotted and crumble in ter dus. Annie had listened to this gruesome narrative with strained attention. What a system it was, she exclaimed, when Julius had finished, under which such things were possible. What things? I asked in amazement. Are you seriously considering the possibility of a man's being turned into a tree? Oh no, she replied quickly. Not that. And then she murmured absently, and with a dim look in her fine eyes, poor Tenny. We ordered the lumber and returned home. That night after we had gone to bed, and my wife had to all appearances been sound asleep for half an hour, she startled me out of an incipient doze by exclaiming suddenly, John, I don't believe I want my new kitchen built out of the lumber in that old schoolhouse. You wouldn't for a moment allow yourself, I replied, with some asperity, to be influenced by that absurdly impossible yarn which Julius was spinning today? I know the story is absurd, she replied dreamily, and I am not so silly as to believe it, but I don't think I should ever be able to take any pleasure in that kitchen if it were built out of that lumber. Besides, I think the kitchen would look better and last longer if the lumber were all new. Of course she had her way. I bought the new lumber, though not without grumbling. A week or two later I was called away from home on business. On my return, after an absence of several days, my wife remarked to me, John, there has been a split in the Sandy Run Colored Baptist Church, on the temperance question. About half the members have come out from the main body and set up for themselves. Uncle Julius is one of the cestas, and he came to me yesterday and asked if they might not hold their meetings in the old schoolhouse for the present. I hope you didn't let the old rascal have it, I returned, with some warmth. I had just received a bill for the new lumber I had bought. Well, she replied, I couldn't refuse him the use of the house for so good a purpose. And I'll venture to say, I continued, that you subscribed something toward the support of the new church. She did not attempt to deny it. What are they going to do about the ghost? I asked, somewhat curious to know how Julius would get around this obstacle. Oh, replied Annie, Uncle Julius says that ghosts never disturb religious worship, but that if Sandy's spirit should happen to stray into meeting by mistake, no doubt the preaching would do it good. Sis Becky's pickaninny, we had not lived in North Carolina very long before I was able to note a marked improvement in my wife's health. The ozone-laden air of the surrounding piney woods, the mild and equable climate, the peaceful leisure of country life, had brought about in hopeful measure the cure we had anticipated. Toward the end of our second year, however, her ailment took an unexpected turn for the worse. She became the victim of a settled melancholy, attended with vague forebodings of impending misfortune. You must keep up her spirits, said our physician, the best in the neighboring town. This melancholy lowers her tone too much, tends to lessen her strength, and, if it continue too long, may be fraught with grave consequences. I tried various expedients to cheer her up. I read novels to her. I had the hands-on-the-place come up in the evening and serenade her with plantation songs. Friends came in sometimes and talked, and frequent letters from the north kept her in touch with her former home. But nothing seemed to rouse her from the depression into which she had fallen. One pleasant afternoon in spring, I placed an armchair in a shaded portion of the front piazza, and filling it with pillows, led my wife out of the house, and seated her where she would have the pleasantest view of a somewhat monotonous scenery. She was scarcely placed when old Julius came through the yard, and taking off his tattered straw hat, inquired, somewhat anxiously, "How is you feelin' dis at noon, ma'am?" "She is not very cheerful, Julius," I said. My wife was apparently without energy enough to speak for herself. The old man did not seem inclined to go away, so I asked him to sit down. I had noticed, as he came up, that he held some small object in his hand. When he had taken his seat on the top step, he kept fingering this object. What it was I could not quite make out. "What is that you have there, Julius?" I asked with mild curiosity. "Dis is my rabbit foot, sir." This was at a time before this curious superstition had attained its present jocular popularity among white people, and while I had heard of it before, it had not yet outgrown the charm of novelty. "What do you do with it?" "I cures it wid me fur luck, sir." "Julius," I observed, half to him and half to my wife, "your people will never rise in the world until they throw off these childish superstitions and learn to live by the light of reason and common sense. How absurd to imagine that the forefoot of a poor dead rabbit, with which he timorously felt his way along through a life surrounded by snares and pitfalls, beset by enemies on every hand, can promote happiness or success, or ward off failure or misfortune." "It is ridiculous," assented my wife, with faint interest. "Dat's what I tells de send niggas round he," said Julius. "De faux foot ain't got no power. It has turby de hin foot, sah, de left hin foot a grabied rabbit, kilt by a cross-eyed nigger on a dak night in de full de moon. They must be very rare and valuable," I said. "Dey is kinda scarce, sah, and dey ain't no mount money could buy mine, sah. I mought lend it ter anybody I sot stow by, but I wouldn't sell it, no indeed, sah, I wouldn't." "How do you know it brings good luck?" I asked. "'Cause I ain't had no bad luck since I had it, sah, and I's had dis rabbit foot for 40 years. I had a good master befo' de war, and I went sol way, and I was sot free, and dat us all good luck." "But that doesn't prove anything," I rejoined. "Many other people have gone through a similar experience, and probably more than one of them had no rabbit's foot." "Law, sah, you don't have to prove 'bout de rabbit foot. Everybody knows dat. Leastways, everybody round he knows it. But ef it has be proved ter folks at want born and raised in dis neighborhood, dey is a easy way ter prove it. Is I ebba tol you de tale Sis Becky and her pickaninny?" "No," I said. "Let us hear it." I thought perhaps the story might interest my wife as much or more than the novel I had meant to read from. "Dis you Becky," Julius began, "Usetta belonged ter ol' Cunnel Penletton, who owned a plantation down on de Wimbledon Road, 'bout 10 miles from he, des befo' you gets ter Black Swamp. Dis you Becky was a field hand, and a monstrous good un. She had a husband onset, a nigger belonged on de next plantation, but de man owned her husband died, and his land and his niggas had ter be sol fur ter pay his debts. Cunnel Penleton load he'd a bought dis nigga, but he had been bettin' on hoss races, and didn't have no money, and so Becky's husband was Sol Irway ter Fugini. Cos Becky went on some bout lossin' her man, but she couldn't heap herself, and sides dat, she had her pickaninny fur ter comfort her. Dis little mose was de cutes, blackest, shiny-eyed little nigga you ebba laid eyes on, and he was as fun his mammy as his mammy was him. Cos Becky had ter wuck and didn't have much time ter wuss wid her baby. Ol on Nancy, de plantation nuss down at de Quatas, use etta take care little mose in de daytime, and atta de niggas comin' fum de cotton field Becky ud get her chili and kiss him and nuss him, and keep him tel mornin'. And on Sundays she'd have him in her cabin wid her all day long. Sis Becky had got sought a use etta gittin' long widout her husband. One day Cunnel Penleton went ter de races. Cos he went ter de races, he tuck his hosses, and cos he bet on his own hosses, and cos he lost his money, fur Cunnel Penleton didn't never have no luck wid his hosses, ef he did keep hisef po projeckin' wid him. But dis time, dey was a hoss named Lightnin' Bug, at belonged ter a man, and dis hoss won de sweepstakes. And Cunnel Penleton tuck a lackin' ter dat hoss, and ax his own at he was willin' ter take fur him. I'll take $1,000 fur dat hoss, says dis man, who had a big plantation down to'ds Wimbledon, while he raise hosses fur ter race and ter sell. Well, Cunnel Penleton scratch his head, and wonder why he was gwine ter raise $1,000, and he didn't see des how he could do it, fur he owed as much as he could borry already on de skyoity he could jib. But he was des bound ter hab dat hoss, so says he, I'll jib you my note fur leavin' $100 fur dat hoss. Do you the man shuck his head, and says he, yo note sa is betta and gall, I don't doubt, but I has made it a rule in my business not ter take no notes from nobody. Howsomba, sa, ef you is kinda shot funds, most likely we can make some kin bargain. N.W. Isles we is talkin', I mought as well say dat I needs earned a good nigga down on my place. Ef you is got a good one ter spa, I mought trade wid you. Now, Cunnel Penleton didn't rally have no niggas fur ter spa, but he load ter hisef he was des bleeds ter hab dat hoss. And so he says he? Well, I don't lack ter, but I reckon I'll have ter. You come out ter my plantation termorer and look oba my niggas, and pick out de one you wants. So show nuff next day dis ye man come out ter Cunnel Penleton's place and rid round de plantation and glanched at de niggas, and who sht pick out fum em all, but sis Becky. I needs a new nigga o man down ter my place, says he, fur ter cook and wash, and so on. And dat young o man'll des fill de bill. You gimme her, and you can have Lightnin' Bug. Now, Cunnel Penleton didn't lack ter trade sis Becky, cause she was nigh bout de best feelhan he had. And sides, Ma's Cunnel didn't kia ter take de mamma's way from day chillin' Isles de chillin' was little. But dis man say he want Becky, s Cunnel Penleton couldn't have de race hoss. Well, says de Cunnel, you kin have de o man, but I don't lack ter send her way from her baby. W'at'll you gimme fur dat nigga baby? I don't want de baby, says de you the man, I ain't got no use fur de baby. I tell you W'at I'll do, lows Cunnel Penleton, I'll tho dat pickaninny in fur good measure. But de you the man shuck his head. No, says he, I's much bleedzed, but I don't raise niggas. I raises hosses, and I don't wanna be botherin' wid no nigga babies. Ne mind de baby. I'll keep dat o man so busy she'll furget de baby. Fur niggas is made ter wuck, and dey ain't got no time fur no sich foolishness as babies. Cunnel Penleton didn't want to hut Becky's feelin's. Fur Cunnel Penleton was a kin-heated man, and nebba lack ter make no trouble fur nobody. And so he told Becky he was gwine send her down ter Robeson County for a day so, ter heap out his son-in-law in his wuck. And bane as dis you the man was gwine dat way, he had ax him ter take her long in his buggy. Kin, I cow little mos wid me masta? Ax sis Becky. No, says de Cunnel, as ef he was studyin' whether ter let her take him or no. I reckon you betta let on Nancy look at a yo baby fur de day two you'll be gone, and she'll see dat he gets enough ter eat till you gets back. So sis Becky hug and kiss little mos, and tell him ter be a good little pickaninny, and take care hisef, and not furget his mammy Isles she was gone. And little mos put his arms round his mammy and laughed and crowed des, lack it was monstus fine fun fur his mammy ter go way and leave him. Well, dis ya hoss trada statted out wid Becky, and by mebbe, at a day'd gone down to Lumbeton Road fur a few miles so. Dis man tunt round in a different direction, and kept goin' dat way, tell by mebbe sis Becky up and ax him, He was gwine ter Robeson County by a new road. No, nigga, says he, I ain't gwine ter Robeson County at all. I's gwine ter Bladen County, while my plantation is, and where I raises all my hosses. But how is I gwine ter get ter Miss Laura's plantation down in Robeson County? Says Becky, wid her heat in her moof. Fur she ments ter get skid all a sudden. You ain't gwine ter get dere at all, says de man. You belongs ter me now, fur I done traded my best race hoss fur you, wid yo ol masta. Ef you is a good gal, I'll treat you right, and ef you don't behave yossef, WIWS happens'll be yo own fault. Cuss sis Becky cried and went on bout her pickaninny, but cuss it didn't do no good, and by mebbe dey got down ter dis man's place, and he put sis Becky ter wuck, and forget all bout her habin' a pickaninny. Meanwhiles, WN Ebenin come, de day sis Becky was tuck way, little most ments ter get restless, and by mebbe, WN his mammy didn't come, he started ter cry fur On Nancy fed him and rocked him, and Finley he des cried and cried till he cried hissef ter sleep. De next day he didn't pa ter be as piet as usual. NWN night come, he fretted and went on wuss en he did de night befo. De next day his little eyes ments ter lose day shine, and he wouldn't eat nuffin, and he ments ter look so peaked dat, on Nancy tuck, and kied him up ter de big house, and showed him ter her ol missus. And her ol missus gun her some medicine fur him, and load ef he didn't get no betta she sh'd fetch him up ter de big house agin, and dey'd hab a doctor, and nuss little mos up dera. Fur on Nancy's ol missus load he was a lackly little nigger and wuth raisin. But on Nancy had on ter lack little mos, and she didn't want to have him tuck up ter de big house. And so WN he didn't get no betta, she gathered a mess green peas, and tucked de peas and de baby, and went ter see ol on Peggy, de Conjure man down by de Wimbledon road. She gun on Peggy de mess peas, and tol her all bout sis Becky and little mos. Dat is a monstrous small mess peas you is fotch me, says on Peggy, says she. Yas, I knows, load on Nancy, but dis yer is a monstrous small pickaninny. You'll have to fetch me somethin' mo, says on Peggy, fur you can't spec me ter wuss my time diggin' roots and wuckin' conjation fur nuffin. All right, says on Nancy, I'll fetch you somethin' mo next time. You betta, says on Peggy, Dale be trouble. What dis your little pickaninny needs is ter see his mammy. You leave him he tell Ebenin and I'll show him his mammy. So WN on Nancy had gone way, on Peggy tuck and wucked her roots, and tunt little most ter a hummingbird, and sont him off fur ter fin his mammy. So little mos flewed, and flewed away, tell by mebbe he got ter de place wa sis Becky belonged. He seed his mammy wuckin' round de yed, and he could tell fum lookin' at her dat, she was trouble in her min bout sompin, and feelin' kin Polly. Sis Becky heerd sompin hummin' round her, sweet and low. Fuss she lowed it was a hummin' bird. Den she thought it sounded like her little mos croonin' on her Bria's way back yander under old plantation. And she des magin it was her little mos, and it made her feel betta, and she went on bout her wuck pieta, and she'd done since she'd been down dera. Little mos stayed round till late in der Ebenin, and den flewed back as hot as he could ter on Peggy. As fur sis Becky, she dreamt all dat night dat she was holdin' her pickaninny in her arms, and kissin' him, and nussin' him, des lack she used to do back on der old plantation while he was bon. And fur fo days, sis Becky went bout her wuck wid mo spirit dan she'd showed sense she'd been down dera ter dis man's plantation. De next day atta he come back, little mos was mo pieter and betta, and he had been fur a long time. But tids der de week he ments ter get restless agin, and stop eatin', and on Nancy kied him down ter on Peggy once mo, and she tunt him ter a mockingbird dis time, and sont him off ter see his mammy agin. It didn't take him long fur ter get dera, NWN he did. He seed his mammy standin' in de kitchen, lookin' back in de direction, little mos was comin' fum. Day was tears in her eyes, and she looked mo Polly and peaked and she had WN he was down dera befo. So little mos sot on a tree in de yid and sung, des fitten ter split his throat. Fuss sis Becky didn't notice him much, but dis mockingbird kept stayin' round de house all day, and by mebbe sis Becky des magin dat mockingbird was her little mos crowin' and crowin'. Des lack he use it to do WN, his mammy would come home at night from de cotton field. De mockingbird stayed round dera moss all day, and WN sis Becky went out in de yed one time. Dis mockingbird lit on her shoulder and peck at de piece bread she was eatin', and flutted his wings so dey rub up agin de side her head. NWN, he flewed away long late in der Ebenin. des fo sundown. Sis Becky felt mo betta, and she had sensed she had heard dat hummingbird a week so pass. And dat night she dreamt bout old times again, des lack she did befo. But dis ya totin little most down ter ol on Peggy, and dis ya gittin things fur ter pay to Conjure man, use up a lot on Nancy's time, and she begun ter get kinda tid. Sides dat, WN Sis Becky had been on de plantation, she had used it a heap on Nancy wid de young uns ebenins and Sundays, and on Nancy ments ter miss monstus, specially since she got a tech de roommate is hersef, and so she lows ter ol on Peggy one day. On Peggy, ain day no way you can fetch Sis Becky back home? Huh, says on Peggy, I dunno bout dat. I'll have to wuck my roots and fin out whether I kin or no. But it'll take a monstus heap wuck, and I can't wuss my time fur nuffin. Ef you'll fetch me somethin' ter pay me fur my trouble, I reckon we can fix it. So next day, on Nancy went down ter see on Peggy agin. On Peggy, says she, I is fotch you my best Sunday head handkercha. Will dat do? On Peggy look at de head handkercha, and run her hand over it, and says she, Yas, dat'll do fuss rate. I's been wuckin' my roots since you been gone, and I lows most likely I kin get Sis Becky back, but it's gwine take figurin' and studyin' as well as conjun'. De fuss thing ter do'll be ter stop fetchin' dat pickaninny down he, and not sen' him ter see his mammy no mo. Ef he gets too polly, you lemme know, and I'll jib you some kin mixtry fur ter make him furgit Sis Becky for a week so. So lest you comes fur dat, you neena come back ter see me no mo till I sends fur you. So on Peggy sont on Nancy way, and de fuss thing she done was ter call a honnet from a nest under her eaves. You go up ter Cunnel Penletton's stable, honnet, says she, and sting de knees de race hoss name lightnin' bug, be show and get de right one. So de honnet flewed up ter Cunnel Penletton's stable, and stung lightnin' bug round de legs, and de next mornin' lightnin' bug's knees was all swole up, twiced as big as dey oughta be. WN Cunnel Penletton went out ter de stable, and see de hoss's legs, hit would a des made you trimble, like a leaf fur ter he him cuss dat hoss trada. Howsomba, he cool off by mebby and told de stable boy fur ter rub lightnin' bug's legs wid some linimum. De boy done as his master tol him, and by de next day de swellin' had gone down considerable. On Peggy had sont a sparrow, Wet had a nest in one de trees close ter her cabin, fur ter watch Wet was gwine on round de big house. And WN, dis ya sparrow tol de hoss was gittin' oba de swellin'. She sont de honnet back fur ter sting is knees some mo, and de next mornin' lightnin' bug's legs was swole up wis en befo. Well, dis time Cunnel Penletton was mad thu, and all de way round, and he cussed dat hoss trader up and down, from a ter isid. He cussed so hard dat de stable boy got mos skeered ter deaf, and went off and hid hissef in de hay. As fur Cunnel Penletton, he went right up ter de house and got out his pen and ink, and tuck off his coat and roll up his sleeves, and writ a letter ter dis ya hoss trada, and says he, You is sol me a hoss Wet is got a ringbone a spavin somethin', and Wet, I paid you fur, was a sound hoss. I wants you ter send my nigga o man back and take yo ol hoss, else I'll sue you, show es you bon. But dis ya man went skeered a bit, and he writ back ter Cunnel Penletton dat a boggin was a boggin. Dat lightnin' bug was sound WN he sol im, and ef Cunnel Penletton didn't knowed enough bout hosses ter take care a fine racer, dat was his own funnial. And he say Cunnel Penletton kin sue and be cussed fur all he care, but he ain gwine ter jib up de nigga he bought and paid fur. WN Cunnel Penletton got dis letter he was madda and he was, befo, specially cost dis man load he didn't know how ter take care fine hosses. But he couldn't do nuffin but fetch a lawsuit, and he knowed, by his own spayance, dat lawsuits was slow as de 7 year each, and cosmo de ren day come ter, and he load he betta go slow and wait a while. On Peggy knowed Wet was gwine on all dis time, and she fix up a little bag wid some roots and one thing and ernader in it, and gun it ter dis sparrer hern, and tol him ter take it way down yanda wa Sis Becky was, and drap it right befo to do her cabin, so she'd be show and fin it de fuss time she come out'n to do. One night Sis Becky dreamt her pickaninny was dead, and de next day she was moanin' and groanin' all day. She dreamt de same dream nights runnin', and den, de next mornin' at de last night, she found dis little bag de sparrow had drap in front her do, and she lowed she'd been conjured, and was gwine ter die, and as long as her pickaninny was dead day, wa'n't no use tryin' ter do nuffin no how. And so she tuck and went ter bed, and tol her master she'd been conjured and was gwine ter die. Her master laughed at her, and argued with her, and tried to sway her out and dis fool notion, as he called it. For he was one to say ya w8 folks w at pertin day don't believe in Conjure. But hit wa'n't no use. Sis Becky kept gittin' wusser and wusser. Tell Finley dis man load Sis Becky was gwine ter die. Show nuff. And as he knowed day hadn't been nuffin de matter with lightnin' bug wn he traded him, he load meb he could kyo him and fetch him round all right, leastways good nuff ter sell agin. And anyhow, a lame hoss was better and a dead nigger. So he sot down and writ Cunnel Penletton a letter. My conscience, says he, has been troublin' me 'bout dat ringbone hoss I sol you. Some folks lows a hoss trader ain't got no conscience, but dey don't know me, fur dat is my weak spot, and de reason I ain't made no mo money hoss tradin'. Fac is, says he, I's got so I can't sleep nights from studyin' 'bout dat spavin hoss, and I's made up my min dat, W'l's a bargain is a bargain, and you seed lightnin' bug before you traded fur 'im, principle is wuth mo deren money hosses niggers. So if you'll send lightnin' bug down I'll send yo nigga o man back, and we'll call de trade off, and be as good friends as we ever was, and no hard feelin's. So show nuff, Cunnel Penletton sont de hoss back. NWN de man wet come ter bring lightnin' bug toll, Sis Becky her pickaninny wa'n't dead. Sis Becky was so glad dat she load she was gwine ter try ter lib till she got back while she could see little Mose once mo. NWN, she retched her ol' plantation, and seed her baby kickin' and crowin' and holdin' out his little arms tods her. She wasn't conjured and didn't have to die. NWN, on Nancy told all bout on Peggy. Sis Becky went down ter see to conjure o man, and on Peggy told her she had conjured her. And den, on Peggy tucked de goofer offen her, and she got well, and stayed on de plantation, and raise her pickaninny. NWN little Mose growed up, he could sing and whistle des like a mockingbird. So dat de w8 folks use it to hab him come up ter de big house at night, and whistle and sing fur him, and dey use it to jib him money and vittles and one thing ernada. Which he alluz tuck home ter his mammy, fur he knowed all bout at she had gone thu. He tunt out ter be a smat man, and elant de blacksmith trade, and Cunnel Penletton let him hire his time. And by mebbe he bought his mammy and sot free, and den he bought hissef, and tuck kier Sis Becky as long as dey both lived. My wife had listened to this story with greater interest than she had manifested in any subject for several days. I had watched her furtively from time to time during the recital, and had observed the play of her countenance. It had expressed in turn sympathy, indignation, pity, and at the end lively satisfaction. That is a very ingenious fairy tale, Julius, I said, and we are much obliged to you. Why, John, said my wife severely, the story bears the stamp of truth if ever a story did. Yes, I replied, especially the hummingbird episode and the mockingbird digression, to say nothing of the doings of the hornet and the sparrow. Oh, well, I don't care, she rejoined with delightful animation. Those are mere ornamental details and not at all essential. The story is true to nature and might have happened 100 times, and no doubt did happen, in those horrid days before the war. By the way, Julius, I remarked, your story doesn't establish what you started out to prove, that a rabbit's foot brings good luck. Hit's plain nuff termy, sah, replied Julius. I bet young Mrs. Dara can splain it herself. I rather suspect, replied my wife promptly, that Sis Becky had no rabbit's foot. You is hit de bullseye de fuss fire, ma'am, assented Julius. Ef Sis Becky had had a rabbit foot, she never would 'a went thu all dis trouble. I went into the house for some purpose, and left Julius talking to my wife. When I came back a moment later, he was gone. My wife's condition took a turn for the better from this very day, and she was soon on the way to ultimate recovery. Several weeks later, after she had resumed her afternoon drives, which had been interrupted by her illness, Julius brought the rockaway round to the front door one day, and I assisted my wife into the carriage. John, she said, before I had taken my seat, I wish you would look in my room and bring me my handkerchief. You will find it in the pocket of my blue dress. I went to execute the commission. When I pulled the handkerchief out of her pocket, something else came with it and fell on the floor. I picked up the object and looked at it. It was Julius's rabbit's foot. The Conjurer's Revenge Sunday was sometimes a rather dull day at our place. In the morning, when the weather was pleasant, my wife and I would drive to town, a distance of about 5 miles, to attend the church of our choice. The afternoons we spent at home, for the most part, occupying ourselves with the newspapers and magazines and the contents of a fairly good library. We had a piano in the house, on which my wife played with skill and feeling. I possessed a passable baritone voice, and could accompany myself indifferently well when my wife was not by to assist me. When these resources failed us, we were apt to find it a little dull. One Sunday afternoon in early spring, the balmy spring of North Carolina, when the air is in that ideal balance between heat and cold, where one wishes it could always remain, my wife and I were seated on the front piazza, she wearily but conscientiously plowing through a missionary report, while I followed the impossible career of the blonde heroine of a rudimentary novel. I had thrown the book aside in disgust, when I saw Julius coming through the yard, under the spreading elms, which were already in full leaf. He wore his Sunday clothes and advanced with a dignity of movement quite different from his weekday slouch. "Have a seat, Julius," I said, pointing to an empty rocking chair. "No, thank ye, boss, I'll des set here on the top step." "Oh no, Uncle Julius," exclaimed Annie, "take this chair, you will find it much more comfortable." The old man grinned in appreciation of her solicitude, and seated himself somewhat awkwardly. "Julius," I remarked, "I am thinking of setting out scuppernong vines on that sandhill where the 3 persimmon trees are, and while I'm working there, I think I'll plant watermelons between the vines, and get a little something to pay for my first year's work. The new railroad will be finished by the middle of summer, and I can ship the melons north and get a good price for them." "Ef you gwine ter have any mo plowin' ter do," replied Julius, "I spec you'll ha ter by Ernada Creta, cas hits much as dem hosses kin do ter tend ter de wuck dey got now." "Yes, I had thought of that. I think I'll get a mule. A mule can do more work and doesn't require as much attention as a hoss." "I wouldn't vise you ter by no mule," remarked Julius, with a shake of his head. "Why not?" "Well, you may low hits all foolishness, but if I was in your place, I wouldn't buy no mule." "But that isn't a reason. What objection have you to a mule?" "Fac is," continued the old man, in a serious tone, "I don't lack ter drive a mule. I's a luz afeard I mought be impossin' on some human creetur. Evy time I cuts a mule wid a hickory, pairs ter me most likely I's cuttin' some my own relations, somebody SW at can't heap day savs." "What put such an absurd idea into your head?" I asked. My question was followed by a short silence, during which Julius seemed engaged in a mental struggle. "I dunno as hits wuff I'll ter tell you dis," he said, at length. "I don't hadly spec fur you ter believe it. Does you member dat club-footed man, at hilt de hoss fur you the day WN you was gittin' out in de rockaway down ter Ma's Archie McMillan's stow?" "Yes, I believe I do remember seeing a club-footed man there." "Did you ever see a club-footed nigger befo' or since?" "No, I can't remember that I ever saw a club-footed colored man," I replied, after a moment's reflection. "You and Miss Annie wouldn't want to believe me, ef I was ter low dat man was onset a mule?" "No," I replied. "I don't think it very likely that you could make us believe it." "Why, Uncle Julius?" said Annie severely. "What ridiculous nonsense." This reception of the old man's statement reduced him to silence, and it required some diplomacy on my part to induce him to vouchsafe an explanation. The prospect of a long, dull afternoon was not alluring, and I was glad to have the monotony of Sabbath quiet relieved by a plantation legend. "WN I was a young man," began Julius, when I had finally prevailed upon him to tell us the story, "dat club-footed nigger. His name is Primus. Used ter belong ter ol Ma's Jim Majee ober on de Lumbeton Plank Road. I used ter go ober dere ter see a man at lived on de plantation. Dat's how I come ter know all about it. Dis your Primus was de liveliest han on de place. A luz a dancin', en drinkin', en runnin' roun', en singin', en pickin' de banjo. Seppin' once in a WN he'd low he wa'n't treated right 'bout sompin' ernada. He'd get so sulky and stubborn dat de Wite folks couldn't hadly do nuffin' wid him. It was gin de rules fur any de hands ter go away from de plantation at night, but Primus didn't min de rules, en went WN he felt lack it. En de Wite folks pertin lack day didn't know it. Fur Primus was dangerous WN he got in dem stubborn spells, en dey'd ruther not fool wid him. One night in de spring de year, Primus slip off from de plantation, en went down on de Wimbledon Road ter a dance gun by some de free niggas down dera. Dey was a fiddle, en a banjo, and a jug gwine round on der outside, en Primus sung en danced tell long 'bout 2 o'clock in de mornin'. WN he start fur home. As he come erlong back, he tuck a nigh-cut cross de cotton fields en long by der age de minnel spring swamp, so as ter get shet de patrols rid up en down de big road fur ter keep de darkies from runnin' round nights. Primus was santrin' long, Studyin' bout de good time he'd had wid de gals, wn, as he was gwine by a fence conda. At sht he but somethin' grunt. He stopped a minute ter listen, and he heard somethin' grunt agin. Den he went oba ter de fence while he heard de fuss, and Dara, layin' in de fence conda, on a pile pine straw, he seed a fine, fat shoat. Primus look hot at de shoat and den started home, but somehow nutta he couldn't get away from dat shoat. He tuck one step forwards wid one foot, do you the foot pad ter take 2 steps back odds. And so he kept knackly gittin' closeter and closeter ter de shoat. It was de beatin's thing. De shoat des pad ter cham Primus, and fuss thing Primus found hissef, way up de road, wid de shoat on his back. F Primus had a node whose shoat dat was, he'd a managed ter get pos it somehow nutta. As it happened, de shoat belonged ter a Conjure man at lived down in de Freenigga settlement. Costa Conjure man didn't have ter wuck his roots, but a little while fo he found out who tuck his shoat, and den de trouble begun. One mornin', a day so later, and befo he got de shoat eat up, Primus didn't go ter wuck wn de horn blow, and wn der obisi when ter look fur him, day wa no trace Primus ter be skivid no ha. He didn't come back in a day so mo. Everybody on de plantation load he had runned way. His master advertise him in de papers, and offered a big reward fur him. De nigga catches fotch out day dogs, and track him down ter der age de swamp, and den de scent gun out. And dat was de last anybody seed Primus for a long, long time. 2 the weeks at Primus disappear, his master went ter town one sad day. Ma's Jim was standin' in front Sandy Campbell's barroom, up by der ol wagon yid. A po white man fum down onto Wimbledon Road come up ter him and ax him, kinda keerless lack, ef he didn't want to buy a mule. I dunno, says Ma's Jim, it pens on de mule, and on de price. War is de mule? Des round he back ol Tom McAllister's stow, says de po white man. I reckon I'll have a look at de mule, says Ma's Jim, and ef he suit me, I dunno but I mought buy him. So de po white man tuck Ma's Jim round back de stow, and Dara stood a monstrous fine mule. De mule see Ma's Jim, he gonna whinny, des lack he knowed him befo. Ma's Jim look at de mule, and de mule pad ter be sound and strong. Ma's Jim load day pad ter be somethin' firmalious bout de mule's face, specially his eyes, but he hadn't lost nair mule, and didn't have no recommembance habin' seed de mule befo. He axed de po buckra, while he got de mule, and de po buckra say his berets de mule down on Rockfish Creek. Ma's Jim was a little espicious seein' a po white man wid sech a fine creeta, but he finally greed ter jib de man $50 fur de mule, bout half at a good mule was wuff dem days. He tied de mule behind de buggy he went home, and put him ter plowin' cotton de next day. De mule done mighty well fur fo days, and den de niggas ments ter notice some queer things bout him. Day was a metter on de plantation, wa day used ter put de hosses and mules ter pasta. Hit was fence off from de cornfield on one side, but on de other side de pasta was a turbacca patch at went fence off, cost de beastuses don't none eat turbacca. Day don't know at's good, turbacca is lack religion, de good Lord made it fur people, and day ain't no you the creta at can appreciate it. De dockies noticed dat de fuss thing de new mule done, he was turnt inter de pasta, was ter make fur de turbacca patch. Cos day didn't think nuffin on it, but next mornin', day went ter catch him, day skivid dat he had eat up 2 whole rows turbacca plants. Atta dat day had ter put a halter on him, and tie him ter a stake. Day wouldn't a been nae leaf turbacca left in de patch. Ernata day one de hands, named Dolphus, hitched de mule up, and drive up here ter dis yavimiad. Dat was ol Ma's Jugal own dis place. Ma's Jugal had kilt a yelin, and de neighbor white folks all sont oba fur ter get some freyish beef, and Ma's Jim had sont Dolphus fur some too. Day was a wine press in de yidwa Dolphus left de mule stanin, and right in front de press day was a tub grape juice, des pressed out, and a little ter one side a bale bout half full wine had been stanin 2 the days, and had begun ter get sought a shap ter de tas. Day was a couple bodes on top dis bale, wid a rock laid on 'em ter haul 'em down. As I was sayin', Dolphus left de mule stanin in de yed, and went inter de smokehouse fur ter get de beef. By mebbe, he come out, he seed de mule staggerin' bout de yed, En fo Dolphus could get dera tur fin out wet was de matta, de mule fell right ober on his side, and laid dera des like he was dead. All de niggas bout de house run out dera fur tur wet was de matta. Some say de mule had de colic, some say one thing and some ernada, tell by maybe one de hand seed de top was often de bail, and run and looked in. Fo de laud, he say, dat mule drunk. He been drinkin' de wine. En show nuff, de mule had pass right by de tub freyish grape juice and pushed de kiver offen de bail, and drunk 2 the gallon de wine wet had been stannin' long enough fur tur begin tur git shap. De dockies all made a great moration bout de mule gittin' drunk. Dey never hadn't seed nuffin lack it in day bond days. Dey poured water oba de mule, and tried tur soba him up, but it wa'n't no use, and Dolphus had tur take de beef home on his back, and lib de mule dera, till he slep off his spree. I don't remember where I told you no, but WN Primus disappear from de plantation, he left a wife behin him. A monstrous good-looking yalla gal, named Sally. WN Primus had been gone a month so, Sally ments fur tur git lonesome, and tuck up wid a young man named Dan, at belong on de same plantation. One day dis Dan tuck de new mule out in de cotton field fur tur plow, and WN day was gwine long de tun row, who sht meet but dis Sally. Dan look round and he didn't see der obisi no ha, so he stop a minute fur tur run on wid Sally. Hoddy honey, says he, how you feelin' dis mornin'? Fuss rate spun Sally. Day was lookin' at one ernada, and Day didn't know one on 'em pay no tension ter de mule, who had turned his head round and was lookin' at Sally as hard as he could, and stretchin' his neck and raisin' his years, and whinnying kinda soft ter hissef. Yas, honey, lows Dan, and you gwine ter feel fuss rate long as you sticks ter me. Fur I's a bet a man Dan dat lowdown runaway nigga primus dat you ben wastin' yo time wid. Dan had let go de plow handle, and had put his arm round Sally, and was des gwine ter kiss her. WN sump'n catch him by de scruff de neck and flung him way, ober in de cotton patch. WN he pick isif up, Sally had gone kitten down de tunrow, and de mule was stannin' dera lookin' as calm and peaceful as a Sunday mornin'. Fuss Dan had load it was der obisi at had cotch him wastin' his time, but dey wa'n't no obisi in sight, so he cluded it must a been de mule. So he pitch inter de mule, and lammed him as hot as he could. De mule tuck it all, and pad ter be as umble as a mule could be, but WN day was mackin' de turn at der een de row. One de plow lines got under de mule's hind leg. Dan retched down ter get de line out, sought a keerless like. WN de mule haul off and kick him clean oba de fence inter a briar patch on de other side. Dan was mighty so fum his wounds and scratches, and was laid up fur 2 the days. One night de new mule got out into pasta, and went down to de quarters. Dan was layin' dere on his pallet. WN he heard somethin' bangin' way at de side his cabin. He raise up on one shoulder and look round. WN at should he see, but de new mule's head stickin' in de winda, wid his lips drawed back over his toofs, grinnin' and snappin' at Dan des lak he want ter eat him up. Den de mule went round ter de do, and kick way lak he wanna break de do down, tell by maybe somebody come long and driv him back ter de pasta. WN Sally comin' a little later from de big house, while she'd been waitin' on de white folks, she found Po Dan nigh 'bout dead. He was so skeered. She lowed Dan had had de nightmare, but WN dey look at de do, dey seed de mocks de mule's huffs, so dey couldn't be no mistake 'bout WT had happen. Cost de niggas told dey master 'bout de mule's gwines on. Fust he didn't pay no tension ter it, but atter a while, he tol 'em if dey didn't stop dey foolishness, he gwine tie some on 'em up. So atter dat dey didn't say nuffin mo ter dey master, but dey kep on noticin' de mule's quare, ways des de same. Long 'bout de middle de summer day, was a big camp meetin' broke out down on de Wimbledon road, and nigh 'bout all de Po white folks and free niggas in de settlement got ligin, and lo and behold, mongs was de Conjure man at own de shote at chammed primus. Dis Conjure man was a Guinea nigga, and before he was sought free had used ter belong ter a gentleman down in Sampson County. De Conjure man say his daddy was a king, a governor, some sorta you may call way oba yander in a ficky wa de niggas come fum, before he was stoled way and sold ter de speculators. De Conjure man had heaped his master out in some trouble ernada wid his goofa, and his master had sought him free, and bought him a track land down on de Wimbledon road. He purtin ter be a cow doctor, but everybody knowed W at he rally was. De Conjure man hadn't moderen come thu good, before he was tuck sick, wid a call W at he cotch kneelin' on de ground so long at de Mouna's bench. He kept gettin' wusser and wusser, and by maybe de rheumatis tuck holt im, and drawed him all up. Tell one day he sont word up ter ma's Jim Magee's plantation, and ax Pete, de nigga W at tuck kier de mules. Fur ter come down dara dat night and fetch dat mule W at his master had bought fum de po W at man dioin de summer. Pete didn't know W at de Conjure man was dribbin' at, but he didn't das to stay way. And so dat night, WN he done eat his bacon and his hoe cake, and drunk his lasses and water. He put a bridle on de mule, and rid him down ter de Conjure man's cabin. WN he got ter to do, he lit and hitched de mule, and den knock it to do. He felt mighty jubous bout gwine but he was bleeds ter do it. He knowed he couldn't he bissef. Pulled a string, says a weak voice, and WN Pete lift a latch and went in. De Conjure man was layin' on de bed, lookin' pale and weak, like he didn't have much longer fur ter lib. Is you fotch de mule? Says he. Pete say yas, and de Conjure man kep on. Repeat, says he, I's been a monster sinner man, and I's done a power wickedness in dioin my days, but de good Lord is wash my sins way, and I feels now dat I's bound fur de kingdom. And I feels too, dat I ain gwine ter get up from dis bed no mo in dis whirl, and I wants ter ondo some de harm I done. And dat's de reason, repeat, I sont fur you ter fetch dat mule down here. You member dat shote I was up ter yo plantation inquirin' bout last June? Yas, says repeat, I member yo axin' bout a shote you had loss. I dunno where you eber elanted no, says de Conjure man, but I done knowed yo master's primus had tucked a shote, and I was bound ter get eben wid him. So one night I cotch him down by de swamp on his way ter a candy pullin', and I tho'd a goofa mixtry on him, and turned him ter a mule, and got a po white man ter sell de mule, and we vided de money. But I didn't want ter die tell I turned primus back again. Den de Conjure man ax Pete ter take down 1 or 2 goads off de sheaf in de corner, and 1 or 2 bottles wid some kin mixtry in 'em, and set 'em on a stool by de bed, and den he ax him ter fetch de mule in. WN de mule come in to do, he gin a snot, and started fur de bed, des like he was gwine ter jump on it. Hol on dara, primus, de Conjure man holled, I's monstus weak, and if you ments on me, you won't never have no chance fur ter get turned back no mo. De mule seed de sense dat, and stood still. Den de Conjure man tucked de goads and bottles, and mence ter wuck de roots and yobs, and de mule mence ter turn back ter a man, fussed his years, den de res his head, den his shoulders and arms. All de time de Conjure man kep on wuckin' his roots, and Pete and Primus could see he was gettin' weaker and weaker all de time. Repeat, says he, by mebbe, gimme a drink dem bitters out'n dat green bottle on de sheaf yanda. I's gwine fast, and it'll gimme strength fur ter finish dis wuck. Repeat look up on de mantelpiece, and he seed a bottle in de corner. It was so dak in de cabin he couldn't tell where it was a green bottle no, but he hilt de bottle ter de Conjure man's moof, and he tuck a big moofle. He hadn't moderen swallowed it before he mence ter holla. You gimme de wrong bottle, repeat. Dis you bottle's got pison in it, and I's done fur dis time, show. Hol me up, fur de Lord's sake, till I get thu turnin' primus back. So Pete hilt him up, and he kep on wuckin' de roots, till he got de goofer, all tuck off'n primus 7 1 foot. He hadn't got dis foot moderen half turnt back before his strength gun out in Tilly, and he drapped de roots and fell back on de bed. I can't do no mo fur you, primus, says he, but I hopes you will furgib me fur W at hom I done you. I knows de good Lord done furgib me, and I hope ter meet you both in glory. I sees de good angels waitin' fur me up yanda, wid a long white robe and a starry crown, and I'm on my way ter jine 'em. And so de Conjure man died, and Pete and Primus went back ter de plantation. De Dockies all made a great moration WN Primus come back. Ma's Jim let on lack he didn't believe de tale de 2 niggas tall. He says Primus had runned way, and stay till he got tid de swamps, and den come back on him ter be fed. He tried ter count fur de shape Primus foot by sayin' Primus got his foot smash, snake bit, sompin', whiles he was way, and den stayed out in de woods while he couldn't get it coyote up straight, stid a common long home or a doctor could attended ter it. But de niggas all noticed day master didn't tie Primus up, ner take on much cost de mule was gone. So day load day, master musta had his espicions bout dat Conjure man. My wife had listened to Julius's recital with only a mild interest. When the old man had finished it, she remarked, That story does not appeal to me, Uncle Julius, and is not up to your usual mark. It isn't pathetic, it has no moral that I can discover, and I can't see why you should tell it. In fact, it seems to me like nonsense. The old man looked puzzled as well as pained. He had not pleased the lady, and he did not seem to understand why. "I'm sorry, ma'am," he said reproachfully. "If you don't lack dat tale. I can't make out what you means by some dem wodes you uses, but I'm tellin' nuffin but de truff. 'Cause I didn't see de Conjure man turn him back, fur I wasn't dere, but I been hearin' de tale fur 25 yes, and I ain't got no 'casion fur ter 'spute it. Dey's so many things a body knows is lies. Dat day ain't no use gwine round findin' fault wid tales dat mought des as well be so as not. F instance, dey's a young nigga gwine ter school in town, and he come out he de you the day and load dat de sun, stood still and de yeath turnt round evy day on a kinder axletree. I told dat young nigger ef he didn't take hissef way wid dem lies, I'd take a buggy trace ter him. Fur I sees de yeath stannin' still all de time, and I sees de sun gwine round it. And ef a man can't believe what he sees, I can't see no use in livin'. Mought as well die and be while we can't see nuffin. And another thing what proves de tale bout dis ol' Primus is de way he goes on ef anybody ax him how he come by dat clubfoot. I axed him one day, mighty perlite and civil, and he call me ol' fool, and got so mad he ain't spoke ter me sense. Hit's monstrous quare, but dis is a quare whirl. Anyway you kin fix it, concluded the old man, with a weary sigh. Ef you makes up yo min not ter buy dat mule, suh, he added as he rose to go. I knows a man what's got a good hoss he wants ter sell. Leastways dat's what I heerd. I'm gwine ter pram eatin' ter night, and I'm gwine right by de man's house, and ef you'd lack ter look at de hoss, I'll ax him ter fetch him round. Oh yes, I said, you can ask him to stop in. If he is passing, there will be no harm in looking at the hoss, though I rather think I shall buy a mule. Early next morning, the man brought the hoss up to the vineyard. At that time I was not a very good judge of hoss flesh. The hoss appeared sound and gentle, and, as the owner assured me, had no bad habits. The man wanted a large price for the hoss, but finally agreed to accept a much smaller sum, upon payment of which I became possessed of a very fine-looking animal. But alas for the deceitfulness of appearances. I soon ascertained that the hoss was blind in one eye, and that the sight of the other was very defective, and not a month elapsed before my purchase developed most of the diseases that hossflesh is heir to, and a more worthless, broken-winded, spavined quadruped never disgraced the noble name of hoss. After worrying through 2 or 3 months of life, he expired one night in a fit of the colic. I replaced him with a mule, and Julius henceforth had to take his chances of driving some metamorphosed unfortunate. Circumstances that afterwards came to my knowledge created in my mind a strong suspicion that Julius may have played a more than unconscious part in this transaction. Among other significant facts was his appearance, the Sunday following the purchase of the hoss, in a new suit of store clothes, which I had seen displayed in the window of Mr. Solomon Cohen's store on my last visit to town, and had remarked on account of their striking originality of cut and pattern. As I had not recently paid Julius any money, and as he had no property to mortgage, I was driven to conjecture to account for his possession of the means to buy the clothes. Of course I would not charge him with duplicity unless I could prove it, at least to a moral certainty, but for a long time afterwards, I took his advice only in small doses and with great discrimination. The goofed grapevine some years ago my wife was in poor health, and our family doctor, in whose skill and honesty I had implicit confidence, advised a change of climate. I shared, from an unprofessional standpoint, his opinion that the raw winds, the chill rains, and the violent changes of temperature that characterized the winters in the region of the Great Lakes tended to aggravate my wife's difficulty, and would undoubtedly shorten her life if she remained exposed to them. The doctor's advice was that we seek, not a temporary place of sojourn, but a permanent residence, in a warmer and more equable climate. I was engaged at the time in grape culture in northern Ohio, and as I liked the business and had given it much study, I decided to look for some other locality suitable for carrying it on. I thought of sunny France, of sleepy Spain, of Southern California, but there were objections to them all. It occurred to me that I might find what I wanted in someone of our own southern states. It was a sufficient time after the war for conditions in the South to have become somewhat settled, and I was enough of a pioneer to start a new industry, if I could not find a place where grape culture had been tried. I wrote to a cousin who had gone into the turpentine business in central North Carolina. He assured me, in response to my inquiries, that no better place could be found in the South than the state and neighborhood where he lived. The climate was perfect for health, and, in conjunction with the soil, ideal for grape culture. Labor was cheap, and land could be bought for a mere song. He gave us a cordial invitation to come and visit him while we looked into the matter. We accepted the invitation, and after several days of leisurely travel, the last 100 miles of which were up a river on a side-wheel steamer, we reached our destination, a quaint old town, which I shall call Patesville, because, for one reason, that is not its name. There was a red brick market house in the public square, with a tall tower, which held a far-faced clock that struck the hours, and from which there pealed out a curfew at 9 o'clock. There were 2 or 3 hotels, a cot-house, a jail, stores, offices, and all the appurtenances of a county seat and a commercial emporium. For while Patesville numbered only 5,000 inhabitants, of all shades of complexion, it was one of the principal towns in North Carolina and had a considerable trade in cotton and naval stores. This business activity was not immediately apparent to my unaccustomed eyes. Indeed, when I first saw the town, there brooded over it a calm that seemed almost sabbatic in its restfulness, though I learned later on that underneath its somnolent exterior, the deeper currents of life, love and hatred, joy and despair, ambition and avarice, faith and friendship, flowed not less steadily than in livelier latitudes. We found the weather delightful at that season, the end of summer, and were hospitably entertained. Our host was a man of means and evidently regarded our visit as a pleasure, and we were therefore correspondingly at our ease, and in a position to act with the coolness of judgment desirable in making so radical a change in our lives. My cousin placed a horse and buggy at our disposal, and himself acted as our guide until I became somewhat familiar with the country. I found that grape culture, while it had never been carried on to any great extent, was not entirely unknown in the neighborhood. Several planters thereabouts had attempted it on a commercial scale, in former years, with greater or less success, but like most southern industries, it had felt the blight of war and had fallen into desuetude. I went several times to look at a place that I thought might suit me. It was a plantation of considerable extent that had formerly belonged to a wealthy man by the name of McAdoo. The estate had been for years involved in litigation between disputing heirs, during which period shiftless cultivation had well-nigh exhausted the soil. There had been a vineyard of some extent on the place, but it had not been attended to since the war, and had lapsed into utter neglect. The vines, here partly supported by decayed and broken-down trellises, that twining themselves among the branches of the slender saplings which had sprung up among them, grew in wild and unpruned luxuriance, and the few scattered grapes they bore were the undisputed prey of the first comer. The site was admirably adapted to grape raising. The soil, with a little attention, could not have been better, and with the native grape, the luscious scuppernong, as my main reliance in the beginning, I felt sure that I could introduce and cultivate successfully a number of other varieties. One day I went over with my wife to show her the place. We drove out of the town over a long wooden bridge that spanned a spreading mill pond, past the long whitewashed fence surrounding the county fairground, and struck into a road so sandy that the horses' feet sank to the fetlocks. Our route lay partly uphill and partly down, for we were in the Sandhill County. We drove past cultivated farms, and then by abandoned fields grown up in scrub oak and short-leaved pine, and once or twice through the solemn aisles of the virgin forest, where the tall pines, well-nigh meeting over the narrow road, shut out the sun and wrapped us in cloistral solitude. Once, at a crossroads, I was in doubt as to the turn to take, and we sat there waiting 10 minutes. We had already caught some of the native infection of restfulness, for some human being to come along, who could direct us on our way. At length a little Negro girl appeared, walking straight as an arrow, with a piggin full of water on her head. After a little patient investigation, necessary to overcome the child's shyness, we learned what we wished to know, and at the end of about 5 miles from the town reached our destination. We drove between a pair of decayed gateposts. The gate itself had long since disappeared, and up a straight sandy lane, between 2 lines of rotting rail fence, partly concealed by jimson weeds and briars, to the open space where a dwelling house had once stood, evidently a spacious mansion, if we might judge from the ruined chimneys that were still standing, and the brick pillars on which the sills rested. The house itself, we had been informed, had fallen a victim to the fortunes of war. We alighted from the buggy, walked about the yard for a while, and then wandered off into the adjoining vineyard. Upon Annie's complaining of weariness, I led the way back to the yard, where a pine log, lying under a spreading elm, afforded a shady though somewhat hard seat. One end of the log was already occupied by a venerable-looking colored man. He held on his knees a hat full of grapes, over which he was smacking his lips with great gusto, and a pile of grapeskins near him indicated that the performance was no new thing. We approached him at an angle from the rear, and were close to him before he perceived us. He respectfully rose as we drew near, and was moving away, when I begged him to keep his seat. "Don't let us disturb you," I said. "There is plenty of room for us all." He resumed his seat with somewhat of embarrassment. While he had been standing, I had observed that he was a tall man, and, though slightly bowed by the weight of years, apparently quite vigorous. He was not entirely black, and this fact, together with the quality of his hair, which was about 6 inches long and very bushy, except on the top of his head, where he was quite bald, suggested a slight strain of other than Negro blood. There was a shrewdness in his eyes, too, which was not altogether African, and which, as we afterwards learned from experience, was indicative of a corresponding shrewdness in his character. He went on eating the grapes, but did not seem to enjoy himself quite so well as he had apparently done before he became aware of our presence. "Do you live around here?" I asked, anxious to put him at his ease. "Yas, sah, I lives des ober yanda, behind de next sand hill, on de Lumberton Plank Road." "Do you know anything about the time when this vineyard was cultivated?" "Lord bless you, sah, I knows all about it. Dey ain't nara man in dis settlement at one tell you old Julius McAdoo, us born and raised on dis ya same plantation. Is you de novin jaman at's gwine tur by der ol vineyard?" "I am looking at it," I replied, "but I don't know that I shall care to buy, unless I can be reasonably sure of making something out of it." "Well, sah, you is a stranger tur me, and I is a stranger tur you, and we is both strangers tur one another. But ef I us in yo place, I wouldn't buy dis vineyard." "Why not?" I asked. "Well, I dunno where you believes in Conjure not. Some de Wite folks don't, says dey don't, but de truff de matter is dat dis your ol vineyard is goofed." "Is what?" I asked, not grasping the meaning of this unfamiliar word. "Is goofed, conjured, bewitch." He imparted this information with such solemn earnestness, and with such an air of confidential mystery, that I felt somewhat interested, while Annie was evidently much impressed, and drew closer to me. "How do you know it is bewitched?" I asked. "I wouldn't spec fur you tur believe me less you know all 'bout de facts, but ef you en young, Miss Dara don't min listenin' tur a ol nigga run on a minute 2 while you restin, I can 'splain to you how it all happened." We assured him that we would be glad to hear how it all happened, and he began to tell us. At first the current of his memory, or imagination, seemed somewhat sluggish, but as his embarrassment wore off, his language flowed more freely, and the story acquired perspective and coherence. As he became more and more absorbed in the narrative, his eyes assumed a dreamy expression, and he seemed to lose sight of his auditors, and to be living over again in monologue his life on the old plantation. "Ol Mars Dougal McAdoo," he began, "bought dis place long many years befo' de war, and I 'member well when he sought out all dis your pot de plantation in Scuppernans. De vimes growed monstus fas, and Mars Dougal made 1,000-gallon Scuppernan wine every year. Now, ef days aunting a nigga lub, next her possum, and chicken, and watermillions, it's Scuppernans. Dey ain't nuffin dat kin stand upside de Scuppernan for sweetness. Sugar ain't a circumstance ter Scuppernan. De season is nigh bout oba. En de grapes begin ter swivel up des, a little wid de wrinkles ol age. De skin get soft and brown. Den de Scuppernan make you smack yo lip en roll, yo eye en wush firmo. So I reckon it ain't very 'stonishin' dat niggas lub Scuppernan. Dey was a sight niggas in de neighborhood de vineyard. Dara was ol Mars Henry Brayboy's niggas, en ol Mars James McLean's niggas, and Mars Dougal's own niggas. Den dey was a settlement free niggas en po buckras down by de Wimbledon Road, and Mars Dougal had der only vineyard in de neighborhood. I reckon it ain't so much so nowadays, but befo' de war, in slabbery times, a nigga didn't mind goin' 10 mile in a night, day, was somethin' good ter eat at de uther een. So at her a while, Mars Dougal begin ter miss his Scuppernans. Cos he cused de niggas it, but dey all night at ter de las. Mars Dougal sought spring guns and steel traps, and he under Obacy sought up nights onset twiced, tell one night Mars Dougal. He is a monstus keerless man, got his legs shot full cowpeas. But somehow not a day couldn't nebba catch none de niggas. I dunno how it happen, but it happened des like I tell you, and de grapes kep on agoin des de same. But by maybe ol Ma's Dougal fix up a plan ter stop it. Day was a Conjure o man livin' down mongs de free niggas on de Wimbledon road, and all de darkies from Rockfish ter Beaver Crick was feared her. She could wuck de most powerfuls kin goofa, could make people have fits, rheumat is, make 'em des dwindle away and die. And dey say she went out ridden de niggas at night, for she was a witch sides bane a Conjure o man. Ma's Dougal hien bout on Peggy's doin's, and begun ter flecht where no he couldn't get her ter heap him keep de niggas offen de grapevines. One day in de spring de year, ol Miss pack up a basket chicken pound cake, and a bottle scuppin' wine, and Ma's Dougal tuck it in his buggy and driv oba ter on Peggy's cabin. He tucked de basket in, and had a long talk wid on Peggy. De next day on Peggy come up ter de vimiad. De niggas seed her slippin' round, and dey soon found out what she us doin' dera. Ma's Dougal had hit her ter goofa de grapevines. She santed round mongs de vimes, and tuck a leaf from dis one, and a grape hull from dat one, and a grape seed from another one, and den a little twig from here, and a little pinch dirt from dera, and put it all in a big black bottle, wid a snake's tooth and a speckle hen's gall and some hairs from a black cat's tail, and den filled de bottle wid scuppin' wine. Wn she got de goofer, all ready and fix. She tuck en went out in de woods and buried it under de root a red oak tree, and den come back and tole one de niggas she done goofa de grapevines, and a nigga at eat dem grapes be show ter die inside in 12 months. Ata dat de niggas let de scuppin'ns lone, and Ma's Dougal didn't have no 'casion ter find no mo fault. And de season was mos gone. A strange jaman stop at de plantation one night ter see Ma's Dougal on some business, and his coachman, seein' de scuppin'ns growin' so nice and sweet, slip round behind a smokehouse, and et all de scuppin'ns he could hole. Nobody didn't notice it at de time, but dat night, on de way home, de jaman's hoss runned away and killed de coachman. We hin de news, on Lucy, de cook, she up and say she seed de strange nigger, eatin' de scuppin'ns behind de smokehouse. And den we knowed de goofa had bien wuckin'. Den one de nigga chillin's runned away from de quatas one day, and got into scuppin'ns, and died de next week. White folks say he die de feva, but de niggas knowed it was de goofa. So you can be show de dockies didn't have much ter do wid dem scuppinin' vimes. De scuppinin' season, us oba fur dat year. Ma's Dougal found he had made 1,500 gallon wine, and one de niggas he and him, laughin' wid der obasi fit ter kill, and sayin' dem 1,500 gallon wine was monstus good and trues on de $10 he laid out on de vimiad. So I low as he paid on Peggy $10 fur to goofa de grapevines. De goofa didn't wuck no motel de next summer. Long tids de middle de season one de feel hens died. En as dat left Ma's Dougal shot hands, he went off ter town fur ter by Anada. He fotched de new nigga home wid him. He was ol nigga, de color a jingy cake, and ball as a hossapple on de top his head. He was a piet ol nigga, and could do a big day's wuck. Now it happened dat one de niggas on de next plantation, one ol Ma's Henry Brayboy's niggas, had runned away de day before, and tucked ter de swamp. And ol Ma's Dougal and some de the Naba W8 folks had gone out wid dera guns and dera dogs fur ter heap hunt fur de nigga. And de hands on our own plantation was all so flusterated dat we fuget ter tell de new hand bout de goofer on de scuppinin' vimes. 'Cause he smelled de grapes and see de vimes, and at a doc de fuss thing he done was ter slip off ter de grapevimes dout sayin' nuffin ter nobody. Next mornin' he told some de niggas bout de fine bait scuppinin' he et de night befo. Day tol him bout de goofer on de grapevimes, he us dat terrified dat he turned pale, and looked des like he gwine ter die, right in his tracks. Der obasi come up and ax at us de matta, and day tol him Henry ben eatin' de scuppin'ns, and got de goofer on him. He gin Henry a big drink whiskey, and lo dat de next rainy day, he take him oba ter on Peggy's, and see if she wouldn't take de goofer off'n him, seein' as he didn't know nuffin bout it tell he done et de grapes. Sho nuff, it rained de next day, and der obasi went oba ter on Peggy's wid Henry. And on Peggy say dat bane as Henry didn't know bout de goofa, and et de grapes in ignance de consequences, she reckoned she mought be able fur ter take de goofer off'n him. So she fotch out bottle wid some Conjure medicine in it, and poed some out in a goad fur Henry ter drink. He managed ter get it down, He say it toss like whiskey with somethin' bitter in it. She lowed dat, I'd keep de goofer off him tell de spring, but wn de sap begin ter rise in de grapevines he ha ter come and see her agin, and she tell him at ease ter do. Next spring, wn de sap commence ter rise in de scuppin' and vime, Henry tuck a ham one night. What'd he get de ham? I don't know. Dey wa'n't no hams on de plantation sep'n at us in de smokehouse, but I never see Henry bout de smokehouse. But as I was sayin', he tucked a ham oba ter on Peggy's. And on Peggy tol im dat wn, Ma's jugal begin ter prune de grapevines. He must go and take and scrape off de sap wore it ooze outen de cut eens de vimes, and enint his ball head wid it. And if he do dat onset a year de goofa wouldn't wuck again him long as he done it. And bane as he fotch her de ham, she fix it so he kin eat all de scuppinin' he want. So Henry enint his head wid de sap outen de big grapevine, des halfway twixt de quatas and de big house. En de goofa nebba wuck again him dat summa. But de beateen's thing you ebba see happen ter Henry. Up ter dat time he was as ball as a sweetened tata, but des, as soon as de young leaves begun ter come out on de grapevines, de ha begun ter grow out on Henry's head, and by de middle de summa, he had de biggest head hair on de plantation. Befo dat, Henry had tolerable good hair round der ages, but soon as de young grapes begun ter come, Henry's ha begun to quirl all up in little balls, des like dis irregla grapey ha, and by de time de grapes got ripe his head looked des like a bunch grapes. Combin it didn't do no good. He wucket it half de night wid Jim Crow, one and think he get it straighten out, but in de mornin' de grapes ud be dera des de same. So he gin it up, and tried ter keep de grapes down by havin' his ha cut shot. But dat wa'n't de queer's thing bout de goofa. When Henry come ter de plantation, he was gettin' a little ol' and stiff in de jayants. But dat summer he got des as spry and lively as any young nigger on de plantation. Fac, he got so biggity dat Mars Jackson, der obasi, ha ter eatin' ter whip him, ef he didn't stop cuttin' up his didos and behave hissef. But de mus carouses thing happen in de fall, when de sap begin ter go down in de grapevines. Fuss, when de grapes us gethered, de nuts begun ter straighten out in Henry's ha. NWN de leaves begin ter fall, Henry's ha mence ter drap out. And when de vimes us ba, Henry's head was balla and it was in de spring, and he begin ter get ol' and stiff in de jayants agin, and paid no mo tension ter de gals dioin de whole winter. And next spring, when he rubbed de sap on agin, he got young agin, and so supple and lively dat none de young niggas on de plantation couldn't jump, ner dance, ner hoe as much cotton as Henry. But in de fall de year his grapes mence ter straighten out, and his jayants ter get stiff, and his ha drap off, and de rheumatiz begin ter wrastle wid him. Now, ef you'd a knowed ol' Ma's jugal McAdoo, you'd a knowed dat it ha ter be a mighty rainy day when he couldn't find somethin' fur his niggas ter do, and it ha ter be a mighty little hole he couldn't crawl through, and ha ter be a monstrous cloudy night when a dulla get by him in de darkness. NWN, he see how Henry get young in de spring and ol' in de fall. He lowed ter hissef as how he could make mo money out in Henry Dan, by wuckin' him in de cotton field. Long de next spring, atta de sap mence ter rise, and Henry enint is head and statted fur ter get young and supple. Ma's jugal up and tuck Henry ter town, and sol im fur $1,500. Cost a man at bought Henry didn't know nuffin' bout de goofa, and Ma's jugal didn't see no 'casion fur ter tell him. Long tids de fall, and de sap went down. Henry begin ter get ol' agin same as usual, and his new master begin ter get skeered lest he gwine ter lose his $1,500 nigga. He sent fur a mighty fine doctor, but de medicine didn't pair ter do no good. De goofa had a good holt. Henry told de doctor bout de goofa, but de doctor des laugh at him. One day in de winter, Ma's jugal went ter town, and was santerin' long de main street, when who should he meet but Henry's new master. Day said howdy, and Ma's jugal ax him ter have a siegia, and at a day run on a while bout de creps and de weather. Ma's jugal ax him, sorta keerless, like as ef he des thought of it. How you like de nigger I sol you last spring? Henry's master shuck his head and knocked der ashes off his siegia. Spec I made a bad bargain when I bought dat nigger. Henry done good wuck all de summer, but since de fall set in he pairs ter be sot a pinnin' away. Dey ain't nuffin' pertic'la de matter wid him. Leastways de doctor say so, sepna tech de rheumatiz, but his hair is all fell out, and ef he don't pick up his strength mighty soon, I spec I'm gwine ter lose him. Dey smoked on a while, and by mebbe ol' Ma's say, well, a bodgin's a bodgin, but you and me is good friends, and I don't want to see you lose all the money you paid for dat nigga. And FW it you say is so, and I ain't sputin' it, he ain't wuff much now. I specs you wucked him too hard dis summer. De swamps down here don't agree wid de Sandhill nigga. So you des lemme know, and if he gets any wusser, I'll be willin' ter jib ya $500 fer him, and take my chances on his livin'. Show nuff, when Henry begun ter draw up wid de room it is and it looked like he gwine ter die fer show, his new master send fer Maz Dougal, and Maz Dougal gin him what he promise, and brung Henry home again. He tuck good care uv im dioin de winter, give im whiskey ter rub his rheumatiz, and turbucka ter smoke, and all he want ter eat. K's a nigga W at he could make $1,000 a year often didn't grow on Evie huckleberry bush. Next spring, WN de sap ris and Henry's ha commenced ter sprout, Maz Dougal sol im agen, down in Robeson County dis time, and he kept dat sellin' business up fer 5 year or mo. Henry neba say nuffin bout de goofa ter his new masters, K's he know he gwine ter be tuck good care uv de next winter, WN Maz Dougal buy him back. And Maz Dougal made nuff money oft Henry ter by anada plantation ober on Beaver Creek. But long bout der dat 5 year day, come a stranger ter stop at de plantation. De fust day, he us dera, he went out wid Maz Dougal and spent all de mornin' lookin' ober de vimiad, and at a dinner day, spent all der evenin' playin' kyards. De niggas soon skiva dat he was a Yankee, and dat he come down ter nof Selina fer ter elon de Wite, folks how to raise grapes and make wine. He promised Maz Dougal he seed make de grapevines be twice as many grapes, and dat de new wine press he was a sellin' would make mo deren twice as many gallons wine. En ol, Maz Dougal des drunk it all in, des pad ter be bewitched wid dat Yankee. WN de dockies see dat Yankee runnin' round de vimiad and diggin' under de grapevines, dey shuck dera heads, and load dat day feared Maz Dougal lossin' his min. Maz Dougal had all de dirt dug away from under de roots all de scuppinin' vimes, and let 'em stand dat away for a week mo. Den dat, Yankee made de niggas fix up a mixtry lime and ashes and manio, and po it round de roots de grapevines. Den he vise Maz Dougal fer ter trim de vimes clost, and Maz Dougal tuck and done everything de Yankee tol him ter do. Dioin all dis time, mind ya, dis Yankee was libin' often de fat de lan, at de big house, and playin' kyards wid Maz Dougal evie night, and dey say, Maz Dougal los mon $1,000 dioin de week dat Yankee was a ruinin' de grapevines. WN de sap ris next spring, ol Henry enented his head as usual, and his ha ments ter grow des de same as it done evie year. De scuppinin' vimes growed monsts fas, and de leaves was greener and thicker dan de ebba ben dioin my remembrance, and Henry's ha growed out thicker dan ebba, and he pad ter get younger and younger, and supla, and seein' as he was shot hands dat spring, havin' tuck in considerable new ground, Maz Dougal cluded he wouldn't sell Henry tell he get de crap in and de cotton chop. So he kep Henry on de plantation. But long bout time fer de grapes ter come on de scuppinin' vimes, dey pad ter come a change oba em. De leaves withered and swivel up, and de young grapes turn yalla, and by maybe everybody on de plantation could see dat de whole vimiad was dyin'. Maz Dougal tuck'n water de vimes and done all he could, but wan no use. Dat Yankee had done bust de wat millium. One time de vimes picked up a bit, and Maz Dougal load day was gwine ter come out agin, but dat Yankee done dug too close under de roots, and pruned de branches too close ter de vime, and all dat lime and ashes done burned de life out'n de vimes, and dey des kep a within and a swivelin'. All dis time de goofa was a wuckin'. When de vimes stated ter wither, Henry ments ter complain his rheumatiz, and when de leaves begin ter dry up, his ha ments ter drap out. When de vimes fresh up a bit, Henry'd get piet agin, and when de vimes wither agin, Henry'd get ol agin, and des kep gittin' mo and mo fittin' fer nuffin. He des pined away, and finally tucked ter his cabin. And when de big vime wah he got de sap ter and int his head withered and turned yaller and died. Henry died too? Des went out sota like a cannel. Dey didn't pa ter be nuffin de matter wid him, sep'n de rheumatiz, but his strength des dwinnle away till he didn't have enough left ter draw his breath. De goofa had got der unde holt, and th'd Henry dat time fer good and all. Maz Dougal tuck on mightly bout lossin' his vimes and his nigger in de same year, and he swow dat, ef he could get holt dat Yankee he'd wear im ter a frazzle, and den chaw up de frazzle. And he done it too, for Mars Dougal as a monstrous brash man wn he once get started. He sought de vimiad out ober agen, but it was faux year before de vimes got ter brn any scuppinans. Wn de wa broke out, Mars Dougal raise a company, and went off ter fight de Yankees. He say he was mighty glad dat wa come, and he des want ter kill a Yankee for $EV he lost long dat grape raisin Yankee. And I spec he would have done it, too, de Yankees hadn't espition somepin, and killed him fuss. Atta der render ol mismoved ter town, de niggas all scattered way from de plantation, and de vimiad ain been cultivated since. Is that story true? Asked Annie doubtfully, but seriously, as the old man concluded his narrative. It's des as true as I'm a settin' here, miss. Dey's a easy way ter prove it. I kin lead de way right ter Henry's grave oba yander in de plantation buryin' ground. And I tell you at Masta, I wouldn't vise you to buy dis your ol' vimiad, k's de goofas on it yit, and dey ain't no tellin' wn it's gwine ter crap out. But I thought you said all the old vines died. Dey did pair ter die, but a few on 'em come out agin. N is mixed in mongs de youthas. I ain't skeered ter eat de grapes, k's I knows der old vimes from de new ones, but wid strangers day ain't no tellin' at mot happen. I wouldn't vise you ter buy dis vimiad. I bought the vineyard, nevertheless, and it has been for a long time in a thriving condition, and is often referred to by the local press as a striking illustration of the opportunities open to Northern capital in the development of Southern industries. The luscious Scuppernong holds first rank among our grapes, though we cultivate a great many other varieties, and our income from grapes packed and shipped to the Northern markets is quite considerable. I have not noticed any developments of the goofer in the vineyard, although I have a mild suspicion that our colored assistants do not suffer from want of grapes during the season. I found, when I bought the vineyard, that Uncle Julius had occupied a cabin on the place for many years and derived a respectable revenue from the product of the neglected grapevines. This, doubtless, accounted for his advice to me not to buy the vineyard, though whether it inspired the goofa story I am unable to state. I believe, however, that the wages I paid him for his services as coachman, for I gave him employment in that capacity, were more than an equivalent for anything he lost by the sale of the vineyard. The Grey Wolf's hint it was a rainy day at the vineyard. The morning had dawned bright and clear, but the sky had soon clouded, and by 9 o'clock there was a light shower, followed by others at brief intervals. By noon the rain had settled into a dull, steady downpour. The clouds hung low, and seemed to grow denser instead of lighter as they discharged their watery burden, and there was now and then a muttering of distant thunder. Outdoor work was suspended, and I spent most of the day at the house, looking over my accounts and bringing up some arrears of correspondence. Towards 4 o'clock I went out on the piazza, which was broad and dry, and less gloomy than the interior of the house, and composed myself for a quiet smoke. I had lit my cigar and opened the volume I was reading at that time, when my wife, whom I had left dozing on a lounge, came out and took a rocking chair near me. "I wish you would talk to me, or read to me, or something," she exclaimed petulantly. "It's awfully dull here today." "I'll read to you with pleasure," I replied, and began at the point where I had found my bookmark. The difficulty of dealing with transformations so many-sided as those which all existences have undergone, or are undergoing, is such as to make a complete and deductive interpretation almost hopeless. So to grasp the total process of redistribution of matter and motion, as to see simultaneously its several necessary results in their actual interdependence, is scarcely possible. There is, however, a mode of rendering the process as a whole tolerably comprehensible. Though the genesis of the rearrangement of every evolving aggregate is in itself one, it presents to our intelligence. "John," interrupted my wife, "I wish you would stop reading that nonsense and see who that is coming up the lane." I closed my book with a sigh. I had never been able to interest my wife in the study of philosophy, even when presented in the simplest and most lucid form. Someone was coming up the lane. At least, a huge, faded cotton umbrella was making progress toward the house, and beneath it, a pair of nether extremities in trousers was discernible. Any doubt in my mind as to whose they were was soon resolved when Julius reached the steps and, putting the umbrella down, got a good dash of the rain as he stepped up on the porch. "Why in the world, Julius?" I asked. "Didn't you keep the umbrella up until you got under cover?" "It's bad luck, sir, ter raise umbrella into house. N.W. Isles, I dunno whether it's bad luck ter kya one inter de piazza or no, I lows it's a luz best tur be on de safe side. I didn't espose you and young missus you'd be gwine on yo drive tur day, but bane as it's my pat tur take you if you does. I lowed I'd repot fur duty, and let you say whether no you wants tur go. I'm glad you came, Julius, I responded. We don't want to go driving, of course, in the rain, but I should like to consult you about another matter. I'm thinking of taking in a piece of new ground. What do you imagine it would cost to have that neck of woods down by the swamp cleared up? The old man's countenance assumed an expression of unwanted seriousness, and he shook his head doubtfully. I dunno about dat, sah. It mought cost mo, and it mought cost less, as far as money is concerned. I ain't denyin' you could CLR up dat track land for a couple $100, ef you wants ter CLR it up. But ef dat us my track land, I wouldn't sturb it, no sah, I wouldn't show es you bon, I wouldn't. But why not? I asked. It ain't fittin' fur grapes, fur new ground never is. I know it, but it ain't no yeathly good fur cotton, 'cause it's too low. Perhaps so, but it will raise splendid corn. I dunno, rejoined Julius deprecatorily. It's so nigh to swamp dat de coons'll eat up all de corn. I think I'll risk it, I answered. Well, sah, said Julius, I wishes you much joy yo job. Ef you has bad luck sickness trouble any kin, don't blame me. You can't say old Julius didn't wan you. Want him of what, Uncle Julius? Asked my wife. De bad luck at follows folks at sturbs dat track lan. Dey is snakes and scorpions in dem woods. And ef you manages ter scape de peicin animals, you is des bound ter hab a hant ter settle wid. Ef you don't hab to. Whose haunt? My wife demanded with growing interest. De Grey Wolf's hant, some folks calls it, but I knows better. Tell us about it, Uncle Julius, said my wife. A story will be a godsend today. It was not difficult to induce the old man to tell a story, if he were in a reminiscent mood. Of tales of the old slavery days, he seemed indeed to possess an exhaustless store, some weirdly grotesque, some broadly humorous, some bearing the stamp of truth, faint, perhaps, but still discernible, others palpable inventions, whether his own or not we never knew, though his fancy doubtless embellished them. But even the wildest was not without an element of pathos. The tragedy, it might be, of the story itself. The shadow, never absent, of slavery and of ignorance. The sadness, always, of life as seen by the fading light of an old man's memory. Way back yonder befo de wa, began Julius, ol' Ma's Jugal McAdoo used her own a nigga named Dan. Dan was big and strong and haughty and peaceable and good-natured most de time, but dangerous ter aggravaate. He allus done his task, and never had no trouble wid de white folks, but will be unter de nigga at load he seed fool wid Dan, fur he was mos show ter get a good lammin'. Soon as everybody found Dan out, dey didn't many on 'em tempt ter sturb him. De one dat did what a wush he hadn't, ef he could a lived long enough ter do any wushin'. It all happened dis way. Dey was a Conjure man at lived oba t other side de Lumberton Road. He had been der only Conjure doctor in de neighborhood fur low. De sem many yes, tell ol' on Peggy sot up in de business down by de Wimbledon Road. Dis Conjure man had a son at lived wid him, and it was dis ya son at got mix up wid Dan, and all bout a man. Dey was a gal on de plantation named Mahaly. She was a monstrous lackly gal, tall and supple, wid big eyes, and a small foot, and a lively tongue, and WN Dan tuck ter gwine wid everybody low day was well match, and none do you the nigga men on de plantation das ter go nigh her, fur day was all feared Dan. Now, it happened dat dis Conjure man's son was gwine long de road one day, WN who sh'd come pass but Mahaly. And de minute dis man sought eyes on Mahaly, he lowed he was gwine ter hab her fur hissef. He come upside her and mence ter talk ter her, but she didn't paid no tention ter him, fur she was studyin' bout Dan, and she didn't lack dis niggas looks nohow. So WN she got ter while she was gwine. Dis ya man wa'n't no further long Dan, he was WN he stated. 'Cause, atta he had made up his min fur ter git Mahaly, he mence ter quire round, and soon found out all bout Dan, and at a dangerous nigga he was. But dis man lowed his daddy was a Conjure man, and so he'd come out all right in der een, and he kept right on atta Mahaly. Meanwhiles Dan's master had said dey could get married ef dey wanta, and so Dan and Mahaly had tuck up wid one ernada, and was libin' in a cabin by daysevs, and was des rup up in one ernada. But dis Conjure man's son didn't pay ter min Dan's tackin' up wid Mahaly, and he kep on hangin' round des de same. Tell Finley one day Mahaly says ter Dan, says she. I wish you do something ter stop dat free nigga man from follerin' me round. I don't lack him no how, and I ain't got no time fer ter wuss wid no man but you. Costin got mad WN, he heard bout dis man pesterin' Mahaly, and de next night, WN he seed dis nigga comin' long de road, he up and ax him what he mean by hangin' round his own man. De man didn't spawn ter suit Dan, and one woad led ter Ernada. Tell by maybe dis Conjure man's son pull out a knife and statted ter stick it in Dan. But before he could get it drawed good, Dan haul off and hit him in de head so hard dat he never got up. Dan load he'd come to at her a while and go long bout his business, so he went off and left him layin' dere on de ground. De next mornin' de man was found dead. Dey was a great moration made bout it, but Dan didn't say nuffin', and none de you the niggas hadn't seed to fight, so dey wa'n't no way ter tell who done de killin'. And bane as it was a free nigga, and dey wa'n't no white folks specially entrusted, dey wa'n't nuffin' done bout it, and de Conjure man come and tuck his son, and carried him way and buried him. Now, Dan hadn't meant ter kill dis nigga, and whiles he knowed de man hadn't got no moderen he dissolved. Dan meants ter worry mo or less. Fur he knowed dis man's daddy would wuck his roots and probably fin out who had kilt his son, and make all de trouble fur him he could. And Dan kept on studyin' bout dis tell he got so he didn't hadly das ter eat drink fur fear dis Conjure man had icen de vittles de wata. Finley, he load he'd go ter see on Peggy. De new Conjure o man had moved down by de Wimbledon road, and ax her fur ter do somethin' ter protect him from dis Conjure man. So he tuck a peck tatas and went down to her cabin one night. On Peggy heard his tale, and den says she, dat Conjure man is mo deren twice as ol as I is, and he kin make monstrous powerful goofa. What you needs is a life cham, and I'll make you one termora. It's der only thing what'll do you any good. You leave me a couple hairs from yo head, and fetch me a pig termora night fur ter roas, and when you come I'll have de cham all ready fur you. So Dan went down ter on Peggy de next night, wid a young shote, and on Peggy gun im de cham. She had tucked de hairs Dan had left wid and a piece red flannen, and some roots and yobs, and had put him in a little bag made out in coon skin. You take dis cham, says she, and put it in a bottle a tin box, and bury it deep under de root a live oak tree, and as long as it stays dere safe and sound, dey ain't no icen kin icen you. Dey ain't no rattlesnake kin bite you. Dey ain't no scorpion kin sting you. Dis your Conjure man mought do one thing nutta ter you, but he can't kill you. So you need to be at all scared, but go long bout yo business and don't bother yo men. So Dan went down by de river, and way up on de bank he buried de cham deep under de root a live oak tree, and kivered it up and stomped de dirt down and scattered leaves over de spot, and den went home wid his men easy. Sho nuff, dis your Conjure man wucked his roots, des as Dan had spected he would, and soon Elon who killed his son. And cos he made up his min fur ter get eben wid Dan. So he sont a rattlesnake fur ter sting him, but de rattlesnake say de nigga's heel was so hard he couldn't get his sting in. Den he sont his jaybird fur ter put icen in Dan's vittles, but de icen didn't wuck. Den de Conjure man lo he doubled Dan all up wid de rheumatiz, so he couldn't get his hand ter his moof ter eat, and would have to starve ter deaf. But Dan went ter on Peggy, and she gun him a intment ter kyo de rheumatiz. Den de Conjure man load he'd bun Dan up wid a fever, but on Peggy tol him how ter make some yob tea fur dat. Nuffin dis man tried would kill Dan, so Finley de Conjure man load Dan must have a life cham. Now, dis ya jaybird de Conjure man had was a monstrous smack creta. Fac, de niggas load he was der old devil hissef. Des settin' round waitin' ter kya dis ol man, way he'd retch der een his rope. De Conjure man sont dis jaybird fur ter watch Dan and fin out while he kept his cham. De jaybird hung round and for a week so, and one day he see Den go down by de river and look at a live oak tree. And den de jaybird went back ter his master, and tol him he spec de nigga kep his life cham under dat tree. De Conjure man laughed, and he put on his biggest pot, and fill it wid his strongest roots, and beiled it, tell by maybe de wind blowed, tell it blowed down de live oak tree. Den he stirred some more roots in de pot, and it rained tell de water run down de river bank, and washed Dan's life cham inter de river. And de bottle went bobbin down de current des as unconcerned, as if it went takin' po Dan's chances all long wid it. And den de Conjure man laughed some mo, and load ter hissef dat he was gwine ter fix Dan now. Sho nuff. He won't gwine ter kill him des yet, fur he could do something ter im wet would hut wussa and killin. So dis Conjure man mence by gwine up ter Dan's cabin evie night, en tacken den out in his sleep en ridden him round de roads en fields oba de rough ground. In de mornin', Dan would be as tid as ef he hadn't been ter sleep. Dis thing kep up fur a week or so, and Dan had des bout made up his min fur ter go and see on Peggy Agin, WN, who sht come across, gwine long de road one day, tid sundown, but dis Conjure man. Dan felt kinda skeered at fuss, but den he membered bout his life cham, which he hadn't been ter see fur a week or so, en load was safe and sound unna de live oak tree, and so he hilt up his head and walk long. Des lack he didn't care nuffin bout dis man no mo deren any you the nigga. WN he got close ter de Conjure man. Dis Conjure man says he? Hoddy, Dan? I hopes you well. WN Dan seed de Conjure man was in a good humor and didn't pay ter bear no malice. Dan load meb de Conjure man hadn't found out who killed his son, and so he termined fur ter let on lack he didn't know nuffin, and so says he? Hoddy, Unc Jube? Dis ol' Conjure man's name was Jube. I's piety well, I thank you. How is you feelin' dis mornin'? I's feelin' as well as a ol' nigga could feel wet had lost his only son, and his main penance in is ol' age. But den my son was a bad boy, says he, and I couldn't spec nuffin s. I tried ter on him der his ways and make him go ter chutch and pram eatin', but it wa'n't no use. I dunno who kilt him, and I don't want to know, fur I'd be most show ter fin out dat my boy had started to fuss. Ef I'd had a son like you, Dan, I'd a been a proud nigga. Oh, yas, I would, shows you bon. But you ain't lookin' as well as you oughta, Dan. Days somethin' de matter wid you, and w's mo. I spec you dunno at it is. Now, dis you kinner talk naturally th'd Dan offen his jayad, and fust thing he knowed he was talkin' ter dis ol' Conjure man, des lack he was one his best friends. He tol him all bout not feelin' well in de mornin', and ax him ef he could tell w't was de matter wid him. Yas, says de Conjure man. Day is a witch ben ridden you right long. I can see de marks de bridle on yo moof, and I'll des bet yo back is raw while she's ben beatin' you. Yas, spon Dan, so it is. He hadn't noticed it befo, but now he felt des lack de hide had been tuck off nim. En yo thighs is des raw wa de spurras has been driven you, says de Conjure man. You can't see de raw spots, but you can feel 'em. Oh, yas, lows Dan, day does hut powful bad. NW's mo, says de Conjure man, comin' up close ter Dan and wuspin in his I knows who it has been ridden you. Who is it? Ax Dan, tell me who it is. It's a ol' nigga o' man down by Rockfish Crick. She had a pet rabbit and you cotch him one day, and she's been squarin' up wid you ebba since, but you betta stop her, else you'll be rid ter deaf in a month or so. No, says Dan, she can't kill me, show. I dunno how dat is, said de Conjure man, but she can make yo life mighty misable. Ef I was in yo place, I'd stop her right off. But how is I gwine ter stop her? Ax Dan, I dunno nuffin 'bout stoppin' witches. Look-a-he Dan, says de youtha, you is a good young man, I lacks you monstus well. Fac, I feels lack some de said days I mought buy you from yo master, ef I could ebba make money enough at my business de say hard times, and dup you fur my son. I lacks you so well dat I'm gwine ter heap you get ridder dis you witch fur good and all. Fur des as long as she libs, you is show ter hab trouble, and mo trouble. You is de best frien I got, Unc Jube, says Dan, and I'll member yo kinness ter my dyin' day. Tell me how I can get rid dis your ol' which w's been ridden me so hard. In de fuss place, says de Conjure man, dis ol' witch nebba comes in her own shape, but evie night, at 10 o'clock, she tuns herself inter a black cat, and runs down ter yo cabin and bridles you, and mounts you, and drives you out thu de chimbly, and rides you oba de roughs places she kin fin. All you got ter do is ter set fur her in de bushes side yo cabin, and hit her in de head wid a rock a lightered not when she goes pass. But says Dan, how kin I see her in de dak? And esposen I hits at her and misses her? Esposen I des wounds her, and she gets way, w't she gwine do ter me den? I is done studied 'bout all dem things, says de Conjure man, and it pairs ter me de best plan fur you ter foller, is ter lemmy tun you ter some creta w't kin see in de dak, and w't kin run des as fast as a cat, and w't kin bite, and bite fur ter kill. And den you won't have no trouble at de job is done. I dunno whether you'd lack dat no, but dat is de show's way. I don't care, spon Dan. I des as lief be anything fur a hour or so, ef I kin kill dat ol' witch. You kin do des w't you reminda. All right, den, says de Conjure man, you come down ter my cabin at 9:30 ter-night, and I'll fix you up. Now, dis Conjure man, WN he had got thu talkin' wid Dan, kep on down de road long de side de plantation, tell he met Mahaly comin' home from wuck des at a sundown. Howdy do, ma'am, says he, is yo name sis Mahaly, at belongs ter Maz Jugal McAdoo? Yaz Spawn Mahaly, dat's my name, and I belongs ter Maz Jugal. Well, says he, yo husband Dan was down by my cabin dis ebenin, and he got bit by a spider somethin', and his foot is swole up so he can't walk. And he axed me fur ter fin you and fetch you down dere ter heap him home. Cos Molly want to see at had happened ter Dan, and so she started down de road wid de Conjure man. As soon as he got her inter his cabin, he shet to do, and sprinkle some goofa mixtry on her, and tun her ter a black cat. Den he tuck and put her in a bale, and put a boat on de bale, and a rock on de boat, and left her dere till he got good and ready fur ter use her. Long 'bout 9:30, Dan come down ter de Conjure man's cabin. It was a wham night, and de do was stannin' open. De Conjure man vited Dan ter come in, and pass de time day wid him. As soon as Dan mens talkin', he hid a cat miauin' and scratchin' and gwine on at a terrible rate. What's all dat fuss 'bout? Axed Dan. Oh, dat ain't nuffin' but my ol' gray tomcat, says de Conjure man. I has ter shed him up sometimes fur ter keep him in nights and cos he don't lack it. Now, lows de Conjure man, lemme tell you des at you has got ter do. WN you catches dis witch, you must take her right by de thot, and bite her right thu de neck. Be show yo teeth goes thu at de fuss bite, and den you won't never be both no mo by dat witch. And WN you get done, come back he and I'll tun you ter Yosef agen, so you can go home and get your night's res. Den de Conjure man gun, Dan somethin' nice and sweet ter drink out'n a new goad, and in 'bout a minute Dan found hissef tunt ter a grey wolf. And soon as he felt all fo his new feet on de ground, he started off fas as he could fur his own cabin, so he could be show and be dara time enough ter catch de witch, and put a een ter her kjarens on. As soon as Dan was gone good, de Conjure man tucked de rock offen de boat, and de boat offen de bale, and out leapt Mahaly and started fur ter go home, des like a cat a oman anybody s would at was in trouble. And it wa'n't many minutes before she was gwine up de path ter her own do. Meanwhiles, WN Dan had retched de cabin, he had hid hissif in a bunch jimson weeds in de yed. He hadn't wait long before he seed a black cat run up de path tids to do. Des as soon as she got close ter him, he lep out and catch her by de thot, and got a grip on her, des like de Conjure man had tol him ter do. And lo and behold, no sooner had de blood mence ter flow down de black cat tunt back ter Mahaly, and done seed dat he had killed his own wife. And whiles her breath was gwine she call out, "Oh Dan, oh my husband, come and heap me, come and save me from dis wolf w's killin' me." WN po Dan stated tids her, as any man naturally would, it des made her hollow wuss and wuss. First she didn't know dis ya wolf was her Dan. And Dan des had ter hide in de weeds, and grit his teeth and haul hissif in, till she passed out in her misrai, callin' fur Dan ter de las, and wonderin' he didn't come and heap her. And Dan load ter hissif he'd rather a ben kilt a dozen times and ter a done at he had ter Mahaly. Dan was mighty nigh stracted, but Mahaly was dead, and he got his mins straighten out a little. It didn't take him moderen a minute so fur ter see thu all de Conjure man's lies, and how de Conjure man had fooled him and made him kill Mahaly. Fur ter get eben wid him fur killin' his son. He kept gettin' madder and madder, and Mahaly hadn't much moderen drawed her last breath before he started back ter de Conjure man's cabin hard as he could run. WN he got dara, de do was stannin' open, a lighted knot was flickerin' under a chath, and der ol' Conjure man was settin' dara noddin' in de corner. Dan lep in de do and jump fur dis man's thot, and got de same grip on at de Conjure man had tol him 'bout half a hour before. It was hard wuck dis time, fur der ol' man's neck was monstrous tough and stringy, but Dan hilt on long enough ter be show his job was done right, and eben den he didn't haul on long enough. Fur WN he tunt de Conjure man loose and he fell ober on de flow. De Conjure man rolled his eyes at Dan, and says he, "I's eben wid you, ber Dan, and you eben wid me. You kilt my son and I kilt yo a man. And as I don't want no moderen w's fair bout dis thing, ef you'll retch up wid yo paw and take down dat goat hangin' on dat peg ober de chimbly, and take a sip dat mixtry. It'll tun you back ter a nigger agin, and I kin die mo sadsfied and if I left you like you is." Dan nebo load for a minute dat, a man would lie wid his last breath, and cause he seed de sense gitten tunt back befo de Conjure man died, so he clum on a chair and retch fur de goad, and tuck a sip de mixtry. And as soon as he done dat de Conjure man loft his last laugh, and gapsed out wid his last gaps. I reckon I square wid you now fur killin' me too. Fur dat goofer on you is done fix and sot now fur good, and all de Conjun in de whirl won't nebba take it off. Wolf you is and wolf you stays, all de rest yo bond days. Cosper Dan couldn't do nuffin', he knowed it wa'n't no use, but he clum up on de chimbly and got down de goads and bottles and you the Conjure fixins, and tried 'em all on hissef, but dey didn't do no good. Den he run down ter ol on Peggy, but she didn't know de wolf language, and couldn't a tuck off dis you the goofa know how. Eben f she'd a unnursted w at Dan was sayin'. So po Dan was bleeged ter be a wolf all de rest his bond days. Dey found Mahaly down by her own cabin next mornin', and everybody made a great moration bout how she'd been kilt. De niggas load a wolf had bit her. De w-ite folks say no. Dey ain been no wolves round dera fur 10 yes mo. And dey didn't know w at ter make out'n it. NW and dey couldn't fin Dan no ha. Dey load he'd quarreled wid Mahaly and kilt her, and run way. And dey didn't know w at ter make dat. Fur Dan and Mahaly was de mus lovin' couple on de plantation. Dey put de dogs on Dan's scent, and track him down ter ol Unc Jube's cabin, and found der ol man dead. And dey didn't know w at ter make dat. And den Dan's scent gun out, and dey didn't know w at ter make dat. Ma's Dougal tuck on a heap bout lossin' two his best hands in one day, and ol Mrs. Load it was a judgment on 'im fur somethin' he'd done. But dat fall de craps was monstus big, so Ma's Dougal say de Lord had tempa de win ter de shon ram, and make up ter 'im fur w at he had loss. Dey buried Mahaly down in dat piece low ground you talkin' bout CLR'n up. As fur po Dan, he didn't have no harass ter go, so he des stayed round Mahaly's grave, WN he went out into you the woods gittin' somethin' ter eat. And sometimes, WN night would come. De niggas useta he him howlin' down dera, des fittin' ter break his heat. And den some moanem said dey seed Mahaly's hant dera abundance times, Colagwin wid dis grey wolf. And eben now, 50th cents, long atter ol Dan has died and dried up in de woods, his hant and Mahaly's hangs round dat piece low ground, and everybody w at goes bout dera has some bad luck nother. Fur hant stone lack ter be sturb on dey own stompin' ground. The air had darkened while the old man related this harrowing tale. The rising wind whistled around the eaves, slammed the loose window shutters, and, still increasing, drove the rain in fiercer gusts into the piazza. As Julius finished his story and we rose to seek shelter within doors, the blast caught the angle of some chimney or gable in the rear of the house, and brought to our ears a long, wailing note, an epitome, as it were, of remorse and hopelessness. "Dat's des lak po ol Dan use at a howl," observed Julius as he reached for his umbrella. "NW I been tellin' you, is de reason I don't lak ter see dat neck woods CL ed up. 'Cause it belongs ter you, and a man kin do as he choose wid his own. But ef you gets rheumatiz, fever and aga, ef you snake bit, peicin' wid some yob nother, ef a tree falls on you, a hant runs you and makes you get stracted in yo min. Like some folks I knows w it went foolin' round dat piece lan. You can't say I nebba wand you, sah, en tol you w it you mought look fur en be show ter fin. When I cleared up the land in question, which was not until the following year, I recalled the story Julius had told us, and looked in vain for a sunken grave, or perhaps a few weather-bleached bones of some denizen of the forest. I cannot say, of course, that someone had not been buried there, but if so, the hand of time had long since removed any evidence of the fact. If some lone wolf, the last of his pack, had once made his den there, his bones had long since crumbled into dust and gone to fertilize the rank vegetation that formed the undergrowth of this wild spot. I did find, however, a bee tree in the woods, with an ample cavity in its trunk, and an opening through which convenient access could be had to the stores of honey within. I have reason to believe that ever since I had bought the place, and for many years before, Julius had been getting honey from this tree. The gray wolf's haunt had doubtless proved useful in keeping off two inquisitive people, who might have interfered with his monopoly. The Conjure Woman by Charles W. Chesnutt. Tobe's tribulations about half a mile from our house on the North Carolina sandhills there lay, at the foot of a vine-clad slope, and separated from my Scuppernong vineyard by a rail fence. a marsh of some extent. It was drained at a somewhat later date, but at the time to which I now refer spread for half a mile in length and a quarter of a mile in breadth. Having been planted in rice many years before, it therefore contained no large trees, but was grown up chiefly in reeds and coarse grasses, with here and there a young sycamore or cypress. Though this marsh was not visible from our house, nor from any road that we used, it was nevertheless one of the most prominent features of our environment. We might sometimes forget its existence in the daytime, but it never failed to thrust itself upon our attention after night had fallen. It may be that other localities in our neighborhood were infested with frogs, but if so, their vocal efforts were quite overborne by the volume of sound that issued nightly from this particular marsh. As soon as the red disk of the sun had set behind the pines, the performance would begin, first perhaps with occasional shrill pipings, followed by a confused chattering. Then, as the number of participants increased, growing into a steady drumming, punctuated every moment by the hoarse bellowing note of some monstrous bullfrog. If the day had perchance been rainy, the volume of noise would be greater. For a while after we went to live in the neighborhood, this ceaseless, strident din made night hideous, and we would gladly have dispensed with it. But as time wore on, we grew accustomed to our nocturnal concert. We began to differentiate its notes and to distinguish a sort of rude harmony in these voices of the night, and after we had become thoroughly accustomed to it, I doubt whether we could have slept comfortably without their lullaby. But I had not been living long in the vicinity of this frog pond before its possibilities, as a source of food supply, suggested themselves to my somewhat practical mind. I was unable to learn that any of my white neighbors indulged in the delicate article of diet which frogs' legs might be made to supply. And strangely enough, among the Negroes, who would have found in the tender flesh of the batrachian a toothsome and bountiful addition to the coarse food that formed the staple of their diet, its use for that purpose was entirely unknown. One day I went frog fishing and brought home a catch of half a dozen. Our colored cook did not know how to prepare them, and looked on the whole proceeding with ill-concealed disgust. So my wife, with the aid of a cookbook, dressed the hind legs quite successfully in the old-fashioned way, and they were served at supper. We enjoyed the meal very much, and I determined that thereafter we would have the same dish often. Our supper had been somewhat later than usual, and it was dusk before we left the table and took our seats on the piazza. We had been there but a little while when old Julius, our colored coachman, came around the house and approaching the steps asked for some instructions with reference to the stable work. As the matter required talking over, I asked him to sit down. When we had finished our talk, the old man did not go away immediately, and we all sat for a few moments without speaking. The night was warm but not sultry. There was a sort of gentle melancholy in the air, and the chorus from the distant frog pond seemed pitched this night in something of a minor key. "Dem frogs is makin' dey usual racket ternight," observed the old man, breaking the silence. "Yes," I replied, "they are very much in evidence. By the way, Annie, perhaps Julius would like some of those frogs' legs. I see Nancy hasn't cleared the table yet." "No, ma'am," responded Julius quickly. "I's much obleeged, but I don't eat no frog legs. No, sah, no, ma'am, I don't eat no frog legs, not ef I knows what I's eatin'." "Why not, Julius?" I asked. "They are excellent eating." "You listen right close, sah," he answered, "and you'll hear a pertickler bullfrog down yonder in dat mash. Listen. Dere he goes now, callin', 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 sad and mournful. Des like somebody what's lost somewhere, and can't find de way back." "I hear it distinctly," said my wife after a moment. "It sounds like the lament of a lost soul." I had never heard the vocal expression of a lost soul, but I tried, without success, to imagine that I could distinguish one individual croak from another. "Well, what is there about that frog, Julius," I inquired, "that makes it any different from the others?" "Dat's Po Tobe," he responded solemnly. "Callin' on Peggy, Po ol' on Peggy what's dead en gone tur de good master. Yes en yes ago." "Tell us about Tobe, Julius," I asked. I could think of no more appropriate time for one of the old man's stories. His views of life were so entirely foreign to our own that for a time after we got acquainted with him, his conversations were a never-failing source of novelty and interest. He had seen life from what was to us a new point of view, from the bottom, as it were, and there clung to his mind, like barnacles to the submerged portion of a ship, all sorts of extravagant beliefs. The simplest phenomena of life were to him fraught with hidden meaning, some prophecy of good, some presage of evil. The source of these notions I never traced, though they doubtless could be easily accounted for. Some perhaps were dim reflections of ancestral fetishism, Ma were the superstitions, filtered through the Negro intellect, of the Scotch settlers who had founded their homes on Cape Fear at a time when a kelpie haunted every highland glen, and witches, like bats, darkened the air as they flew by in their nocturnal wanderings. But from his own imagination, I take it, for I never heard quite the same stories from anyone else. He gave to the raw material of folklore and superstition a fancifulness of touch that truly made of it, to borrow a homely phrase, a silk purse out of a sow's ear. And if perhaps, at times, his stories might turn out to have a purpose apart from any aesthetic or didactic end, he probably reasoned, with a philosophy for which there is high warrant, that the laborer was worthy of his hire. "'Bout 40 years ago," began Julius, "ol' Ma's Jugal McAdoo, my ol' master, use at her own a man named Tobe. Dis you Tobe was a slow kind nigger, and whiles he'd a luz git his task done. He'd have to wuck harder en any you the nigger on de place ter do it. One time he had a monstrous nice man for a wife, but she got bit by a rattlesnake one summer and died, and dat left Tobe kind lonesome. En moderen dat, Tobe's wife had been cook at de big house, and evie night she'd fetch somethin' down ter her cabin for Tobe, and he found it mighty hard ter go back ter bacon, and conbread at a libin often de fat de lan, all de say yes. Des bout a month so at a Tobe's wife died. Day was a nigger run way from ol' Ma's Marabo McSwain's, de next plantation. And in spite all de W8 folks could do, dis you nigger got clean off ter a free state in de Noff, and by mebbe he writ a sassy letter back ter Ma's Marabo, and sont him a bill fur de wuck he done fur him fur 20 yes mo, at $1.50 a day. W8 he say he was gittin' at de Noff. One de gals W8 wucked round de big house he'd de W8 folks gwine on bout it, and she say Ma's Marabo cussed en swo des tarable, and ol' Mrs. Moss wept fur ter think how ungrateful dat nigga was, not ony ter run way, but to write back sich wickness ter W8 folks W8 had a luz treated him good, fed him and clothed him, and nussed him when he was sick, and nebba let him suffer fur nuffin all his life. But Tobe he'd bout dis you nigga, and he tuck a notion he'd lack ter runway and go ter de Noff and be free and get $1.50 a day too. But de mo he studied bout it, de hatter it paid ter be. In de fust place, de Noff was a monstrous long ways off, and de dogs mought track him, de patrols mought catch him, he mought starve ter def cas he couldn't get nuffin ter eat on de way, and ef he was cotch he was likely ter be sol so fur soof dat, he'd nebba have no chance ter get free ebba see his ol' friends nother. But Tobe kep on studyin' bout runnin' way, tell Finley he lowed he'd go and see ol' on Peggy, de Conjure man down by de Wimbledon road, and axer W8 was de best way fur him ter stat. So he tuck a par pullets down ter on Peggy one night and tell her all bout his hankins and his longins, and axer W8 he'd have to do fur ter runway and get free. W8 you want to be free fur? Says on Peggy, don't you get enough ter eat? Yas, I gets enough ter eat, but I'll have betta vittles when I's free. Don't you get enough sleep? Yas, but I'll sleep mo W when I's free. Does you wuck too had? No, I don't wuck too had fur a slave nigga, but ef I was free I wouldn't wuck atall less'n I felt lack it. On Peggy shuck her head. I dunno, nigga, says she, whether you gwine ter fin W8 you huntin' fur no. But W8 is it you wants me ter do fur you? I wants you ter tell me de best and easiest way fur ter get ter de Noff and be free. Well, says on Peggy, I's feared day ain't no easy way. De best way fur you ter do is ter fix yo eye on de Noff star and stat. You kin put some tar on yo feet ter tho de hounds often descent, and ef you come ter a crick you mought wade long fur a mile so. Ish say you betta stat on Saturday night, fur den most likely you one be miss tell Monday mornin', and you can get a good stat on yo jowney. And den maybe in a month so you'll retch de Noff and you'll be free, and while you can eat all you want, ef you can get it, and sleep as long as you mighta. Ef you kin fought it, and while you won't have to wuck ef you'd rather go to jail. But W8 is I gwine ter eat dirin dis you mont I's travelin'? Ax Tobe, it makes me sick ef I don't get my reglaw meals. Don't ax me, says on Peggy. I ain't nebba seed de nigga yet W8 can't fin somethin' ter eat. Tobe scratch his head. En wars I gwine to sleep dirin dat mont? I'll have to have my reglaw res. Don't ax me, says on Peggy. You kin sleep in de woods in de daytime, and do yo travelin' at night. But esposen a snake bites me? I kin jib you a cham fur ter kyo snake bite. But esposen de patrols catch me? Look a he nigga, says on Peggy. I's tid yo esposen, and I's was all de time on you I's gwine ter fur 2 chickens. I's feared you wants ter get free too easy. I suppose you des wants ter lay down at night, do yo travelin' in yo sleep, and wake free in de mornin'. You wants ter get $1,000 nigga fur nuffin and dat's mo deren anybody, but de smattest W8 folks kin do. Go long back ter yo wuck, man, and don't come back ter me less you kin fetch me somethin' mo. Now, Tobe knowed well enough dat ol' on Peggy des ben talkin' ter he hersef talk, and so 2 nights later he tuck aside bacon and carried it down ter her cabin. Says on Peggy, dat is somethin' lack it. I suppose you still lows you'd lack ter be free, so you can eat W at you minta, and sleep all you wanta, and res W enaba you feels dat way. Yasm, I wants ter be free, and I wants you ter fix things so I kin be show ter get ter denoff without much trouble, fur I surely does hate and spies trouble. On Peggy studied for a while, and den she tucked down a goad off into sheaf, and says she, I's got a goofa mixtry he w'll tun you ter a bia. You know dey use it a be bias round he in dem old days. Den she tucked down a goad, and she went on, Ef I put some dis you the mixtry wid it, you'll tun back agin in des a week mont 2 months, codden ter how much I puts in. Now, ef I tuns you ter a bia fur, say a month, and you is careful and keeps way from de hunters, you kin feed yossef as you goes long, and by der de mont you'll be ter denoff, and when you tuns back you'll tun back ter a free nigga, while you kin do W at you wanta, and go while you minta, and sleep as long as you please. So Tobe say all right, and on Peggy mixed de goofa, and put it on Tobe and turrent him ter a big black bia. Tobe statted out tids denoff, and went 15 or 20 miles without stoppin'. Des, befo day in de mornin', he come ter a tate a patch, and bane as he was feelin' sorta hungry, he stopped fur a hour so tell he got all de tatas he could haul. Den he statted out agin, and by mebbe he run cross a bee tree and eat all de honey he could. Long tids ebbenin he come ter a holla tree, and bane as he felt kinda sleepy lack, he lowed he'd crawl in and take a nap. So he crawled in and went ter sleep. Meanwhile, Monday mornin' WN de niggas went out in de field ter wuck. Tobe was missin'. All de niggas nighed seein' him, and ol' Ma's Jugel sont up ter town and hid some dogs, and gun de scent, and dey followed it ter ol' on Peggy's cabin. On Peggy lowed yas, a nigga had been ter her cabin Saturday night, and she had gun him a cham fur ter keep off de room it is, and he had statted off down tids de riba, sayin' he was tid wuckin' and was gwine fishin' fur a month so. De W8 folks hunted and hunted, but cos dey didn't fin Tobe. 'Bout a month at a Tobe had run way, and when on Peggy had must forget 'bout him, she was settin' in her cabin one night wuckin' her roots, when somebody knock at her do. Who dara, says she. It's me Tobe open to do, on Peggy. Show nuff, WN on Peggy tucked down to Duba, who sh'd be stannin' dara but Tobe. War is you come fum nigga? Ax on Peggy, I load you must be turden off by dis time, and free, and libin offen de fat de lan. You must a expected me ter travel monstus fast den, says Tobe, fur I des statted fum he yistiddy mornin', and he I is turnt back ter a nigger agin befo I'd hadly got Uzetta walkin' on all fours. Days somethin' de matter wid dat goofer yon, fur yo kunjin ain wuck right dis time. I crawled in a holla tree 'bout 6 o'clock and went ter sleep, and when I woke up in de mornin', I was tunt back agin, and bane as I hadn't got no further and Rockfish Crick, I des load I'd come back and get dat goofa W I paid for fix right. On Peggy scratched her head and studied a minute, and den says she, I sees des W de trouble is. I is tunt you ter a bia he in de fall, and when you come ter a holla tree you crawls in and goes ter sleep fur de winter, des lack any you the bia do. And ef I hadn't mixed dat, you the goofer in fur ter tun you back in a mont, you'd a slep all you de winter. I had des plum forget 'bout dat, so I reckon I'll have to try somethin' different. I spec I bet a ton you ter a fox. En bane as a fox is a good runner, you ought to get turden off in less time dan a bia, so I'll fix dis ya goofa so you'll tun back ter a nigger and des weeks, and you'll be able ter enjoy yo freedom a week sooner. So on Peggy tunt Tobe ter a fox, and he statted down de road in great hass, and made mod'n 10 miles, WN he ments ter feel kinda hungry. So WN, he come ter a hen house he tuck a hen and eat it, and lay down in de woods ter get his night's res. In de mornin', when he woke up, he lowed he mought swell hab earned a chicken for breakfast, so he tuck a fat pullet and eat dat. Now, Tobe had been monsts fun chicken before he was tunt ter a fox, but he hadn't nebba had as much as he could eat before. And bane as dara was so many chickens in dis neighborhood, and dey mought be scarce while he was gwine, he load he better stay round dere till he got kinda fat, so he could stand bane hungry a day so he shed fin slim pickings further long. So he dug hisself a nice hole under a tree in the woods, and des stayed dere and eat chicken for a couple weeks so. He was so comfortable, eatin' at he liked, and restin when he went eatin', he des kinda lost track de time, tell before he noticed it his the weeks was moss up. But by maybe de people at own to say your chickens ments ter miss em, and day load day was a fox summers round. So day got out day hounds and day hawns and day hosses, and started off for a fox hunt. And sure enough de hounds got de scent, and was on Po Tobe's track in a hour so. Tobe heard him comin' he was mos scared ter death, and he ments ter run as hard as he could, and bane as de hounds was on de north side, he run tids de soof, and soon found hisself back in de woods right while he was born and raised. He jumped a crick and doubled and twisted, and done everything he could fur ter tho de hounds often descent, but weren't no use, fur day des kept gettin' closeta, and closeta, and closeta. As soon as Tobe got back tids home and skivid while he was, he started fur ol on Peggy's cabin fur getter ter heap him, and des as he got ter her do, lo and behold, he tunt back ter a nigger agin, fur de the weeks was up des ter a minute. He knock it to do, and holled, "Lemme in, on Peggy, lemme in, de dogs is at me." On Peggy opened to do. "Fur de Lawd's sake, nigga, whar's you come from dis time," says she. "I load you was done got ter de noff, and free long ago. What's de matter wid you now?" So Tobe up and told her bout how he had been stopped by dem chickens, and how hard it was ter get way from him. And whiles he was talkin' ter on Peggy day heard de dogs comin' closeta, and closeta, and closeta. "Tell me ter sompness on Peggy," says Tobe, "fur dat fox scent runs right up ter de do, and dey'll be bleeds ter come in, and dey'll fin me and cow me back home, and lamb me, and most likely sell me way. Tell me ter sompin quick, I don't care at, fur I don't want dem dogs ner dem w8 folks ter catch me." On Peggy look round de cabin, and says she, tackin' down a goad from de chimbly, "I ain't got no goofa made up ter day, Tobe, but dis bullfrog mixtry. I'll tell you ter a bullfrog, and I'll put in enough dis you the mixtry fur ter take de goofer off in a day so, and meanwhiles you can hop down yanda ter dat mash and stay. NWN de dogs is all gone and you tons back. You can come ter me and I'll tun you ter a sparrer, sompin at kin fly swift, and den maybe you'll be able ter get way and be free without all dis ya foolishness you's ben goin' thu." By dis time de dogs was scratchin' at de do and howlin', and on Peggy and Tobe could he de hawns de hunters blowin' close behin. All dis ya racket made on Peggy sought a novice, and when she went ter po dis you the mixtry in fur ter lift de bullfrog goofer often Tobe in a day so, her hand shuck, so she spilt it oba de side de you the goad and didn't notice dat it hadn't gone in. And Tobe was so busy listenin' and watchin' to do, dat he didn't notice nother, and so WN on Peggy put de goofer on Tobe and tunt him inter a bullfrog. Dey wa'n't none dis you the mixtry in it at somba. Tobe lep out'n a crack twixt de logs, and on Peggy opened to do, and de dogs run round, and de W8 folks come in and quid, and WN day seed on Peggy's roots and goads and snakeskins and you the Conjure fixins, and a big black cat wid yaller eyes, settin' under a choth, day load day, was wastin' day time, so day des cussed a little and run long back home widout de fox day had come at her. De next day, on Peggy stayed round home all day, mackin' a mixtry fur ter tun Tobe ter a sparra, and spectin' him evie minute fur ter come in. But he nebba come. And bane as he didn't pay no mo, on Peggy load he'd got tid dis your animal business and WN, he had tunt back from de bullfrog, had runned way on his own sponsibility, like she vised him at fuss. So on Peggy went on bout her own business and didn't paid no mo tension ter Tobe. As fur po Tobe, he had hop off down ter dat mash and had jump into water, and had waited fur hisself ter tun back. But WN he didn't tun back to fuss day, he load on Peggy had put in too much de mixtry, and bane as de mash was full minnows and snails and crawfish and you the things at bullfrogs lacks ter eat, he load he mought as well be comfortable and enjoy hisself till his bullfrog time was up. But by maybe, when a month roll by, and 2 months, and months, and a Tobe kinda load day was sompin wrong bout dat goofa, and so he ments ter go up on de dry land and look fur on Peggy. And one day WN, she came long by de mash, he got in front her, and croak, But on Peggy was studying 'bout somethness. And sides, she lowed Tobe was done gone way and got free long befo, so she didn't pay no tention ter de big bullfrog she met in de path. Seppin ter push him out in de road wid her stick. So Tobe went back ter his mash, and dara he's been ebba since. It's been 50 yes mo, and Tobe must be 'bout 10 yes older en I is. But he ain't nebba got titter wantin' ter be tunt back ter hissef, ter somethin' wat could run way ter de noff. Cos if he had waited lack de res on us he'd a been free long ago, but he didn't know dat, and he don't know it yet. En Evie night, WN de frog stats up. Dem wat knows 'bout Tobe kin recognize his voice and he im callin' ol, on Peggy fur ter come and tun him back. Des as f on Peggy hadn't been restin, in Abraham's bosom, fur 40 yes mo. Onsit in a while, I notices dat Tobe don't say nuffin for a night or so, and so I lows he's gittin' ol and Polly. En trouble wid hostness roomit is somethin' nother. Fum bane in de wata so long. I don't spec he's gwine to be dara many mo yes, but whiles he is dara. It pez termy he oughta be load ter lib out de res his days in peace. Dat's de reason the old man concluded, I don't lack ter see nobody eatin' frog's legs out'n dat mash. Ouch, he added suddenly, putting his hand to the pit of his stomach, ouch. What's the matter, Uncle Julius? My wife inquired with solicitude. Oh, nuffin, ma'am, nuffin wuff noticin'. Des a little tech misry in my innards. I s'pose talkin' 'bout po old Tobe, in dat call, wet mash, would nobody ter sociate wid, but frogs and crawfish and watamuckasins and sich, and wid nuffin fittin' ter eat, is des sauter upsut me mo less. If you is anyways entrusted in a ol nigga's feelin's, I ruther spec a drap dem bitas out'n dat little flat jimajon, yon get me shet dis misry quicken anything I knows. Uncopyright may you do good and not evil. May you find forgiveness for yourself and forgive others. May you share freely, never taking more than you give. Copyright pages exist to tell you that you can't do something. Unlike them, this uncopyright page exists to tell you that the writing and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. The United States public domain represents our collective cultural heritage, and items in it are free for anyone in the United States to do almost anything at all with, without having to get permission. Copyright laws are different all over the world, and the source text or artwork in this ebook may still be copyrighted in other countries. If you're not located in the United States, you must check your local laws before using this ebook. Standard ebooks makes no representations regarding the copyright status of the source text or artwork in this ebook in any country other than the United States. Non-authorship activities performed on items that are in the public domain, so-called sweat of the brow work, don't create a new copyright. That means that nobody can claim a new copyright on an item that is in the public domain for, among other things, work like digitization, mock-up, or typography. Regardless, the contributors to this ebook release their contributions under the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication, thus dedicating to the worldwide public domain all of the work they've done on this ebook, including but not limited to metadata, the title page, imprint, colophon, this uncopyright, and any changes or enhancements to, or mock-up on, the original text and artwork. This dedication doesn't change the copyright status of the source text or artwork. We make this dedication in the interest of enriching our global cultural heritage, to promote free and libre culture around the world, and to give back to the unrestricted culture that has given all of us so much. Table of Contents Landmarks. Colophon the Conjure Woman was published in 1899 by Charles W. Chesnutt. This ebook was produced for Standard eBooks by Mitchell Jacobs, and is based on transcriptions from various sources and on digital scans from various sources. The cover page is adapted from Woman and Child, Silence, a painting completed in 1855 by Jean-Francois Millet. The cover and title pages feature the League Spartan and Sots Mill Gaudy typefaces created in 2014 and 2009 by the League of Movable Type. This edition was released on April 19, 2025, 1:18 a.m., and is based on revision E9E64C0. The first edition of this ebook was released on February 28, 2019, 8:33 p.m. You can check for updates to this ebook, view its revision history, Or download it for different e-reading systems at standardbooksog/ebooks/Charles W. Chesnutt/The Conjure Woman. The volunteer-driven Standard eBooks project relies on readers like you to submit typos, corrections, and other improvements. Anyone can contribute at Standard Booksorg. Dave's necklace have some dinner, Uncle Julius? Said my wife. It was a Sunday afternoon in early autumn. Our 2 women servants had gone to a camp meeting some miles away and would not return until evening. My wife had served the dinner, and we were just rising from the table when Julius came up the lane and, taking off his hat, seated himself on the piazza. The old man glanced through the open door at the dinner table, and his eyes rested lovingly upon a large, sugar-cured ham, from which several slices had been cut, exposing a rich pink expanse that would have appealed strongly to the appetite of any hungry Christian. "Thank ye, Miss Annie," he said, after a momentary hesitation. "I dunno as I cares ef I does toss a piece or dat ham, ef you'll cut me off a slice on it." "No," said Annie, "I won't. Just sit down to the table and help yourself, eat all you want, and don't be bashful." Julius drew a chair up to the table, while my wife and I went out on the piazza. Julius was in my employment. He took his meals with his own family, but when he happened to be about our house at meal times, my wife never let him go away hungry. I threw myself into a hammock, from which I could see Julius through an open window. He ate with evident relish, devoting his attention chiefly to the ham, slice after slice of which disappeared in the spacious cavity of his mouth. At first the old man ate rapidly, but after the edge of his appetite had been taken off, he proceeded in a more leisurely manner. When he had cut the 6th slice of ham, I kept count of them from a lazy curiosity to see how much he could eat. I saw him lay it on his plate. As he adjusted the knife and fork to cut it into smaller pieces, he paused, as if struck by a sudden thought, and a tear rolled down his rugged cheek and fell upon the slice of ham before him. But the emotion, whatever the thought that caused it, was transitory, and in a moment he continued his dinner. When he was through eating, he came out on the porch and resumed his seat with the satisfied expression of countenance that usually follows a good dinner. "Julius," I said, "you seemed to be affected by something a moment ago. Was the mustard so strong that it moved you to tears?" "No, sir, it wa'n't de mustard. I was studying 'bout Dave." "Who was Dave, and what about him?" I asked. The conditions were all favorable to storytelling. There was an autumnal languor in the air, and a dreamy haze softened the dark green of the distant pines and the deep blue of the southern sky. The generous meal he had made had put the old man in a very good humor. He was not always so, for his curiously undeveloped nature was subject to moods which were almost childish in their variableness. It was only now and then that we were able to study, through the medium of his recollection, the simple but intensely human inner life of slavery. His way of looking at the past seemed very strange to us. His view of certain sides of life was essentially different from ours. He never indulged in any regrets for the Arcadian joyousness and irresponsibility, which was a somewhat popular conception of slavery. His had not been the lot of the petted house servant, but that of the toiling field hand. While he mentioned with a warm appreciation the acts of kindness which those in authority had shown to him and his people, he would speak of a cruel deed, not with the indignation of one accustomed to quick feeling and spontaneous expression, but with a furtive disapproval which suggested to us a doubt in his own mind as to whether he had a right to think or to feel, and presented to us the curious psychological spectacle of a mind enslaved long after the shackles had been struck off from the limbs of its possessor. Whether the sacred name of liberty ever set his soul aglow with a generous fire, whether he had more than the most elementary ideas of love, friendship, patriotism, religion, things which are half and the better half of life to us, whether he even realized, except in a vague, uncertain way, his own degradation, I do not know. I fear not. And if not, then centuries of repression had borne their legitimate fruit. But in the simple human feeling, and still more in the undertone of sadness, which pervaded his stories, I thought I could see a spark which, fanned by favoring breezes and fed by the memories of the past, might become in his children's children a glowing flame of sensibility, alive to every thrill of human happiness or human woe. "Dave used ter belong ter my ol' master," said Julius. "He was raised on disya plantation, and I kin member all erbout him, fur I was ol' nuff ter chop cotton w and it all happen. Dave was a tall man, and monstrous strong. He could do mo' wuck in a day dan any you the 2 niggers on de plantation. He was one de say ya solemn kind men, and nebber run on wid much foolishness, like do you the darkies. He used ter go out in de woods and pray. NWN, he hear de hands on de plantation cussin' and gwine on wid dera dancin' and foolishness. He used ter tell 'em 'bout religion and judgment day. WN day would have ter gin account for evie idle word and all day you the sinful Karen's on. Dave had on how ter read de Bible. Day was a free nigga boy in de settlement wet was monstrous smart, and could write and cipher, and was allus readin' books papers. And Dave had hid dis free boy fur ter on him how ter read. Hit was G in de law, but cos none de niggas didn't say nuffin ter de white folks 'bout it. Howsomedeva, one day Ma's Waka, he was der obasi, found out Dave could read. Ma's Waka wa'n't nuffin but a po buckra, and folks said he couldn't read ner write hissef, and cos he didn't lack ter see a nigga at node mo deren he did. So he went and told Ma's Jugal. Ma's Jugal sont fur Dave, and ax him 'bout it. Dave didn't hardly know at ter do, but he couldn't tell no lie, so he fessed he could read de Bible a little by spellin' out de words. Ma's Jugal look mighty solemn. Dis yer is a sayus matta, says he. It's gin de law ter on niggas how ter read, lo em ter have books. But at your on out'n dat Bible, Dave? Dave wa'n't no fool, ef he was a nigga, and says he, Masta, I on's dat it's a sin fur ter steal, ter lie, fur ter want at don't belong ter ya. And I on's fur ter love de laud and ter bay my masta. Ma's Jugal sought a smile and laughed ter hissef, like he as mightly tickle 'bout sompin, and says he, don't pa ter me like readin' de Bible done you much harm, Dave. Dat's at I wants all my niggas fur ter know. You keep right on readin', and tell de you the hands at you been tellin' me. How would you lack fur ter preach ter de niggas on Sunday? Dave say he'd be glad fur ter do at he could. So Ma's Jugal told der obasi fur ter let Dave preach ter de niggas, and tell him at was in de Bible, and it would keep him from stealin' runnin' way. So Dave mence ter preach, and done de hands on de plantation a heap good, and most on 'em left off de wicked ways, and mence ter love ter hear 'bout God, and religion, and de Bible, and dey done dey wuck betta, and didn't jib der obasi but mighty little trouble fur ter manage 'em. Dave was one de say ya men at didn't care much fur de gals, leastways he didn't tell Dilsey come ter de plantation. Dilsey was a monstrous piet, good-lookin', gingerbread-colored gal. One de say ya high-steppin' gals at holes day heads up, and one stand no foolishness from no man. She had belonged ter a jaman over on Rockfish, at died, and whose state ha ter be sol fur ter pay his debts. And Ma's Jugal had been ter der auction, and he seed dis gal a cryin' and gwine on 'bout bane sol way from her ol' mammy, on Mahali. Ma's Jugal bid 'em both in, and fotch 'em oba ter our plantation. De young nigga men on de plantation was des will at a Dilsey, but it didn't do no good, and none on 'em couldn't get Dilsey fur day Junacy. To tell Dave mence fur ter go round on Mahali's cabin. Day was a fine-looking couple, Dave and Dilsey was, both tall, and well-shaped, and supple. And Day sot a heap by one ernada. Ma's Jugal seed 'em turged a one Sunday, and de next time he seed Dave at a dat, says he, Dave, and your and Dilsey gets ready fur ter get married. I ain't got no rejections. Day's a pound so chowin' turbacker up at de house, and I reckon yo mistis kin fine a frock and a ribbon two fur Dilsey. Yow a both good niggas, and you need to be feared bane solway from one ernada long, as I owns dis plantation, and I specs ter own it fur a long time yet. But dera was one man on de plantation it didn't lack ter see Dave and Dilsey turgeder, as much as ol' Masta did. And Ma's Jugal went ter de sale, while he got Dilsey and Mahali. He bought ernada han, by de name Wiley. Wiley was one de say ya shiny-eyed, double-headed little niggas, sharp as a steel trap, and sly as de fox at keep out'n it. Dis ya Wiley had been pesterin' Dilsey fo she come ter our plantation, and had nigh 'bout worried de life out'n her. She didn't care nuffin fur him, but he pested her, so she ha ter eatin' ter tell her masta fur ter, make Wiley, let her lone. He come oba to our place it was des as bad. Tell by mebbe Wiley seed dat Dilsey had got ter thinkin' a heap 'bout Dave, and den he sought a hilt off aisle, and pertin lack he gin Dilsey up. But he was one de say ya seatful niggas, and while he was laughin' and jockin' wid do you the hands 'bout Dave and Dilsey. He was settin' a trap fur ter catch Dave and get Dilsey back fur hissef. Dave and Dilsey made up dera mins fur ter get married long 'bout Christmas time, and day'd have mo time fur a weddin'. But long 'bout 2 weeks before dat time, ol' ma's mence ter lose a heap bacon. Evie night so somebody ud steal a side bacon, a ham, a shoulder, somethin', from one de smoke oozes. De smoke oozes was lock, but somebody had a key, and managed ter get in some way nutta. Days mo ways and one ter skin a cat, and days mo deren, one way ter get in a smoke ooze. Leastways dat's wat I han say. Folks wat had bacon fur ter sell didn't have no trouble 'bout gettin' rid on it. Hit was gian de law fur ter buy things from slaves, but lawd, dat law didn't mount ter a hill peas. Evie week so one de se, ya big covered wagons would come long de road, peddlin' turbacker and whiskey. Day was a sight room in one dem big wagons, and it was monstrous easy fur ter swap off bacon fur somethin' ter chaw, ter wham yer up in de wintertime. I s'pose de peddlers didn't know day was breakin' de law, kase de niggas aluz when at night, and stayed on de dock side de wagon, and it was mighty hard fur ter tell at kind folks day was. Attitude, the hund meat had been stole. Ma's waka call all de niggas up one ebenin, and tol em dat de fuss nigga he caught stealin' bacon on dat plantation, would get somethin' fur ter member it, by long as he lib. And he say he'd gin $5 ter de nigga at skiva de rogue. Ma's waka say he espicion one two de niggas, but he couldn't tell fur show, and cost day, all night at he cuse him on it. Day warn't no bacon stole fur a week so. Tell one dock night somebody tuck a ham from one de smoke oozes. Ma's waka des cussed awful he found out de ham was gone, and say he gwine ter soch all de niggas cabins. Dis your wily I was tellin' ya bout up and say he espicion who tuck de ham, fur he seed Dave comin' cross de plantation fum tids de smoke ooze de night befo. Ma's waka hien dis fum wily. He went and soch Dave's cabin, and found de ham hid under de flow. Everybody was 'stonish, but dera was de ham. Cost Dave night at ter de las, but dera was de ham. Ma's waka say it was des as he spected. He didn't believe in de say your readin' and prayin' niggas. It was all pocracy, and sav Ma's jugal right fur lowin' Dave ter be readin' books it was gin de law. Ma's jugal hien bout de ham. He say he was mightly sieved and disappointed in Dave. He say he wouldn't nebba have no mo confidence in no nigga. And Ma's waka could do des, as he was a minta wid Dave, any de res de niggas. So Ma's waka tuck and tied Dave up and gin him 40. And den, he got some dis ya waya cloth at day uses fur ter make siftas outen, and tuck and wrap it round de ham and fasten it turgder at de little een. Den he tuck Dave down ter de blacksmith shop, and had uncur sailors, de plantation blacksmith, fasten a chain ter de ham, and den fasten de uther een de chain round Dave's neck. And den he says ter Dave, says he, now, you'll wear dat necklace fur de next 6 months, and I specs you none de you the niggas on dis plantation one steal no mo bacon dioin dat time. Well, it des paired as, if fum dat time, Dave didn't have nuffin but trouble. De niggas all turnt agin him, kase he ben de Cajun, Ma's jugal turnin' him all oba ter Ma's waka. Ma's jugal wan a bad mas to hissef, but Ma's waka was hard as a rock. Dave kep on sayin' he didn't take de ham, but none on em didn't believe him. Dilsey went on de plantation, Dave was cused stealin' de bacon. Ol' Mistis had sont her ter town for a week so fur ter wait on one her daughters had a young baby, and she didn't find out nuffin' bout Dave's trouble tell she got back ter de plantation. Dave had patiently endioed de finger scone, and all de hard words de niggas pile on him, kase he was show Dilsey would stand by him, and wouldn't believe he was a rogue, none de you the tales de dockies was tellin' bout him. Dilsey come back from town, and got down from behind a buggy while she bean ridden wid ol' Ma's. De fuss nigga ooman she met says ter her, is you see Dave Dilsey? No, I ain't see Dave, says Dilsey. You des oughta look at dat nigga, reckon you wouldn't want him fur yo junacy no mo. Ma's waka cotch him stealin' bacon, and gone and fasten a ham round his neck so he can't get it off in hissef. He suttinly do look queer. And den de ooman bus out laughin' fit ter kill hersef. She got through laughin' she up and told Dilsey all bout de ham, and all de youtha lies at de niggas ben tellin' on Dave. Dilsey started down ter de quatas, who should she meet but Dave, comin' in fum de cotton field. She turned her head ter one side, and pertin' lack she didn't see Dave. Dilsey, says he. Dilsey walk right on, and didn't notice him. Oh, Dilsey? Dilsey didn't paid no tension ter him, and den Dave knowed some de niggas ben tellin' her bout de ham. He felt monstrous bad, but he lowed he could des get Dilsey fur ter listen ter him fur a minute or so. He could make her believe he didn't stole de bacon. It was a week or two before he could get a chance ter speak ter her agin, but finally he cotch her down by de spring one day, and says he, Dilsey, at fur ya one speak ter me, and pertin lack ya don't see me? Dilsey, you knows me too well fur ter believe I'd steal. Do dis you the wickness de niggas is all layin' ter me. You knows I wouldn't do dat, Dilsey. Yer ain't gwine back on yo Dave, is ya? But at Dave say didn't have no feck on Dilsey. Dem lies folks bien tellin' her had ice in her min G and Dave. I don't want to talk ter no nigga, says she, at ben whip for stealin', and at gwine round wid sich a lookin' thing as dat hung round his neck. I's a spectable gal, I is. At you call dat, Dave? Is dat a cham fur ter keep off witches? Is it a new kind necklace you got? Po Dave didn't know at ter do. De last one he had pended on fur ter stand by him had gone back on him, and dey didn't pay ter be nuffin mo wuff libin fur. He couldn't haul no mo pram eatins, fur Mazwaka wouldn't low him ter preach, and de dockies wouldn't a listen ter him ef he had preach. He didn't eben hab his Bible fur ter comfort hissif wid. Fur Mazwaka had tuck it away from him and burnt it up, and say ef he catch any mo niggas wid Bibles on de plantation he'd do him wuss'n he done Dave. And ter make it still hotter fur Dave, Dilsey tuck up wid Wiley. Dave could see him gwine up ter on Mahaly's cabin, and settin' out on de bench in de moonlight wid Dilsey, and singin' sinful songs and playin' de banja. Dave used ter scrouch down behind de bushes, and one de at de Lord send him all dem tribulations fur. But all Dave's the troubles wa'n't nuffin side dat ham. He had wrapped a chain round wid a rag, so it didn't hurt his neck. But whenever he went ter wuck, dat ham would be in his way. He had ter do his task, howsom deva. Des de same as ef he didn't have de ham. Whenever he went ter lay down, dat ham would be in de way. Ef he turn ober in his sleep, dat ham would be tuggin' at his neck. It was de last thing he seed at night, and de fust thing he seed in de mornin'. Whenever he met a stranger, de ham would be de fust thing de stranger would see. Most on would mence ter laugh, and worriba Dave when he could see folks peein' at him, and sayin'? At kine calla dat nigga got round his neck. Ef dey knowed him, is you stole any mohams lately? At you take fur yo necklace, Dave? Some joke nother bout dat ham. Fuss Dave didn't mind it so much, case he knowed he hadn't done nuffin. But by mebbe he got so he couldn't stand it no longer, and he'd hide hissif in de bushes whenever he seed anybody comin', and alluz kep hissif shut up in his cabin atter he come in from wuck. It was monstrous hard on Dave, and by mebbe, at wid dat ham everlastin' and eternally draggin' round his neck. He ments fur ter do and say queer things, and make de niggas wonder ef he wa'n't gettin' out in his mind. He got ter gwine round talkin' ter hissif, and singin' con-shuckin' songs, and laughin' fit ter kill bout nuffin'. And one day, he tol one de niggas he had skivid a new way fur ter raise hems, gwine ter pick off'n trees, and save der expense smoke oozes by kyoin' in de sun. And one day he up and tol Mazwaka he got somethin' pertic'ler fur ter say ter him, and he tuck Mazwaka off ter one side, and tol him he was gwine ter show him a place in de swamp wa day, was a whole track lan covered wid ham trees. When Mazwaka he and Dave talkin' dis kind fool talk, and he seed how Dave was mensin' ter get behind in his wuck. And he axed de niggas and dey tol him how Dave ben gwine on. He lowed he reckon he'd punish Dave enough, and it mout do mo harm den good fur ter keep de ham on his neck any longer. So he sont Dave down ter de blacksmith shop and had de ham tuck off. Dey wa'n't much de ham left by dat time, fur de sun had melt all de fat, and de lean had all swivel up, so dey wa'n't but fo pounds left. De ham had been tuck off'n Dave, folks kinda stopped talkin' bout him so much, but de ham had been on his neck so long dat Dave had sorta got used ter it. He looked des lak he'd lost somethin' fur a day so atta de ham was tuck off, and didn't pay ter no at ter do wid hissif. And finally, he up and tuck and tied a lighter knot ter a string, and hid it under de flow his cabin, and nobody wasn't lookin' he'd take it out and hang it round his neck, and go off into woods and holler and sing, and he aluz tied it round his neck he went ter sleep. Fack, it pad lak Dave done gone clean out in his mind. And atter a while, he got one de queerest notions you ebba hien tell on. It was 'bout dat time dat I come back ter de plantation fur ter wuck. I had been out ter Ma's Jugels you the place on Beaver Crick for a month or so. I had hien 'bout Dave and de bacon, and 'bout W at was gwine on de plantation, but I didn't believe W at day all say 'bout Dave, fur I know Dave wa'n't dat man. One day atter I come back, men Dave was choppin' cotton turjda, WN Dave lan on his hoe, and motion fur me ter come ober close ter him, and den he retch ober and W spid ter me. Julius, says he, did you know'd you was wuckin' long you wid a ham? I couldn't imagine W at he meant. Gee, fum ya, Dave, says I. Yer ain't wearin' no ham no mo, try and furge it 'bout dat. T ain't gwine ter do ya no good fur ter member it. Look ya, Julius, says he, kin you keep a secret? 'Cause I kin, Dave, says I. I don't go round tellin' people W at you the folks says ter me. Kin I truse ya, Julius? Will you cross yo hot? I cross my hot. Wash I may die if I tells a soul, says I. Dave look at me des lack he was lookin' through me and way onto you the side me, and says he, did you know'd I was turnin' ter a ham, Julius? I tried ter swade Dave dat was all foolishness, and dat he oughtn't ter be talkin' dat ho, hit warn't right. And I tol him if he'd des be patient, de time would surely come WN everything would be straighten out, and folks would find out who de rail rogue was W at stole de bacon. Dave ped ter listen ter W at I say, and promised ter do betta, and stop gwine on dat away. And it seemed like he pick up a bit WN he seed day, was one pussin didn't believe dem tales 'bout him. Hit went long at a dat befo Ma's Achi McIntyre, ober on de Wimbledon Road. Mence ter complain 'bout somebody stealin' chickens from his hen ooze. De chickens kep on gwine, and at last Ma's Achi told de hands on his plantation dat he gwine ter shoot de fuss man he catch in his hen ooze. In less n a week atta he gin diswanin, he cotch a nigger in de hen ooze, and fill him full squirrel shot. WN he got a light, he skivid it was a strange nigga, and WN he call one his own sovins, de nigga tol him it was our Wiley. WN Ma's Achi found dat out, he sont oba ter our plantation fur ter tell Ma's Jugel he had shot one his niggas, and dat he could send oba derer and get W was left on him. Ma's Jugel was mad at fuss, but WN he got oba derer and he and how it all happened, he didn't have much ter say. Wiley was shot so bad he was show he was gwine ter die, so he up and says ter ol masta. Ma's Jugel, says he, I knows I's been a monstrous bad nigga, but befo I go, I want to get somethin' off in my mind. Dave didn't steal dat bacon W at was tuck out into smoke ooze. I stole it all, and I hid de ham under Dave's cabin fur ter tho to blame on him, and made de good lord forgive me fur it. Ma's Jugel had Wiley tuck back ter de plantation, and sont fur a doctor fur ter pick de shot out'n him. And de vay next mornin', Ma's Jugel sont fur Dave ter come up ter de big house. He felt kinda sorry fur de way Dave had been treated. 'Cause it wa'n't no fault Ma's Jugel's, but he was gwine ter do W at he could fur ter make up fur it. So he sont word down ter de quatas fur Dave, and all de you the hands ter semble up in de yard befo de big house at sunup next mornin'. Yearly in de mornin' de niggas all swam up in de yard. Ma's Jugel was feelin' so kind dat he had brung up a bale cider, and told de niggas all fur ter heap de selves. All de hands on de plantation come but Dave, and by mebbe, WN it seemed like he went common, Ma's Jugel sont a nigga down ter de quatas ter look fur him. De sun was gettin' up, and day was a heap wuck ter be done, and Ma's Jugel sorta got tid waitin', so he up and says, well, boys and gals, I sont fur you're all up your fur ter tell you dat all dat 'bout Dave's stealin' de bacon was a mistake, as I s'pose you're all done hien befo now, and I's mighty sorry it happened. I wants ter treat all my niggas right, and I wants you're all ter know dat, I sets a heap by all my hands W at, is hones and smot. And I want you're all ter treat Dave des like you did befo dis thing happen, and mine W at he preached ter ya. Fur Dave is a good nigga, and has had a hard row ter ho. And de fuss one I catch sayin' anythin' Gian Dave, I'll tell Mr. Waka ter gin him 40. Now take Ernest a drink cider all round, and den get it dat cotton, fur I wanna get dat Persimmon Hill track all pick oba ter day. WN de niggas was gwine way, Ma's Jugel tol me fur ter go and hunt up Dave, and bring him up ter de house. I went down ter Dave's cabin but couldn't find him dera. Den I look round de plantation, and in der age de woods, and long de road, but I couldn't find no sign Dave. I was 'bout ter gin up de Soch, WN, I happened fur ter run cross a foot track W at look like Dave's. I had walked long with Dave so much dat I knowed his tracks. He had a monstrous long foot, with a holler in step, which was something scase mongs black folks. So I followed dat track cross de feel from de quarters till I got tur de smoke ooze. De first thing I noticed was smoke comin' out in de cracks. It was cuss. K's day hadn't been no hogs kill on de plantation for 6 months or so, and all de bacon in de smoke ooze was done coyote. I couldn't imagine fur tur saved my life at Dave was doin' in dat smoke ooze. I went up tur de do and hollered, Dave? Day didn't nobody answer. I didn't want her open to do. Fur white folks is monstrous particle about day smoke oozes. And after Obasi had come up and cotch me in dara, he mout not want to believe I was des lookin' fur Dave. So I sought a knock it to do and call out agin. Oh Dave, hits me Julius, don't be scared. Ma's Jugal wants you tur come up tur de big house. He done skivid who stole de ham. But Dave didn't answer. NWN I look round agin and didn't seed none his tracks gwine way from de smoke ooze. I knowed he was in dara yit, and I was termin' fur tur fetch him out, so I pushed to do open and look in. Day was a pile bach burnin' in de middle de flow, and right oba de fear, hangin' from one de rafters, was Dave. Day was a rope round his neck, and I didn't have tur look at his face mo deren once fur tur see he was dead. Den I knowed how it all happened. Dave had kep on gittin' wusser and wusser in his mind, till he des got tur believin' he was all done turnt tur a ham, and den he had gone and built a fear, and tied a rope round his neck, des lack de hams was tied, and had hung hissif up in de smoke ooze fur tur kyo. Dave was buried down by de swamp, in de plantation buryin' ground. While he didn't died from de wown, he got in Mosmic in Taya's hen ooze. He got well at her while, but Dilsey wouldn't have nuffin mo tur do wid him, and he went long fo Ma's Jugal sol him tur a speculator on his way soof. He say he didn't want no sich a nigger on de plantation, ner in de county, ef he could eep it. NWN der een de year come, Ma's Jugal turnt Ma's Walker off, and run de plantation hissef at a dat. Ebba since den, said Julius in conclusion, whenever I eats ham, it mins me Dave. I lacks ham, but I nebba kin eat mo deren 2 the pounds, before I gets tur studyin' bout Dave, and den I has tur stop and leab de res fur at a time. There was a short silence after the old man had finished his story, and then my wife began to talk to him about the weather, on which subject he was an authority. I went into the house. When I came out, half an hour later, I saw Julius disappearing down the lane, with a basket on his arm. At breakfast, next morning, it occurred to me that I should like a slice of ham. I said as much to my wife. Oh no, John, she responded, you shouldn't eat anything so heavy for breakfast. I insisted. The fact is, she said pensively, I couldn't have eaten any more of that ham, and so I gave it to Julius. In notes a small cod, resembling a currycomb in construction, and used by Negroes in the rural districts instead of a comb. Right, sweetheart, right? Hotfoot Hannibal, I hate you and despise you. I wish never to see you or speak to you again. Very well, I will take care that henceforth you have no opportunity to do either. These words, the first in the passionately vibrant tones of my sister-in-law, and the latter in the deeper and more restrained accents of an angry man, startled me from my nap. I had been dozing in my hammock on the front piazza, behind the honeysuckle vine. I had been faintly aware of a buzz of conversation in the parlor, but had not at all awakened to its import until these sentences fell, or, I might rather say, were hurled upon my ear. I presume the young people had either not seen me lying there, the Venetian blinds opening from the parlor windows upon the piazza were partly closed on account of the heat, or else in their excitement they had forgotten my proximity. I felt somewhat concerned. The young man, I had remarked, was proud, firm, jealous of the point of honor, and from my observation of him, quite likely to resent to the bitter end what he deemed a slight or an injustice. The girl, I knew, was quite as high-spirited as young Murchison. I feared she was not so just, and hoped she would prove more yielding. I knew that her affections were strong and enduring, but that her temperament was capricious, and her sunniest moods easily overcast by some small cloud of jealousy or pique. I had never imagined, however, that she was capable of such intensity as was revealed by these few words of hers. As I say, I felt concerned. I had learned to like Malcolm Murchison, and had haughtily consented to his marriage with my ward, for it was in that capacity that I had stood for a year or two to my wife's younger sister, Mabel. The match thus rudely broken off had promised to be another link binding me to the kindly southern people among whom I had not long before taken up my residence. Young Murchison came out of the door, cleared the piazza in 2 strides without seeming aware of my presence, and went off down the lane at a furious pace. A few moments later Mabel began playing the piano loudly, with a touch that indicated anger and pride and independence, and a dash of exultation, as though she were really glad that she had driven away forever the young man, whom the day before she had loved with all the ardor of a first passion. I hoped that time might heal the breach and bring the 2 young people together again. I told my wife what I had overheard. In return, she gave me Mabel's version of the affair. "I do not see how it can ever be settled," my wife said. "It is something more than a mere lover's quarrel. It began, it is true, because she found fault with him for going to church with that hateful Bronson girl. But before it ended, there were things said that no woman of any spirit could stand. I am afraid it is all over between them." I was sorry to hear this. In spite of the very firm attitude taken by my wife and her sister, I still hoped that the quarrel would be made up within a day or 2. Nevertheless, when a week had passed with no word from young Murchison, and with no sign of relenting on Mabel's part, I began to think myself mistaken. One pleasant afternoon, about 10 days after the rupture, old Julius drove the rockaway up to the piazza, and my wife, Mabel, and I took our seats for a drive to a neighbor's vineyard, over on the Lumberton plank road. "Which way shall we go?" I asked. "The short road or the long one?" "I guess we had better take the short road," answered my wife. "We will get there sooner." "It's a mighty fine drive round by de big road, Miss Annie," observed Julius, "and it don't take much longer to get dere." "No," said my wife, "I think we will go by the short road. There is a bay tree in blossom near the mineral spring, and I wish to get some of the flowers." "I specs you'd find some bay trees long de big road, ma'am," suggested Julius. "But I know about the flowers on the short road, and they are the ones I want." We drove down the lane to the highway, and soon struck into the short road leading past the mineral spring. Our route lay partly through a swamp, and on each side the dark, umbrageous foliage, unbroken by any clearing, lent to the road's solemnity, and to the air a refreshing coolness. About half a mile from the house, and about halfway to the mineral spring, we stopped at the tree of which my wife had spoken, and reaching up to the low-hanging boughs, I gathered a dozen of the fragrant white flowers. When I resumed my seat in the rockaway, Julius started the mare. She went on for a few rods until we had reached the edge of a branch crossing the road, when she stopped short. "Why did you stop, Julius?" I asked. "I didn't, sir," he replied. "T was de mare stop. G long dara, Lucy, what you mean by dis foolishness?" Julius jerked the reins and applied the whip lightly, but the mare did not stir. "Perhaps you had better get down and lead her," I suggested. "If you get her started, you can cross on the log and keep your feet dry." Julius alighted, took hold of the bridle, and vainly essayed to make the mare move. She planted her feet with even more evident obstinacy. "I don't know what to make of this," I said. "I have never known her to balk before. Have you, Julius?" "No, sir," replied the old man. "I never has. It's a cussed thing ter me, sir." "What's the best way to make her go?" "I specs, sir, dat if I turn her round, she'd go der udder way, but we want her to go this way." "Well, sir, I low if we des set he fo 5 minutes, she'll stat up by herself." "All right," I rejoined. "It is cooler here than any place I have struck today. We'll let her stand for a while and see what she does." We had sat in silence for a few minutes when Julius suddenly ejaculated, I knows wi dis mare don't go. It des flash cross my recomembrance." "Why is it, Julius?" I inquired. "'Cause she sees Chloe." "Where is Chloe?" I demanded. "Chloe's done been dead dis 40 years or mo," the old man returned. "Her hand is settin' ober yander on der udder side de branch unna dat willow tree, dis blessed minute." "Why, Julius?" said my wife. "Do you see the haunt?" "Num," he answered, shaking his head. "I don't see but de mess sees "How do you know?" I inquired. "Well, sah, dis year is a grey hoss, and dis year is a Friday, and a grey hoss kinallas see a haunt at walks on Friday." "Who was Chloe?" said Mabel. "And why does Chloe's haunt walk?" asked my wife. "It's all in detail, ma'am," Julius replied with a deep sigh. "It's all in detail." "Tell us the tale," I said. "Perhaps by the time you get through, the haunt will go away and the mare will cross." I was willing to humor the old man's fancy. He had not told us a story for some time, and the dark and solemn swamp around us, the amber-colored stream flowing silently and sluggishly at our feet like the waters of Lethe, the heavy, aromatic scent of the bays, faintly suggestive of funeral wreaths, all made the place an ideal one for a ghost story. "Chloe," Julius began in a subdued tone, "used ter belong ter ol Ma's Jugal McAdoo, my ol master. She was a lackly gal and a smart gal, and ol Miss Tucker up ter de big house, and aunt her ter wait on de w-ite folks, tell by mebbe she come ter be Mrs. own maid, and pad tur lo she run to house herself. Tur he her talk bout it. I was a young boy den, and used tur walk bout to stables, so I knowed everything dat was gwine on round a plantation. Well, one time Ma's Jugal wanted a house boy, and sont down tur de quatas fur tur hab Jeff and Hannibal come up tur de big house next mornin'. Ol' master and ol' miss looked de two boys oba, and scuzzed wid desevs fur a little while, and den Ma's Jugal says he? We lacks Hannibal de bess, and we gwine tur keep him. He Hannibal, you'll walk at de house from now on. And if you a good nigger and mins yo business, I'll jib you Chloe fur a wife next spring. You other nigga, you Jeff, you can go back tur de quatas. We ain gwine tur need you. Now Chloe had been standin' dera behin ol' Miss Dioin all disya talk, and Chloe made up her min from de vay fuss minute she sought eyes on dem two dat, she didn't lack dat nigga Hannibal, and wa'n't neba gwine kia fur him, and she was des as show dat she lacked Jeff, and was gwine tur set stow by him, whether Ma's Jugal tuck him in de big house no. And so cos Chloe was monstus sorry and ol' Ma's Jugal tuck Hannibal and sont Jeff back. So she slipped round a house and waylaid Jeff on de way back tur de quatas, and tol him not tur be downheated. Fur she was gwine tur see, ef she couldn't fin some way nother tur get rid dat nigga Hannibal, and get Jeff up tur de house in his place. De new house boy cotch on monstus fas, and it wa'n't no time hadly befo Ma's Jugal and ol' Miss both ments tur lo Hannibal was de best house boy dey ever had. He was piet and supple, quick as lightnin', and sharp as a razor. But Chloe didn't lack his ways. He was so show he was gwine tur get into spring, dat he didn't pay tur lo he had tur do any cotton, and he'd run cross Chloe bout de house, he'd swell round in a biggity way and say, "Come he and kiss me, honey. You gwine tur be mine into spring. You don't pay tur be as fun me as you oughta be." Chloe didn't care nuffin fur Hannibal, and hadn't cared nuffin fur him, and she sought des as much stow by Jeff as she did de day she fuss laid eyes on him. And de mo firmalius disya Hannibal got, de mo Chloe let her min run on Jeff. And one ebenin, she went down tur de quatas and watch, till she got a chance fur tur talk wid him by hissef. And she told Jeff fur tur go down and see ol' on Peggy, de Conjure, man down by de Wimbledon road, and ax her tur jib im somethin' tur heap get Hannibal out in de big house. So de white folks you'd send fur Jeff agin. And bane as Jeff didn't have nuffin tur jib on Peggy, Chloe gun him a $1 and a silk handkerchief fur tur pay her wid. Fur on Peggy neba lak tur wuck fur nobody fur nuffin. So Jeff slip off down tur on Peggy's one night, and gun de present he brung, and tol all bout him and Chloe and Hannibal, and ax tur heap him out. On Peggy tol him she'd wuck roots, and fur him tur come back de next night, and she'd tell him what she seed do fur him. So de next night Jeff went back, and on Peggy gun him a baby doll, wid a body made out'n a piece cornstalk, and wid splinters fur arms and legs, and a head made out'n elderberry peth, and 2 little red peppers fur feet. "Dis you baby doll," says she, "is Hannibal. Dis you peth head is Hannibal's head, and dis your pepper feet is Hannibal's feet. You take dis and hide it under de house, on de sill under de do, wa Hannibal'll have to walk over it every day. And as long as Hannibal comes anyone nigh dis baby doll, he'll be des lack it is, light-headed and hot-footed. And if dem 2 things don't get him inter trouble mighty soon, den I'm no Conjure man. But when you get Hannibal out into house, and get all thu wid dis baby doll, you must fetch it back tur me, for it's monstus powerful goofa, and is liable tur make mo trouble if you leave it layin' round." Well, Jeff tucked de baby doll, and slip up tur de big house, and whistle tur Chloe. And she come out he tol at ol' on Peggy had said. And Chloe showed him how tur get under de house, and he had put de Conjure doll on de sill, he went long back tur de quatas, and des waited. Next day, show nuff, de goofa ments tur wuck. Hannibal statted in de house soon in de mornin', wid a armful would tur make a fire, and he hadn't mo de ren got cross de doosil, befo his feet begun tur bun, so dat he drapped der armful wood on de flow, and woke ol' Miss up a hour sooner and usual, and cos ol' Miss didn't lack dat, and spoke shap bout it. Dinner time come, and Hannibal was helpin' to cook kya de dinner in de kitchen in tur de big house, and was gittin' close tur de do wah he had tur go in. His feet statted tur bun and his head begun tur swim, and he let de big dish chicken and dumplings fall right down in de dirt, in de middle de yed, and de white folks had tur make day dinner dat day often call ham and sweetened taters. De next mornin' he overslept hissef, and got in ter mo trouble. At a breakfast, Maz Dougal sont im oba ter Maz Marabo Utley's fur ter bori a monkey wrench. He oughta been back in half a hour, but he come puckin' home 'bout dinner time wid a screwdriver stitter a monkey wrench. Maz Dougal sont at a nigger back wid de screwdriver, and Hannibal didn't get no dinner. Long in der afternoon, Ol Miss sought Hannibal ter weedin' de flowers in de front gyardin, and Hannibal dug up all de bulbs Ol Miss had sont way fur, and paid a lot money fur, and tuck him down ter de hog pen by de banyard, and fed him ter de hogs. And Ol Miss come out in de cool der ebenen, and seed at Hannibal had done. She was most crazy, and she wrote a note and sont Hannibal down ter der obacy wid it. But at Hannibal got fum der obacy didn't pay ter do no good. Evie now and den is feet ments ter torment him, and his min you'd get all mix up, and his conduct kept gettin' wusser and wusser. Tell Finley de W8 folks couldn't stand it no longer, and Maz Dougal tuck Hannibal back down ter de quarters. Mr. Smith, says Maz Dougal ter der obacy, dis ya nigga has done got so triflin' ya lately dat we can't keep him at de house no mo, and I's fotch him ter you ter be straighten up. You's had Cajun ter deal wid him once, so he knows at ter expect. You des take him in hand, and lemme know how he tuns out. NWN de hands comes in fum de feel dis ebenen, you kin send dat, y'all a nigga Jeff up ter de house. I'll try him, and see if he's any better and Hannibal. So Jeff went up ter de big house, and please Maz Dougal and Ol Miss en de res de family, so well dat day, all got ter lackin' im fuss rate. En day to forget all bout Hannibal, if it hadn't been fur de bad, reports at come up fum de quatas bout him for a month or so. Fac is, dat Chloe and Jeff was so entrusted in one ernada since Jeff been up ter de house, dat day forget, all bout tackin' de baby dull back ter on Peggy, and it kept wuckin' fur a while, and mackin' Hannibal's feet bun mo or less. Tell all de folks on de plantation got ter callin' im hotfoot Hannibal. He kept gettin' mo and mo triflin', tell he got de name Bane de Mus no counts nigger on de plantation, and Maz Dougal had ter eaten ter sell im in de spring, WN by maybe de goofa quit wuckin', and Hannibal ments ter pick up some and make folks set a little mo stow by him. Now, dis Hannibal was a monstrous smat nigga, and WN he got rid dem so feet, his min kept runnin' on is udda troubles. He fo weeks befo he'd had a easy job, waitin' on de W8 folks, libin' often de fat de lan, and promised de finds gal on de plantation for a wife in de spring, and now he was back in de confeel, wid der obacy a cussin' and arr'n, ef he didn't get a hod toss done. Wid nuffin but con bread and bacon and merlasses ter eat, and all de feel hands mackin' remax, and pockin' fun at him cas he'd been sont back fum de big house ter de feel. And de mo Hannibal studied bout it de mo matter he got, tell he Finley swo he was gwine ter get eben wid Jeff and Chloe, ef it was de las AC. So Hannibal slipped way fum de quatas one Sunday and hid in de con up close ter de big house, tell he see Chloe gwine down de road. He waylaid her, and says he, "Howdy, Chloe? I ain't got no time fur ter fool wid feel hands," says Chloe, tossin' her head. "What you want wid me hot foot? I wants ter know how you and Jeff is gettin' long. I lows dat's none yo business, nigga. I don't see at Cajun any common feel hand has got ter mix in wid de fairs folks at libs in de big house. But ef it'll do you any good ter know, I mought say dat me and Jeff is gettin' long mighty well, and we gwine ter get married in de spring, and you ain't gwine ter be vited ter de weddin' nother." "No, no," says he, "I wouldn't spect ter be vited ter de weddin', a common, low-down feel-hand lack I is, but I's glad ter he you and Jeff is gettin' long so well. I didn't knowed but at he had ments ter be a little tid." "Tid me, dat's ridiculous," says Chloe. Dat nigga lubs me so I believe he'd go thu fire and water for me. Dat nigger is des rup up in me." "Uh-huh," says Hannibal. "Den I reckon it must be some udda nigga at meets a man down by de crick in de swamp, Evie Sunday ebenen, ter say nuffin 'bout 2 the times a week. Yaz, hit is ernada nigga, and you is a liar and you say it was Jeff. Meb I is a liar, and meb I ain't got good eyes. But lest I is a liar, and lest I ain't got good eyes. Jeff is gwine ter meet dat man dis ebenen, long 'bout 8 o'clock right down dera by de crick in de swamp 'bout halfway betwixt dis plantation and Maz Marabo Utley's." Well, Chloe told Hannibal she didn't believe a word he said, and call him a low-down nigga, who was tryin' ter slander Jeff 'cause he was mo luckier and he was. But all de same, she couldn't keep her min from runnin' on W at Hannibal had said. She membered she'd heard one de niggers say day was a gal ober at Mars Marabo Utley's plantation, W at Jeff used ter go wid some before he got acquainted wid Chloe. Den she ments ter figure back, and show nuff. Day was 2 times in de last week WN, she'd been he pinned de ladies wid day dressin' and udda fixins in der ebbenin, and Jeff mought a gone down ter de swamp without her knowin' bout it at all. And den, she ments ter member little things at she hadn't tuck no notice of befo, and at you'd make it pair like Jeff had sumped on his min. Chloe said a monstrous heap stow by Jeff, and would a done moss anythin' fur him, so long as he stuck ter her. But Chloe was a mighty jealous man, and whiles she didn't believe at Hannibal said, she seed how it could have been so, and she termined fur ter fin out fur herself whether it was so or no. Now, Chloe hadn't seed Jeff all day, fur Ma's Dougal had sont Jeff oba ter his daughter's house. Young Miss Margaret's, at lived 'bout 4 miles from Ma's Dougal's, and Jeff was inspected home tell Ebenin. But des at a supper was oba, and whiles de ladies was settin' out on de piazza, Chloe slip off from de house and run down de road. Dis ya same road we come. NWN, she got most ter de crick. Dis ya same crick right befo us? She kep in de bushes at de side de road. Tell Finley she seed Jeff settin' on de bank on der udda side de crick. Right on a dat ol' willow tree droopin' oba de wat yanda. And Evie now and den, he'd get up and look up de road to Ma's Marabos on der udda side de swamp. Fuss Chloe felt like she'd go right oba de crick and jib Jeff a piece her min. Den she lowed she betta be show before she done anythin'. So she helt herself in de best she could, gittin' madder and madder Evie minute. Tell by mebbe she seed a man comin' down de road on der udda side from tids Ma's Marabo Utley's plantation. NWN, she seed Jeff jump up and run tids dat man, and tho his arms round her neck. Po Chloe didn't stop ter see no mo, but des tunt round and run up ter de house, and rush up on de piazza, and up en tall Ma's Dougal and ol' Miss all bout de baby doll, and all bout Jeff gittin' de goofa from on Peggy, and bout at de goofa had done ter Hannibal. Ma's Dougal was monstrous mad. He didn't let on it fuss like he believed Chloe, but WN she tuck en showed him wa ter fin de baby doll. Ma's Dougal tunt at as chalk. What de bills wuck is dis, says he? No wonder de po niggas feet eached. Somethin' got ter be done ter elon dat, ol' witch ter keep her hands off my niggas. And as fur dis ya Jeff, I'm gwine ter do des at I promise, so de dockies on dis plantational know I means at I says. Fur Ma's Dougal had won de hands befo bout foolin' wid conjuration. Fac, he had lost 1 or 2 niggas hissef from day bane goofed, and he would a had ol' on Peggy whip long ago. Oni on Peggy was a frio man, and he was feared she'd conjure him. NWIles, Ma's Dougal say he didn't believe in conjun and sich, he paired ter low it was best ter be on de safe side, and let on Peggy alone. So Ma's Dougal done des as he say. Ol' Miss had plead fur Jeff, he moughta kep him. But ol' Miss hadn't got oba lossen dem bulbs yit, and she never said a word. Ma's Dougal tuck Jeff ter town next day and saw him ter a speculator, who started down de ribba wid him next mornin' on a steamboat, fur ter take him ter Alabama. Now, and Chloe tol ol' Ma's Dougal bout dis ya baby doll and dis udda goofa, she hadn't hadly load Ma's Dougal would sell Jeff down soof. Howsumba, she was so mad wid Jeff dat she swaded herself she didn't care, and so she hilt her head up and went round lookin' like she was rail glad bout it. But one day she was walkin' down de road, who sh'd come long but dis ya Hannibal. Hannibal seed her, he bus out laughin' fittin' fur ter kill. Ya, ho, ha, ha, oh, holme, honey, holme, I'll laugh myself ter deaf. I ain't nebba laugh so much sense I been born. What you laughin' at, hot foot? Ya, what I laughin' at, I's laughin' at myself to be show, laughin' ter think at a fine a man I made. Chloe tunt pale, and her heat come up in her moof. What you mean, nigga, says she, catchin' holt a bush by de road fur ter stiddy herself. What you mean by de kin o man you made? What do I mean? I means dat I got squared up wid you fur treatin' me de way you done, and I got eben wid dat y'all a nigga Jeff fur cuttin' me out. Now, he's gwine ter no at it is ter eat con bread and merlasses once mo, and wuck from daylight ter dak, and ter hab a obasi dribben im from one day's een ter der udda. I means dat I sont wode ter Jeff dat Sunday dat you was gwine ter be oba ter Ma's Marabos visitin dat ebenin, and you want him ter meet you down by de crick on de way home and go de rest de road wid you. And den, I put on a frock and a sunbonnet, and fix myself up ter look like a man. N.W. and Jeff seed me comin', he run ter meet me, and you seed him, fur I'd been watchin' in de bushes, befo and skivid you comin' down de road. And now, I reckon you and Jeff both knows what it means ter mess wid a nigga like me. Po Chloe hadn't heerd mo deren hof de las pot what Hannibal said, but she had heerd nuff to elon dat dis nigga had fooled her and Jeff. And dat po Jeff hadn't done nuffin, and dat fur lovin' her too much and goin' ter meet her she had cause him ter be sol way wa she'd nebba see him no mo. De sun mought shine by day, de moon by night, de flowers mought bloom, and de mockingbirds mought sing, but po Jeff was done lost ter her fariber and fariba. Hannibal hadn't mo deren finished at he had ter say, and Chloe's knees gun way on her, and she fell down in de road, and lay dere half a hour so befo she come to. And she did, she crep up ter de house des as pale as a goes, and fur a mont so she crawled round de house, and pad ter be so polly dat Ma's Dougal sont fur a docta, and de docta kep on axin her questions tell he found she was des pinin, way fur Jeff. He tol Ma's Dougal laughed, and said he'd fix dat. She could have de new house boy fur a husband, but ol' Miss say, no, Chloe ain't dat kin a gal, and dat Ma's Dougal sh'd by Jeff back. So Ma's Dougal writ a let a ter dis ya speculate down ter Wimbledon, and tol F he ain't done sol dat nigga soof at he bought fum him, he'd lack ter buy him back agin. Chloe ments ter pick up a little and ol' Miss tol her bout dis letta. Howsomba, by maybe Ma's Dougal got a answer from de speculator, who said he was monstrous sorry, but Jeff had fell overboard jumped off in de steamboat on de way ter Wimbledon, and got drowned, and cause he couldn't sell him back, much as he'd lack ter bleege Ma's Dougal. Well, atta Chloe heerd dis, she wa'n't much mo use ter nobody. She did ter do her wuck, and ol' Miss put up wid her, and had de doctor jib her medicine, and let her go ter de circus, and all sorts things fur ter take her min off her troubles, but dey didn't none on 'em do no good. Chloe got ter slippin' down here in der ebenen des lakshias common ter meet Jeff, and she'd set derer on a dat willow tree on der udda side, and wait fur him, night at a night. By mebbe she got so bad de W8 folks sont her oba ter young Miss Margaret's fur ter jib her a change, but she runned way de fuss night, and and day looked fur next mornin', day found her cops layin' in de branch yanda, right cross from wa we settin' now. Ebba sense den, said Julius in conclusion, Chloe's hant comes Evie ebbenin and sets down on a dat willow tree and waits fur Jeff. Walks up and down de road yanda, lookin', and waitin', fur her sweetie at a nebba come back ter her no mo. There was silence when the old man had finished, and I am sure I saw a tear in my wife's eye, and more than one in Mabel's. I think, Julius, said my wife after a moment, that you may turn the mare around and go by the long road. The old man obeyed with alacrity, and I noticed no reluctance on the mare's part. You are not afraid of Chloe's haunt, are you? I asked jocularly. My mood was not responded to, and neither of the ladies smiled. Oh no, said Annie, but I've changed my mind, I prefer the other route. When we had reached the main road and had proceeded along it for a short distance, we met a cart driven by a young Negro, and on the cart were a trunk and a valise. We recognized the man as Malcolm Murchison's servant, and drew up a moment to speak to him. Who's going away, Marshal? I inquired. Young Mr. Malcolm gwine way on de boat ter New York dis ebenen, sah, and I'm takin' his things down ter de wharf, sah. This was news to me and I heard it with regret. My wife looked sorry, too, and I could see that Mabel was trying hard to hide her concern. He's comin' long behin, sah, and I specs you'll meet him up de road a piece. He's gwine ter walk down as fur as Mr. Jim Williams is, and take de buggy from dere ter town. He specs ter be gone a long time, sah, and say probably he ain't nebba comin' back. The man drove on. There were a few words exchanged in an undertone between my wife and Mabel, which I did not catch. Then Annie said, Julius, you may stop the rockaway a moment. There are some trumpet flowers by the road there that I want. Will you get them for me, John? I sprang into the underbrush and soon returned with a great bunch of scarlet blossoms. Where is Mabel? I asked, noting her absence. She has walked on ahead. We shall overtake her in a few minutes. The carriage had gone only a short distance when my wife discovered that she had dropped her fan. I had it where we were stopping. Julius, will you go back and get it for me? Julius got down and went back for the fan. He was an unconscionably long time finding it. After we got started again, we had gone only a little way. when we saw Mabel and young Murchison coming toward us. They were walking arm in arm, and their faces were aglow with the light of love. I do not know whether or not Julius had a previous understanding with Malcolm Murchison by which he was to drive us round by the long road that day, nor do I know exactly what motive influenced the old man's exertions in the matter. He was fond of Mabel, but I was old enough, and knew Julius well enough, to be skeptical of his motives. It is certain that a most excellent understanding existed between him and Murchison after the reconciliation, and that when the young people set up housekeeping over at the old Murchison place, Julius had an opportunity to enter their service. For some reason or other, however, he preferred to remain with us. The mare, I might add, was never known to balk again. In print, this ebook is the product of many hours of hard work by volunteers for standard ebooks, and builds on the hard work of other literature lovers made possible by the public domain. This particular ebook is based on transcriptions from various sources and on digital scans from various sources. The source text and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. They may still be copyrighted in other countries, so users located outside of the United States must check their local laws before using this ebook. The creators of, and contributors to, this ebook dedicate their contributions to the worldwide public domain via the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication. For full license information, see the uncopyright at the end of this ebook. Standard eBooks is a volunteer-driven project that produces ebook editions of public domain literature using modern typography, technology, and editorial standards, and distributes them free of cost. You can download this and other ebooks carefully produced for true book lovers at standardbooks.org. Lonesome Ben, there had been some talk among local capitalists about building a cotton mill on Beaver Creek, a few miles from my place on the Sand Hills in North Carolina, and I had been approached as likely to take an interest in such an enterprise. While I had the matter under advisement, it was suggested, as an inducement to my cooperation, that I might have the brick for the mill made on my place, there being clay there suitable for the purpose, and thus reduce the amount of my actual cash investment. Most of my land was sandy, though I had observed several outcroppings of clay along the little creek or branch forming one of my boundaries. One afternoon in summer, when the sun was low and the heat less oppressive than it had been earlier in the day, I ordered Julius, our old colored coachman, to harness the mare to the rockaway and drive me to look at the claybanks. When we were ready, my wife, who wished to go with me for the sake of the drive, came out and took her seat by my side. We reached our first point of destination by a road running across the plantation, between a field of dark green maize on the one hand and a broad expanse of scuppernong vines on the other. The road led us past a cabin occupied by one of my farm hands. As the carriage went by at a walk, the woman of the house came to the door and curtsied. My wife made some inquiry about her health, and she replied that it was poor. I noticed that her complexion, which naturally was of a ruddy brown, was of a rather sickly hue. Indeed, I had observed a greater sallowness among both the colored people and the poor whites thereabouts than the hygienic conditions of the neighborhood seemed to justify. After leaving this house, our road lay through a cotton field for a short distance, and then we entered a strip of woods, through which ran the little stream beside which I had observed the clay. We stopped at the creek, the road by which we had come crossing it, and continuing over the land of my neighbor, Colonel Pemberton. By the roadside, on my own land, a bank of clay rose in almost a sheer perpendicular for about 10 feet, evidently extending back some distance into the low, pine-clad hill behind it, and having also frontage upon the creek. There were marks of bare feet on the ground along the base of the bank, and the face of it seemed freshly disturbed and scarred with finger marks, as though children had been playing there. "Do you think that clay would make good brick, Julius?" I asked the old man, who had been unusually quiet during the drive. He generally played with the whip, making little feints at the mare, or slapping her lightly with the reins, or admonishing her in a familiar way. But on this occasion the heat or some other cause had rendered him less demonstrative than usual. "Yas, sah, I knows it would," he answered. "How do you know? Has it ever been used for that purpose?" "No, sah, but I got my reasons for sayin' so. Ol' Mars Dougal use it to have a brickyard further up de branch. I dunno as you noticed it, for it's all growed ober wid weeds and grass. Mars Dougal said dis yer clay wouldn't make good brick, but I knowed better. I judged from the appearance of the clay that it was probably deficient in iron. It was of a yellowish-white tint and had a sort of greasy look. Well, I said, we'll drive up to the other place and get a sample of that clay, and then we'll come back this way. Hold on a minute, dear, said my wife, looking at her watch. Mabel has been over to Colonel Pemberton's all the afternoon. She said she'd be back at 5. If we wait here a little while she'll be along and we can take her with us. All right, I said, we'll wait for her. Drive up a little farther, Julius, by that jessamine vine. While we were waiting, a white woman wearing a homespun dress and slap-bonnet came down the road from the other side of the creek, and lifting her skirt slightly, waded with bare feet across the shallow stream. Reaching the clay bank, she stooped and gathered from it, with the aid of a convenient stick, a quantity of the clay which she pressed together in the form of a ball. She had not seen us at first, the bushes partially screening us. But when, having secured the clay, she turned her face in our direction and caught sight of us watching her, she hid the lump of clay in her pocket with a shamefaced look and hurried away by the road she had come. What is she going to do with that, Uncle Julius? Asked my wife. We were northern settlers and still new to some of the customs of the locality, concerning which we often looked to Julius for information. He had lived on the place many years and knew the neighborhood thoroughly. She's going to eat it, Miss Annie, he replied. When she gets out of sight. Ugh, said my wife with a grimace. You don't mean she's going to eat that great lump of clay? Yas, my does, dat's just what I means, going to eat evy bit on it and den come back by maybe firmo. I should think it would make them sick, she said. Dey gets used to it, said Julius. Howsomba, if dey eats too much it does make 'em sick, and I knows what I'm talkin' erbout. I don't min what dem kind of folks does, he added, looking contemptuously after the retreating figure of the poor white woman. But whenever I sees black folks eatin' clay off'n dat partic'lar claybank, it alluz sets me ter studyin' 'bout po lonesome Ben. What was the matter with Ben? Asked my wife. You can tell us while we're waiting for Mabel. Old Julius often beguiled our leisure with stories of plantation life, some of them folklore stories, which we found to be in general circulation among the colored people. Some of them tales of real life as Julius had seen it in the old slave days. But the most striking were, we suspected, purely imaginary, are so colored by old Julius's fancy as to make us speculate at times upon how many original minds, which might have added to the world's wealth of literature and art, had been buried in the ocean of slavery. Ol Maz Marabo McSwain owned dat place oba de Branchdera, at Colonel Pemberton owns now. The old man began. He used to have a nigger man named Ben. Ben was one to say ya big black niggers. He was modern 6 foot high and black as coal. He was a field hand and a good wucker, but he had one little failin'. He would take a drap so onset in a while. Cos everybody lacks a drap now and den, but it paired ter feck Ben modern it did you the folks. He didn't have much chance dat away, but evie now and den he'd get holt somethin' somewha, and shows he did, he'd get out in de narrow road. Maz Marabo kep on wannin' him 'bout it, and Finley he tol him ef he eber catch him in dat shape agin he us gwine to jib him 40. Ben knowed ol Maz Marabo had a good membance and a luz done at he said, so he was monstus careful not ter jib him, no 'casion fur ter use his membance on him. And so fur mos a whole Ben nide hissef and neba tech a drap nuffin. But it's chad wuck ter lawn a ol dog new tricks, ter make him furgit der ol uns, and po Ben's time come by mebby, jes like everybody esses does. Maz Marabo sent him oba ter, disya plantation one day, wid a bundle cotton sacks fur Maz Jugal, and whiles he was oba der ol debbil sent a oman at had cast her eyes on him and knowed his weakness. Fur ter temp po Ben wid some licka. Maz whiskey was right derer and Maz Marabo was a mile way, and so Ben minded Maz whiskey and forget 'bout Maz Marabo. When he got back home he couldn't scasely tell Maz Marabo de message at Maz Jugal had sent back ter him. Maz Marabo listened at him tempt ter tell it, and den he says, kinda call and cuttin' like, he didn't pay ter get mad ner nuffin. Yow a drunk Ben. De way his master spoke sought a sobered Ben, and he knighted of course. Who, me Maz Marabo? I ain't drunk, no master, I ain't drunk. I ain't tech a drap nuffin sense less Christmas, yow a drunk, Ben, and don't you dare ter spute my woad, I'll kill you in yo tracks. I'll talk ter you sad day night, you'll be sober, and you'll have Sunday ter flecked over conversation, and nus yo wounds. Maz Marabo got thu talkin' Ben was mo sober dan he was before he got drunk. It was Wednesday Ben's master tol him dis, and twixt den and Friday night Ben done a heap studyin'. And demo he studied demo, he didn't lack de way Mas Marabo talked. He hadn't much trouble wid Mas Marabo before, but he knowed his ways, and he knowed dat de longer Mas Marabo waited to do a thing de wusser he got stid gittin better like most folks. And Ben Finley made up his min he wa'n't going to take dat cowhid in. He lowed dat, ef he was little, like some de darkies on de plantation, he wouldn't minute so much, but he was so big day'd be mo ground fur Mas Marabo ter cover, and it would hurt dat much mo. So Ben sided ter run way. He had a wife and 2 chillun, and dey had a little cabin ter deserves down in de quarters. His wife Dosti was a good-lookin', good-natured man, and paired ter set a heap stow by Ben. De little boy was named Pete. He was 'bout 8 or 9 years old, and had already menced ter go out in de field and heap his mammy pick cotton. Fur Mas Marabo was one de say ya folks at once ter make Evie age cut. Dissy little Pete was a mighty supple dancer, and his daddy would set out in de yard and pick de banjo fur him. Pete could teach der ol' folks new steps. Dancin' Jess seemed to come natural ter him. Day was a little gal too. Ben didn't pay much tention ter de gal, but he was monstus fond Dosti and de boy. He was sorry ter leave him, and he didn't tell him nuffin 'bout it fur fear dey'd make a fuss. But on Friday night, Ben tuck all de bread and meat day was in de cabin and made fur de woods. Sad day comin' Ben didn't pair, and nobody didn't know nuffin 'bout him. Mas Marabo load of cost dat Ben had runned way. He got up a potty and tucked de dogs out and followed to send down ter de crick and loss it. Fur Ben had tuck a goad full ta long wid him, and he got ter de crick he had enented his feet wid ta, and dat tho'd de hounds often descent. Dey sotched de woods and followed de roads and kept watchin' for a week, but dey couldn't fin no sign Ben. And den Mas Marabo got mo strick, and whooped his niggers harden ebba, as ef he wanted ter try ter make up fur his loss. Ben started out he wanted ter go ter de noth. He didn't know how fur it was, but he lowed he retched dar in 5 days. He knowed de noth star, and de fuss night he kept gwine right straight to it. But de next night it was rainin', and fur 2 the nights it stayed cloudy, and Ben couldn't see de noth star. Howsumba, he knowed he had got started right and he kept gwine right straight on de same way fur a week mo spectin' ter git ter de noth evie day, one mowin' early. Atta he had been walkin' all night, he come right smack out on de crick just while he had started Cos Ben was monstus disappointed. He had been wonderin' he hadn't got ter de noth befo, and behol, he was back on der old plantation. He couldn't unerstin' it at fuss, but he was so hungry he didn't have time ter study 'bout nuffin for a little while, but just ter get somethin' ter eat. Fur he had done eat up de bread and meat he tuck away wid him, and had been libbin' on roast nears and sweetened taters, he'd slip out in de woods and fin in con fields and tater patches. He looked cross de crick, and seed dis claybank, and he waded ober and got all he could eat, and den tuck a lump wid him, and hid in de woods agin till he could study de matter ober some. Fuss he lowed dat, he bet a jib hissif up and take his lammin'. But just den, he membered de way, Mas Marabo looked at him and he said 'bout sad day night, and den he lowed dat, ef Mas Marabo catch him now, he'd wear him ter a frazzle and chaw up de frazzle, so de wouldn't be nuffin lef on him at all, and dat Mas Marabo would make example and a wannin' of him fur all de niggers in de neighborhood. Fac is Mas Marabo probably wouldn't a done much ter him fur it be monstus po couragement fur runaway niggers ter come back, ef dey gwine to git killed day come. And so Ben waited till night, and den he went back and got some mo clay and eat it and hid hissif in de woods agin. Well, hit was quare 'bout Ben, but he stayed round he fur a month, hidden in de woods in de daytime, and slippin' out nights and gittin' clay ter eat and water de crick yanka ter drink. De water in dat crick was CLR in dem days, stid a bane yalla like it is now. We had observed that the water, like that of most streams that take their rise in swamps, had an amber tint to which the sand and clay background of the bed of the stream imparted an even yellow hue. What did he do then, Julius? Asked my wife, who liked to hear the end of a story. Well, miss, he made up his min den dat he was gwine to start fur de noth agin, but whiles he be'n layin' round in de woods, he had mence ter feel monstus lonesome, and it paired ter him dat he jest couldn't go widout seein' Dosti and little Pete. Fuss he lowed he'd go up ter de cabin, but he thought 'bout de dogs round de yard, and dat de you the darkies mought see him, and so he cited he'd better watch for 'em till day come long de road. It was dis ya same road, he could come out in de woods and talk ter 'em. And he eben load, he mought swade 'em ter run way wid him and day could all get ter de noth. Fur de nights was CLA now, and he couldn't lose de noth star, so he waited 2 days, and show nuff long come dasty one mornin', comin' over to Ma's Dougal's fur ter fetch some things for her missus. She was looking kinda down in de moof, fur she thought a heap Ben, and was monstus sorry ter lose him, Isles at de same time she was glad he was free, fur she lowed he'd done got ter de noff long befo. And she was studyin' 'bout Ben, at a fine-lookin' man he was, and wonderin' ef she'd ebber see him any mo. Ben seed comin' he waited till she got close by, and den he stepped out en de woods and come face ter face wid her. She didn't 'pear to know who he was and seemed kinda skeered. "Hoddy dasty honey," he said. "Huh," she said, "'pears ter me you were mighty firmlier on shot acquaintance." "Shot acquaintance? Why, don't you know me, dasty?" "No, I don't know your a scarecrow. I never seed you befo in my life, and never once ter see your agin. Why did you come anyhow? Whose nigger is ya? Is this some low-down free nigger dat don't belong ter nobody and don't own nobody? At fur you talk ter me like dat, honey? I's Ben, yo Ben. Why don't you know yo own man?" He put out his arms fur ter draw her ter im, but she just jib one yell, and started ter run. Ben was so 'stonished he didn't know at ter do, and he stood derer in de road till he heard somebody comin'. He dotted in de woods agin. Po Ben was so sturbed in his min dat he couldn't hardly eat any clay dat day. He couldn't make out at was de matter wid dasty, but he lowed maybe she'd heard he was dead somethin', and thought he was a hant, and dat was she had run away. So he watched by de side de road, and next mornin' who should come erlong but little Pete, wid a reed over his shoulder and a goad full bait, gwine fishin' in de crick. Ben called him Pete, oh Pete, little Pete. Little Pete cocked up his ears and listened. Pad lack he'd heard dat voice befo. He started fur de woods fur ter see who it was callin' him, but befo he got dere Ben stepped out and retched fur him. "Come he, honey, and see yo daddy, who ain't seen I fur so long." But little Pete tuck one look at him, and den menseta holler, and squeal and kick and bite and scratch. Ben was so 'stonished that he couldn't hold de boy, who slipped out in his hands and run to'ds de house as fast as his legs would tote him. Po Ben kept gettin' whews and whews mixed up. He couldn't make out fur de life MWat could be de matter. Nobody didn't 'pear ter want ter own him. He felt so cast down dat he didn't notice a nigger man comin' long de road till he got right close up on him, and didn't he dis man he said haughty ter him. "What's de matter wid ya?" Said do you the man Ben didn't spawn. "What jedge member de legislator hotel keeper does you belong ter dat you can't speak ter a man he says haughty ter ya?" Ben kinda come ter hissef and seed it was Primus, who belonged ter his master and knowed him as well as anybody. But before he could get de words out'n his moof Primus went on talkin'. "Yow de most misable lookin' merletter I ebber seed. Dem rags look lak dey Ben run thu a sawmill. My master don't low no strange niggers round dis your plantation, and yo betta take yo yalla hide way yer as fast as yo kin." Just den somebody hollered on do you the side de crick, and Primus started off on a run, so Ben didn't have no chance ter say no mo ter him. Ben almost lowed he was gwine out in his min. He was so 'stonished and mazed at none de say ya folks reconnaissant him. He went back in de woods agin and stayed derer all day, wonderin' at he was gwine to do. Onset twisit, he seed folks comin' long de road, and started out ter speak ter him, but changed his min and slipped back agin. Cosef Marabo had been huntin' Ben he would have found him, but he had long since lost all hope seein' him agin, and so nobody didn't sturb Ben in de woods. He stayed hid a day two mo and den he got so lonesome and homesick fur dasty and little Pete and do you the dockies. Somebody ter talk ter. Dat he just made up his min ter go right up ter de house and jib hissef up and take his medicine. Maz Marabo couldn't do nuffin motoren kill him, and he moughts well be dead as hidden in de woods, would nobody ter talk ter look at ner nuffin. He had just come out de woods and started up dis vay road. Who sh'd come long in a hoss and buggy, but ol' Maz Marabo, driven oba ter dat you the brickyard yowa gwinta see now. Ben run out de woods, and fell down on his knees in de road, right in front Maz Marabo. Maz Marabo had to pull on de lines and hoy de hoss up ter keep him runnin' oba Ben. "Get out in de road, you fool nigga," says Maz Marabo. "Does you want to get run oba? Whose nigger is you, anyhow?" Is yo nigga, Maz Marabo, don't you know Ben, W at Rund Erway? Yas, I knows my Ben W at Rund Erway. Does you know wha he is? Why, is yo Ben, Maz Marabo. Don't you know me, Masta? No, I don't know ya, you yalla rascal. W at de debble you mean by tellin' me sich a lie? Ben was black as a coal and straight as an ara. Yawa yaller as dat claybank and crooked as a bale hoop. I reckon yawa some stracted nigga. Tunt out by some Masta W at don't want to take care ya. You get off to my plantation, and don't show yo clay-colored hide around you no more, I'll have you sent ter jail and whip. Maz Marabo drove away and left Po Ben Mo dead and alive. He crept back into bushes and laid down and wept like a baby. He didn't have no wife, no chili, no friends, no Masta. He'd been willin' enough to get long without a Masta, WN he had one, but it paid like a sin for his own Masta ter NYM and cast him off dat away. It paid ter him, he mought just as well be dead as livin', for he was all alone in de world, would know how ter go, and nobody didn't have nuffin ter say ter him, but ter buse him and drive him away. Atta he got oba his grievance spell he ments ter wanda W at Maz Marabo, meant by callin' him yalla, and as long as nobody didn't seem ter care whether they seed him or not, he went down by de crick in broad daylight, and kneeled down by de water and looked at his face. Fuss he didn't recognize hissef and glanced back ter cf day wa'n't somebody lookin' oba his shoulder, but day wa'n't. And WN he looked back into water, he seed de same thing, he wa'n't black no mo, but had turned ter a light yalla. Ben didn't know W at ter make it for a minute so. Fuss he lowed he must have de yalla fever, de yalla jandas, somethin' like dat. But he had knowed rail doc folks ter have jandas befo, and it hadn't nebba affected him dat away. But by mebbe he got up ofen his hands and knees and was stannin' lookin' oba de cricket de claybank, and wonderin' ef de clay he'd been eatin' hadn't turned him yalla WN, he heard somethin' say just as plain as wodes. Turnt ter clay, turnt ter clay, turnt ter clay? He looked all round, but he couldn't see nobody but a big bullfrog settin' on a log on de other side de crick. And WN he turned round and statted back into woods, he heard de same thing behin' him. Turnt ter clay, turnt ter clay, turnt ter clay? Dem wodes kep ringin' in is yes till he finally lowed day was bound ter be so, day wouldn't a be tol ter him, and dat he had lived on clay so long and had eat so much, dat he must a jest naturally turnt ter clay. Imperious Caesar turned to clay might stop a hole to keep the wind away, I murmured parenthetically. Yas, suh, said the old man, turnt ter clay, but you's mistooken de name, suh, hit was Ben you member, not Caesar. Ol' Maz Marabo did have a nigga named Caesar, but dat was another one. Don't interrupt him, John, said my wife impatiently. What happened then, Julius? Well, Po Ben didn't know W at ter do. He had been lonesome enough befo, but now he didn't eben have his own sef ter sociate wid, fur he felt mo like a stranger and he did lack Ben. In a day so mo he ments ter wonder whether he was livin' not. He had hien bout folks turnin' ter clay WN day was dead, and he lowed maybe he was dead and didn't note it. And dat was de reason WI everybody run way him and wouldn't have nuffin ter do wid him. And anyhow, he lowed he wa'n't dead. He mought's well be. He wandered round a day so mo, and finally de lonesomeness, and de sleepin' out in de woods, mongs de snakes and scorpions, and not habin' nuffin fit ter eat, ments ter tell on him, and he kept gettin' weaker and weaker till one day, WN he went down by de crick fur ter get a drink water. He found his limbs gettin' so stiff hit all he could do ter crawl up on de bank and lay down in de sun. He laid dere till he died, and de sun beat down on him, and beat down on him, and beat down on him, fur fo days, till it baked him as hot as a brick. And den a big wind come erlong and blowed a tree down, and it fell on him and smashed him all ter pieces, and ground him ter powder. And den a big rain come erlong, and washed him in de crick, and ebba sense den de water in dat cricks bien jess as he sees it now. And dat was der een po lonesome Ben, and dat's de reason I knows dat clay'll make brick and I don't nebba lack ter see no black folks eatin' it. My wife came of a family of reformers, who could never contemplate an evil without seeking an immediate remedy. When I decided that the bank of edible clay was not fit for brickmaking, she asked me if I would not have it carted away, suggesting at the same time that it could be used to fill a low place in another part of the plantation. It would be too expensive, I said. Oh, no, she replied. I don't think so. I have been talking with Uncle Julius about it, and he says he has a nephew who is out of employment, and who will take the contract for $10 if you will furnish the mule and cart, and bought him while the job lasts. As I had no desire to add another permanent member to my household, I told her it would be useless, that if the people did not get clay, there they would find it elsewhere, and perhaps an inferior quality which might do greater harm, and that the best way to stop them from eating it was to teach them self-respect, when she had opportunity, and those habits of industry and thrift whereby they could get their living from the soil in a manner less direct but more commendable. Mars James's nightmare, we found old Julius very useful when we moved to our new residence. He had a thorough knowledge of the neighborhood, was familiar with the roads and the watercourses, knew the qualities of the various soils and what they would produce, and where the best hunting and fishing were to be had. He was a marvelous hand in the management of horses and dogs, with whose mental processes he manifested a greater familiarity than mere use would seem to account for, though it was doubtless due to the simplicity of a life that had kept him close to nature. Toward my tract of land and the things that were on it, the creeks, the swamps, the hills, the meadows, the stones, the trees, he maintained a peculiar personal attitude that might be called predial rather than proprietary. He had been accustomed, until long after middle life, to look upon himself as the property of another. When this relation was no longer possible, owing to the war, and to his master's death and the dispersion of the family, he had been unable to break off entirely the mental habits of a lifetime, but had attached himself to the old plantation, of which he seemed to consider himself an appurtenance. We found him useful in many ways and entertaining in others, and my wife and I took quite a fancy to him. Shortly after we became established in our home on the sandhills, Julius brought up to the house one day a colored boy of about 17, whom he introduced as his grandson, and for whom he solicited employment. I was not favorably impressed by the youth's appearance. Quite the contrary, in fact, but mainly to please the old man I hired Tom. His name was Tom, to help about the stables, weed the garden, cut wood and bring water, and in general to make himself useful about the outdoor work of the household. My first impression of Tom proved to be correct. He turned out to be very trifling, and I was much annoyed by his laziness, his carelessness, and his apparent lack of any sense of responsibility. I kept him longer than I should, on Julius's account, hoping that he might improve, but he seemed to grow worse instead of better, and when I finally reached the limit of my patience, I discharged him. "I am sorry, Julius," I said to the old man. "I should have liked to oblige you by keeping him, but I can't stand Tom any longer. He is absolutely untrustworthy." "Yas, sir," replied Julius, with a deep sigh and a long shake of the head. "I knows he ain't much account, and dey ain't much penance ter be put on him. But I was hoppin' dat you mought make some 'lowance for ignorant young nigger, sir, and gib him one mo' chance." But I had hardened my heart. I had always been too easily imposed upon, and had suffered too much from this weakness. I determined to be firm as a rock in this instance. "No, Julius," I rejoined decidedly. "It is impossible. I gave him more than a fair trial, and he simply won't do." When my wife and I set out for our drive in the cool of the evening, afternoon is evening in southern parlance, one of the servants put into the rockaway 2 large earthenware jugs. Our drive was to be down through the swamp to the mineral spring at the foot of the sandhills beyond. The water of this spring was strongly impregnated with sulfur and iron, and, while not particularly agreeable of smell or taste, was used by us, in moderation, for sanitary reasons. When we reached the spring, we found a man engaged in cleaning it out. In answer to an inquiry, he said that if we would wait 5 or 10 minutes, his task would be finished and the spring in such condition that we could fill our jugs. We might have driven on, and come back by way of the spring, but there was a bad stretch of road beyond, and we concluded to remain where we were until the spring should be ready. We were in a cool and shady place. It was often necessary to wait a while in North Carolina, and our northern energy had not been entirely proof against the influences of climate and local custom. While we sat there, a man came suddenly around a turn of the road ahead of us. I recognized in him a neighbor with whom I had exchanged formal calls. He was driving a horse, apparently a high-spirited creature, possessing, so far as I could see at a glance, the marks of good temper and good breeding. The gentleman, I had heard it suggested, was slightly deficient in both. The horse was rearing and plunging, and the man was beating him furiously with a buggy whip. When he saw us, he flushed a fiery red and, as he passed, held the reins with one hand, at some risk to his safety, lifted his hat, and bowed somewhat constrainedly as the horse darted by us, still panting and snorting with fear. "He looks as though he were ashamed of himself," I observed. I'm sure he ought to be, exclaimed my wife indignantly. I think there is no worse sin and no more disgraceful thing than cruelty. I quite agree with you, I assented. A man w at busses his hoss is gwine ter be hard on de folks w at wucks fur 'im, remarked Julius. F young Mr. McLean don't min, he'll have a bad dream one de said days. Des lack is granddaddy had way back yanda, long yes befo de wa. What was it about Mr. McLean's dream, Julius? I asked. The man had not yet finished cleaning the spring, and we might as well put in time listening to Julius as in any other way. We had found some of his plantation tales quite interesting. Mars James McLean, said Julius, was de granddaddy dis ya gentleman w at is des gone by us beaten his hoss. He had a big plantation and a heap niggers. Mars James was a hard man, and monstrous strict wid his hands. Eber since he growed up he never paid ter have no feelin' fur nobody. WN his daddy, ol' Mars John McLean, died, de plantation and all de niggers fell ter young Mars James. He had been bad enough befo, but it wa'n't long a terwards tell he got so day was no use in libin at all fu ha ter lib round Mars James. His niggers was bleeds ter slave from daylight ter dak. Whiles you the folkses didn't have to wuck seppen from sun ter sun. En day didn't get no mo ter eat dan day otta, en dat de koses kin. Day went load ter sing, ner dance, ner played a banjo wn Mars James was round a place. Fur Mars James say he wouldn't have no sech gwines on, said he bought his hands ter wuck, and not ter play. NWN night come day must sleep en res, so day'd be ready ter get up soon in de mornin' en go ter day wuck fresh and strong. Mars James didn't low no cotton junician round his plantation, said he wanted his niggers ter put day mins on day wuck, and not be wast in daytime wid no sech foolishness. And he wouldn't let his hands get married, said he wasn't raisin' niggers, but was raisin' cotton. NWN eber any de boys and gals ments ter get sweet on one ernada, he'd sell one de youther on sen em way down in Robeson County ter his the plantation, wa dey couldn't never see one ernada. Ef any de niggers eber complained, dey got foughty, so cos dey didn't many on complain. But dey didn't lack it, des de same, and nobody couldn't blame fur day had a hard time. Mars James didn't make no lowance fur natural bon lasness, ner sickness, ner trouble in de min, ner nuffin. He was des gwine ter get so much wuck out evie han, no de reason wi. Day was one time de niggers load, fur a spell, dat Mars James mought get betta. He tuck a lackin ter Mars Marabo McSwain's old's gal, Miss Libby, and use it to go oba derer, evie day evie ebenen, and folks said day was gwine ter get married show. But it pez dat, Miss Libby heerd bout de gwines on Mars James's plantation, and she des load she couldn't trues hersef wid no sech a man. Dat he mought get so use it abusin' his niggers dat he'd mence ter buse his wife atta he got use it havin' her round a house. So she clad she wasn't gwine ter hab nuffin mo ter do wid young Mars James. De niggers was all monstrous sorry wn de match was bust up. Fur now, Mars James got wussa, and he was befo he started sweet-eatin'. De time he use it to spend cotton Miss Libby he put in findin' fault wid de niggers, and all his bad feelin's cast Miss Libby th'd him, oba he pad ter try ter wuck off on de po niggers. Whiles, Mars James was cotton Miss Libby. Two de hands on de plantation had got ter set in a heap stow by one ernada. One on em was named Solomon, and de youther was a oman w at wucked in de feel long im. I fedget dat oman's name, but it don't mount ter much in detail no how. Now, whather cos Mars James was so tuck up wid his own junacy dat he didn't paid no tension fur a while ter at was gwine on twixt Solomon and his junacy, whether his own cotton made him kin easy on de cotton in de quatas, day ain't no tellin'. But day's one thing show, dat wn Miss Libby th'd him oba, he found out bout Solomon and de gal monstrous quick. En gun Solomon foughty, en sont de gal down ter de Robeson County plantation, en tol all de niggers, ef he catch 'em at any mo sech foolishness, he was gwine ter skin 'em alive en tan day hides befo day vey eyes. Cos he wouldn't a done it, but he mought a made things wussa en day was. So you kin 'magine dey wa'n't much love mackin in de quatas fur a long time. Mars James useta go down ter the plantation, sometimes fur a week mo. And so he had ter have a obasi ter look at his wuck whiles he has gone. Mars James's obasi was a po white man named Nick Johnson. De niggers called him Mars Johnson ter his face, but behin his back day useta call him Ol Nick. And de name suited him turati. He was wussa and Maz James evadad turbi. Costadakis didn't lacked away, Maz James used him, but he was demasta, and had a right tur do as he please. But dis your Ol Nick wa'n't nuffin but a po buckra, and all de niggas spised him as much as dey hated him, fur he did know nobody, and wa'n't no betta and a nigga. Fur in dem days any spectable pussin would rather be a nigga dan a po white man. Now, at a Solomon's gal had been sont away, he kept feelin' mo bad about it. Tell Finley he lowed he was gwine tur CF day, couldn't be somethin' done fur tur get back, and tur make Maz James treat de dockies betta. So he tuck a peck con out in de ban one night, and went oba tur see ol on Peggy, de free nigga Conjure o man down by de Wimbledon road. On Peggy listened tur his tale, and ax him some questions, and den tol him she'd wuck her roots. NCW at dade say bout it, and turmora night he sh'd come back agin and fetch ernada peck con, and den she'd have somethin' fur tur tell him. So Solomon went back de next night, and show nuff, on Peggy tol him at tur do. She gun him some stuff at look like it been made by poundin' up some roots and yobs wid a pestle and a mota. Dis is stuff, says she, is monstus powerful kin goofa. You take dis home, and gin it tur de cook, ef you kin trues her, and tell her fur tur put it in yo masta's soup de fuss cloudy day he have okra soup fur dinner. Min you follows de directions. It ain't gwine to icin' im, is it? Ax Solomon, gittin' kin skeered. Fur Solomon was a good man, and didn't want tur do nobody no rail ham. Oh no, says on Peggy, it's gwine tur do him good, but he'll have a monstus bad dream fuss. A month from now you come down he, and lemme know how de goofer is wuckin'. Fur I ain't done much dis kin cunjin late yes, and I has tur kinda keep track on it tur see dat, it don't complish no mo deren I lows fur it tur do. And I has tur be kinda keerful bout cunjin W8 folks, so be show and lemme know, W8 be you do? Des W8 is gwine on round de plantation. So Solomon say all right, and tuck de goofa mixtry up tur de big house and gun it tur de cook. And tol her fur tur put it in Maz James's soup de fuss cloudy day, she have okra soup fur dinner. It happened dat de vay next day was a cloudy day, and so de cook made okra soup fur Maz James's dinner, and put de powder Solomon gun her in tur de soup, and made de soup rail good. So Maz James eat a whole lot of it and pad tur enjoy it. De next mornin', Maz James told der obasi he was gwine way on some business, and den he was gwine tur his you the plantation, down in Robeson County, and he didn't spec he'd be back for a month or so. But says he, I wants you tur run dis your plantation for all it's wuth. De say ya niggas is gittin' monstus triflin' and lazy and keerless, and dey ain't no penance tur be put in 'em. I wants dat stop. NW I'm gone way, I wants dispenses cut way down and a heap mo wuck done. Fac, I wants dis your plantation tur make a recode dat'll show, at kinder obasi you is. Ol Nick didn't said nuffin but yas, but de way he kinda grinned tur hissef, and show his big yalla teef, and snapped de rawhide, he use et a kya round wid him, made col chills run up and down de backbone dem niggas at, he had Maz James a talkin'. And dat night day, was monin' and groanin' down in de quatas. Fur de niggas, all knowed at was common. So, show nuff, Maz James went way next mornin', and de trouble begun. Maz Johnson started off de vay fuss day fur tur CW he could have tur show, Maz James WN he come back. He made de tasks bigger and de rations litla, and WN de niggas had wucked all day. He'd fin somethin' fur tur do round de ban summers at a dak. Fur tur keep him busy a hour so befo day went tur sleep. About the fo days at a Maz James went way, young Maz Duncan McSwain rode up tur de big house one day wid a nigga settin' behin him in de buggy, tied tur de seat, and ax F. Maz James was home. Maz Johnson was at de house, and he say no. Well, says Maz Duncan, says he, I fotch dis nigger oba tur Mr. McLean fur tur pay a bet I made wid him last week we was playin' Kayad's Tejda. I bet him a nigga man, and he's one I reckon'll fill de bill. He was tuck up to you the day for a stray nigga, and he couldn't jib no count hissef, and so he was sol at auction, and I bought him. He's kinda brash, but I knows yo powers, Mr. Johnson, and I reckon ef anybody kin make him toe de mac, you is de man. Maz Johnson grin one dem grins at show all his snaggle teef, and make de niggas low he look lak der ol devil, and says he tur Maz Duncan? I reckon you kin trues me, Mr. Duncan, Fur tur tame any nigga was ebba bon. De nigga don lib wet I can't take down in bout 4 days. Well, ol Nick had his hands full long dat new nigga. NWIles de res de dockies was sorry fur de po man. Day load he kept Maz Johnson so busy dat day got along betta en day to done f de new nigga had never come. De fuss thing dat happen, Maz Johnson says tur dis ya new man. What's your name, Sambo? My name ain't Sambo, spawn de new nigga. Did I ax you at your name what? Says Maz Johnson. You wants ter be patikla how you talks ter me. Now what is your name, and wha did you come from? I dunno my name, says de nigga, and I don't remember where I come from. My head is all kin mix up. Yaz, says Maz Johnson, I reckon I'll ha ter jib you somethin fur ter cla yo head. At the same time, it'll on you some manas, and at a dismeb you'll say, Sud wn you speaks ter me. Well, Maz Johnson haul off wid his rawhide and hit de new nigga once. De new man look at Maz Johnson for a minute, as if he didn't know at ter make dis yakin elanen. But wn der obasi raise his up ter hit him agin. De new nigga des haul off en made fur Maz Johnson, and f some de you the niggas hadn't stop him, it ped as f he mot a made it wham fur ol Nick dera fur a while. But der obasi made de you the niggas heap tie de new nigger up. And den gun im 40. Wid a dozen so thod in fur good measure. Fur ol Nick was neba stingy, wid dem kin rations. De nigga went on at a terrible rate, des lack a will man, but cos he was bleeds ter take his medicine, fur he was tied up and couldn't he pissef. Maz Johnson locked de new nigger up in de ban, and didn't jib him nuffin ter eat for a day or so, till he got him kinda quiet down, and den he tunt him loose and put him ter wuck. De nigga load he went use at a wuckin, and wouldn't wuck. And Maz Johnson gun him anada 40 for laziness and impidence, and let him fas a day so mo, and den put him ter wuck agin. De nigga went ter wuck, but didn't pa ter know how ter handla ho. It tuck des bout half der obasi's time lookin' at him, and dat po nigga got molashins and cussins and cuffins dan any fo youthas on de plantation. He didn't mix wid ner talk much ter de res de niggas, and couldn't pa ter get it thu his min dat he was a slave and had ter wuck and min de white folks, spite de fact dat ol Nick gun him a lesson every day. En finally, Maz Johnson load dat he couldn't do nuffin wid him. Dat if he was his nigga, he'd break his spirit break his neck, one de youtha. But cos he was only sont ober on trial, and as he didn't jib satisfaction, and he hadn't heerd from Maz James bout wn he was comin' back. And as he was feared he'd get mad sometime, another, and killed a nigga before he knowed it, he load he'd bet a send him back while he come fum. So he tied him up and sont him back ter Maz Duncan. Now, Maz Duncan McSwain was one to say your easy gwine gentleman it didn't lack ter have no trouble wid niggas nobody s. And he knowed f Maz ol Nick couldn't get long wid dis nigga. Nobody could. So he tucked a nigga ter town dat same day, and Sol im ter a trade at was gettin' up a gang, lackly niggas fur ter ship off on de steamboat ter go down de riba ter Wimbledon, and fum dera ter New Orleans. De next day at a de new man had been sont away, Solomon was wuckin' in de cotton field, and wn he got ter de fence next ter de woods, at der een de row, who shtc on de you the side but ol on Peggy. She beckoned ter him, der obasi was down on de you the side de field, and says she, ain't you done come and potted ter me like I tol you? Law, on Peggy, says Solomon, day ain't nuffin ter pot. Maz James went away today at a we gun him de goofa mixtry, and we ain't seed hide ner hair on him since, and cos we don't know nuffin bout at fecket had on him. I don't care nuffin bout yo Maz James now. At I wants ter know is at is ben gwine on mongs de niggas. Has you been gettin' long any better on de plantation? No, on Peggy, we been gettin' long wussa. Maz Johnson is stricka and he ebba was befo, and de po niggas don't hadly get time ter draw day breath, and day lows day mot des as well be dead as alive. Says on Peggy, says she, I tell you dat us monstus powerful goofa, and it's wuck don't pair all at once. Long as we had dat new nigga Solomon went on, he kept Maz Johnson busy pat de time, but now he's gone way, I suppose de res on us'll catch it wussa and ebba. What's gone wid de new nigga? Says on Peggy rail quick, battin' her eyes and straightenin' up. Ol Nick done son him back ter Maz Duncan, who had fotch him he fur ter pay a gamblin' debt ter Maz James, says Solomon, and I he's Maz Duncan has sol him ter a nigga trader up in Patesville, w's gwine ter ship him off wid a gang termora. Ol on Peggy pad ter get rail stirred up wn Solomon tol dat, and says she, shackin' her stick at him. Wi didn't you come and tell me bout dis new nigga Baines Sol way? Didn't you promise me, if I jib you dat goofa, you'd come and pot ter me bout all wet was gwine on dis plantation. Cuss I could have found out fur myself, but I pended on yo tellin' me, and now by not doin' it I's feared you gwine spile my conjun. You come down ter my house ter night and do wet I tells you, I'll put a spell on you dat'll make yo have fall out so you'll be bal, and yo eyes drap out so you can't see, and yo teeth fall out so you can't eat, and yo years grow up so you can't he. Wn you is foolin' wid a conja o man lack me. You got term in yo pitikes and cutikes dale be trouble show nuff. So cuss Solomon went down ter on Peggy's dat night, and she gun him a roasted sweetened tata. You take dis ya sweetened tata, says she. I done goofed it specially fur dat new nigga, so you betta not eat it yossef you'll wush you hadn't, and slip off ter town, and fin dat strange man, and jib im dis ya sweetened tata. He must eat it befo mornin', show. Ef he don't want to be sol way ter New Orleans. But s'posen de paterol's catch me, on Peggy, wet I gwine ter do? Says Solomon. De paterol's ain gwine tek you, but ef you don't fin dat nigga, I'm gwine get you, and you'll fin me wussa and de paterol's. Des haul on a minute, and I'll sprinkle you wid some dis mixtry out in dis ya bottle, so de paterol's can't see you, and you kin rub yo feet wid some dis ya grease out in dis goad, so you kin run fast, and rub some on it on yo eyes, so you kin see in de dak. And den you must fin dat new nigger, and jib im dis ya tata, you gwine ter have mo trouble on yo hands and you ebba had befo in yo life, ebba will have sense. So Solomon tucked de sweetened tater and statted up de road fast as he could go, and befo long he reached town. He went right long by de paterol's, and dey didn't pay ter notice him, and by mebbe he found wa de strange nigga was kep, and he walked right past de jod at de do and found him. De nigga couldn't see him, obcos, and he couldn't a seed de nigger in de dak, ef it hadn't been fur de stuff on Peggy gun im ter rub on his eyes. De nigga was layin' in a conda, sleep, and Solomon des slip up ter him, and hilt dat sweetened tata fo de nigga's nose, and he des naturally retch up wid his hand, and tuck de tater and eat it in his sleep, without knowin' it. When Solomon seed he done eat de tata, he went back and tol on Peggy, and den went home ter his cabin ter sleep, way long 'bout 2 o'clock in de mornin'. De next day was Sunday, and so de niggas had a little time ter day sevs. Solomon was kinda stirb in his min thinkin' 'bout his Junacy wet us gone away, and wonderin' wet on Peggy had ter do wid dat new nigga. And he had santed up in de woods so ter be by hissef a little, and at de same time ter look at a rabbit trap he'd sot down in der age de swamp, wn, who shtc standin' under a tree but a white man. Solomon didn't know de white man at fuss, tell de white man spoke up ter him. Is dat you, Solomon? Says he. Den Solomon recognized de voice. Fur de Lord's sake, Mars James, is dat you? Yas, Solomon, says his master, dis is me, wet's lef me. It warn't no wonder Solomon hadn't knowed Mars James at fuss, fur he was dressed like a white man, and was barefooted, and looked monstrous pale and peaked, as ef he'd des come tu a hard spell sickness. You lookin' kinda polly, Mars James, says Solomon. Is you been sick, suh? No, Solomon, says Mars James, shackin' his head, and speakin' sorta slow and sad. I ain't been sick, but I's had a monstrous bad dream, fac, a reglar, natural nightmare. But tell me how things has been gwine on up ter de plantation since I been gone, Solomon. So Solomon up and tol him 'bout de craps, and 'bout de hosses and de mules, and 'bout de cows and de hogs. N.W.N. he ments ter tell 'bout de new nigga. Mars James prick up his yes and listen, and evie now and den he'd say, and nod his head. And by mebbe, W.N. he'd ask Solomon some mo questions, he says he? Now, Solomon, I don't want you ter say a word ter nobody 'bout meetin' me he, but I wants you ter slip up ter de house, and fetch me some clothes and some shoes. I forget ter tell you dat a man rub me back yander on de road and swap clothes wid me widout axin' me whether no. But you need to say nuffin 'bout dat, nother. You go and fetch me some clothes he, so nobody won't see you, and keep yo move shet, and I'll jib you $1. Solomon was so 'stonished he lacked ter fell over in his tracks. W.N. Mars James promised ter jib him $1. Day suddenly was a change come oba Mars James. W.N. he offer one his niggas dat much money. Solomon mens ter spec dat on Peggy's conjation had been wuckin monstrous strong. Solomon fotch Ma's Jeems some clothes and shoes, and dat same ebnin Ma's Jeems paired at de house, and let on lackey des dat minute got home from Robeson County. Ma's Johnson was all ready ter talk ter him, but Ma's Jeems son him wode he wa'n't feelin' vey well dat night, and he'd see him ter morra. So next mornin' at a breakfast, Ma's Jeems sont fur der obacy, and ax im fur ter jib count his stiochip. Ol Nick tol Ma's Jeems how much wuck ben done, and got de books and showed him how much money ben save. Den Ma's Jeems ax him how de dockies ben behabin, and Ma's Johnson say dey ben behabin good, most on em, and dem wet didn't behave good at fuss change day conduct, atta he got holt on em a time or two. All, says he, sep'n de new nigga Mr. Duncan fotch oba he and lef on trial, wls you was gone. Oh, yas, lo's Ma's Jeems, tell me all bout dat new nigga. I heard a little bout dat queer new nigga last night, and it was des too ridiculous. Tell me all bout dat new nigga. So seein' Ma's Jeems so good not chewed bout it, Ma's Johnson up and tol him how he tied up de new hand de fuss day and gun im fought cas he wouldn't tell him his name. Ha, 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 says Ma's Jeems, laughin' fit ter kill, but dat is too funny fur any use. Tell me some mo bout dat new nigga. So Ma's Johnson went on and tol him how he had ter stobbed de new nigga fo he could make him take holt a hoe. Dat was to be a teeny's notion for a nigga, says Ma's Jeems, puttin' on as, des lack he was a white man, and I reckon you didn't do nuffin' ter him? Oh no, suh, says der obacy, grinnin' like a chessy cat, I didn't do nuffin' but take de hide off'n him. Ma's Jeems laughed and laughed, tell it pad lack he was des gwine ter bust. Tell me some mo bout dat new nigga, oh tell me some mo. Dat new nigger entrusts me, he do, and dat is a fact. Ma's Johnson didn't quite understand why Ma's Jeems sh'd make sich a great moration bout de new nigga, but cos he want ter please de gentleman at hit him, and so he splain all bout how many times he had ter cowhide de new nigga, and how he made him do tasks twisit as big as some do you the hands, and how he'd chain him up in de ban at night and feed him on cornbread and water. Oh, but you is a monstrous good obacy. You is de best obacy in dis county, Mr. Johnson, says Ma's Jeems. WN der obacy got thu wid his tail. En dey ain nebba ben no nigga breaka like you round he befo. En you de sobs great credit fur sendin dat nigga way, befo you espielt im fur de market. Fac, you is sech a monstrous good obacy, and you is got dis your plantation in sech fine shape, dat I reckon I don't need you no mo. You is got to say your dockies so well trained dat I spec I kin run 'em myself from dis time on. But I does wush you had a hilt on ter dat new nigga till I got home, fur I'd a lack ter a seed him, I sut'nly should. Der obacy was so stonish he didn't hadly know at ter say, but Finley he ax Ma's Jeems ef he wouldn't jib him a rickaman fur ter get at a place. No, suh, says Ma's Jeems, somehow nother I don't lack yo look sense I come back dis time, and I'd much rather you wouldn't stay round he. Fac, I's feared ef I'd meet you alone in de woods sometime, I mought want to ham you. But layin' dat aside, I been lookin', oba de say ya books yon at you kept whiles I was way, and fur a year so back. And dere is some figures at ain des cla ter me. I ain't got no time fur ter talk bout 'em now, but I spec befo I settles wid you fur dis last mont, you betta come up he ter mora. Atter I's look de books and counts oba some mo, and den we'll straighten u business all up. Ma's Jeems loada terwards dat he was des shootin' in de dak WN, he said dat bout de books, but howsomba. Ma's Nick Johnson left dat neighborhood twixt de next two sons, and nobody round dere nebba seed hide ner hair on him sense. And all de dockies tiank de laud, and load it was a good riddance bad rubbage. But all dem things I done tol you ain nuffin sidin' to change at come oba Ma's Jeems fum dat time on. On Peggy's goofa had made a new man on him in Tilly. De next day, atta he come back. He told a hands day need to wuck, oni fum sun ter sun, and he cut day tasks down so day didn't nobody have ter stan oba em, wid a rawhide a hickory. And he load ef de niggas want ter have a dance in de big ban any sad day night, day mought have it. And by mebbe, WN Solomon seed how good Ma's Jeems was. He ax him ef he wouldn't please send down ter do you the plantation fur his junacy. Ma's Jeems say suttonly, and gun Solomon a pass and a note ter der obacy on do you the plantation, and sont Solomon down ter Robeson County, wid a hoss and buggy fur ter fetch his junacy back. When de niggas see how fine Ma's Jeems gwine treat 'em, dey all tuck ter sweet eatin' and junacyin' and singin' and dancin', and 8 or 10 couples got married, and by maybe everybody meants ter say, Mars James McLean got a finer plantation, and slick-a-lookin' niggers, and dat he us mackin' mo cotton and con, dan any you the gentleman in de county. And Mars James's own Junacy, Miss Libby, he had bout de new gwines on Mars James's plantation, and she change her min bout Mars James and tuck him back agin, and fo long day had a fine weddin', and all de darkies had a big fees. And day was fiddlin' and dancin' and funnin' and frolickin' from sundown till mornin'. And they all lived happy ever after, I said, as the old man reached a full stop. Yas, sah, he said, interpreting my remarks as a question. Day did. Solomon use to say, he added, dat on Peggy's goofa had turned Mars James ter a nigga, and dat new han was Mars James hissef. But cos Solomon didn't das ter let on bout w at he spicioned, and ol on Peggy would a nied it ef she had been ax. First she'd a got in trouble show, ef it us knowed she'd been cungin de w8 folks. Dis ya tale goes ter show, concluded Julius sententiously, as the man came up and announced that the spring was ready for us to get water. Dat w8 folks w8 is so hard and strict, and don't make no lowance fur po ignant niggas w8 ain had no chance ter elon, is libel ter have bad dreams, ter say de lees, and dat dem w8 is kin and good ter po people is show ter prosper and get long in de whirl. That is a very strange story, Uncle Julius, observed my wife smiling, and Solomon's explanation is quite improbable. Yes, Julius, said I, that was powerful goofa. I am glad, too, that you told us the moral of the story. It might have escaped us otherwise. By the way, did you make that up all by yourself? The old man's face assumed an injured look, expressive more of sorrow than of anger, and shaking his head he replied, No, sah, I heard dat tale befo you Miss Annie Dara was born, sah. My mammy told me dat tale when I went mo deren knee-high ter a hoppagrass. I drove to town next morning on some business, and did not return until noon, and after dinner I had to visit a neighbor, and did not get back until supper time. I was smoking a cigar on the back piazza in the early evening, when I saw a familiar figure carrying a bucket of water to the barn. I called my wife. My dear, I said severely, what is that rascal doing here? I thought I discharged him yesterday for good and all. Oh yes, she answered, I forgot to tell you. He was hanging round the place all the morning, and looking so down in the mouth that I told him that if he would try to do better, we would give him one more chance. He seems so grateful, and so really in earnest in his promises of amendment, that I'm sure you'll not regret taking him back. I was seriously enough annoyed to let my cigar go out. I did not share my wife's rose-colored hopes in regard to Tom, but as I did not wish the servants to think there was any conflict of authority in the household, I let the boy stay. Other Julius tales,